Stop. Yesterday from yesterday's show. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to EB in the place to be. Shout outs to Eric Bird dropping a huge dollar on the mix. I appreciate you, bro. Starting the show off right. Thank you guys for being in the building. Please hit the like button. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Make sure you guys do me a huge favor and head over to hempforfitness.com. Sunday, a lot of people, I know it don't feel like it, but a lot of people don't know it's the beginning of the week. Sunday is the beginning of the week. So start your week right by starting your diet, sleep, and your workout routine right. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Let me give some shout outs in the building. Shout outs to Shaka Nulu in the building. Shout outs to the Cynical One in the building. Good to see you guys here. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. LT Man said 67% independent, 33% Republican. Mm. All right. Yes. Chicago is definitely tuned in. Be careful out there, LT, man. I made sure I threw on some tunes for you. You know what I'm saying? Get you to point A and point B. Hopefully you are still enjoying the last couple of weeks and last couple of days, riding around on the Batmobile, the LT Mobile. Shout outs to LT, man. Shout outs to Bronze, Flat Power God in the building. Good to see you, bro, and good to have you here. Shout outs to my brother Chris G in the place to be as always. Thank you, Eric Bird, for definitely dropping the huge dollar on the Cash App. Yeah, man, I had to throw on some Tina Marie, Sin. I had to throw on some Tina Marie. To tell some of these young girls out here to cut that NBA young boy off, man. Throw on some Tina Marie, man. We were talking about music on the last show, and one of the topics that we was talking about was like a lot of people can't appreciate the music of yesteryear. You play something like that for somebody, they don't know what the hell to do. You got to tell the girls to turn off the NBA YoungBoy for like 2 seconds. Play some music. That's another reason why people don't get up and clean their damn house. They're not. You can't clean your house listening to no damn NBA YoungBoy. You know what I'm saying? You know. Can't clean your house listening to NBA YoungBoy. Shout outs to YoungBoy, but goddamn, YB stands for Young Boy, not Young Biatch. So fellas, if you dating a young Biatch, make sure she turn that shit off every so. Actually, introduce her to some new music every so often. Make sure you introduce her to some new music, man. You know, she'll be 5, 6 boyfriends after you, still remembering some of the music that you introduced her to. Trust me, I know. You know, trust me, I know. Absolutely, LT, man. Yeah, man. I said, let me throw on two extra tunes for you. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna I got something else. We're gonna do something on a little bit of intermission though. But I don't know if we're gonna do a long show today, but we're gonna do a definitely eventful show today. There's a lot of things that people are reacting to, and I definitely want to go over it. It was another one that I saw, but another one came out after this one that I'm about to bring up today. It was another episode that I saw, but this one was pretty good. Um, but we're gonna talk about a lot of stuff on today's show. Women getting they gender deboed from them, which is crazy as cat shit. But I pray for the ladies, man. I pray for the ladies. In this future that we're gonna be in. You know, y'all got to stop opening up Pandora's box, man. Um, so much stuff to talk about, man. In the news and just everywhere. I spent today most of the day catching up on a little bit of sleep, studied a little bit. I'm still paying for school out here, so I'm trying to really I had to do something too, y'all. We might be going north soon, so I'll let you guys know what's going on. Definitely moving around out here in Asia, but you know, yeah, you got to check it out, Chris G. It was an amazing show. Definitely amazing show. Definitely take a listen to it while you study, man. If you could focus on it, because we be having a blast on these shows. You already know we be having a blast, and y'all know we be laughing at stuff and just having a blast. As men should. You know. You said, can somebody give Chris a hug? He seems lonely today. Nah, Chris G, he seems a little bit vibrant to me. Today. You did, but no. There's a couple of things that I did want to cover that was in the news that I didn't get a chance to cover the last couple of shows, just because there was so much back and forth going on with this case. But there's this singer. Never listened to him or really heard of him. He kind of went viral a minute ago playing video games. Y'all don't tell War Master, but he kind of went viral. You know what I'm saying? Playing video games, and his music blew up that way, and he ended up he's a pretty popular artist from what I've seen. I usually know about some of the up and coming artists. I just haven't heard of this dude that I know of, right? But hold on, let me turn this thing off. It's cold in here. But it was he got caught up in this murder case. There's a murder case that's going on with him. His name is David, I think, but the A is spelled with a 4. And he ended up dating this young girl that was like underage, definitely, extremely underage. I think her name was Celeste, if I'm not mistaken. And he was supposed to go on tour, and they ended up finding this young girl's body in his Tesla trunk. you know and y'all know the Tesla got the trunk in the front, so she was in the front. They found her body in the Tesla trunk, and everybody immediately started blaming them. And all last week there were even TMZ had the backup off of it, was saying that he wasn't guilty. And it was like he wasn't guilty. The police didn't lock him up. Usually that's the first person the police go after, but the police didn't lock him up. I guess they didn't have enough evidence on him. And then also too, he got the bread to fight it. So I guess they want to have they're not trying to take no L's, and they want to have a damning case against them. So all last week they were saying, oh, he didn't do it, he didn't do it. Then they were saying, at first they were saying her body was dismembered, then they saying it wasn't. Then they're trying to find out, with Ring camera footage. They searched his Airbnb, the mansion and stuff like that. Now they're saying he had a second place. That's where she was. And she was going back and forth in the house. And then they were saying that she was gone before January, because they said that's when he stopped driving his Tesla. And then they were saying that, the last pictures of her in June. Like, the case is just scattered. That's why I didn't touch it. Because, I mean, it works for content, but, it'd be just like back and forth content and stuff like that, and, y'all know, man, these shows be burning me out, man, but I definitely love to do them. And, I appreciate you guys hitting the like button and supporting the show. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button, and definitely please support the show. Okay. So, I didn't really want to, touch this story too much, because the girl was also underage, So if they don't get him for the murder, they're probably gonna, go after him for the underage stuff. Anyway, his tour stopped. All his fans is going in on him. A whole bunch of other stuff is going on with him, and now they're back saying that he's guilty. But they're saying that the underage girl that was going to his shows, she had fake ID and all kinds of other stuff. They were on live stream, all kinds of stuff. They're saying now, she probably overdosed on drugs. They didn't know what to do, and they, probably put her in a freezer, and then turned around and put her in the Tesla trunk or whatever. Or it's just bad, man. So coming this week, I might have an update for that. So I'm just, giving y'all a heads up. The story is just horrible. Rest in peace, a young, beautiful lady, and, like I said, and the death was just gruesome, but, I say that, and look, y'all talk about drugs in the chat. I say that to say this, make sure you guys head over to Hemp for Fitness, don't play around with what they got out here now. Wintertime is coming up. Make sure y'all make it to Christmas. Take care of your health, because it damn sure is your wealth. And the stuff they got out nowadays, bro, shit. Tuh. Good luck. But we got some stuff to cover on today's show. I don't know which one I'm going to get into first. Let's get into a little bit of politics, Let's kind of get up to speed with what they're talking about with Trump and stuff like that. I heard that they sent the chilling message to the I keep forgetting his name. He looked like Robin Thicke, the president of Ukraine. They're telling him to just, bro, it's over. So many people's telling him to surrender and all kinds of other stuff, man. It's like, he got to go to Antarctica or somewhere where somebody can't really, can't find him, because, it ain't gonna fare too well if you go to war and then you just give up. So, all right, but let's get it. Let's see what they're talking about at the White House today. Give me 1 second.
Opinion, senior executive editor and an MSNBC political analyst, and Jason Stanley, professor of philosophy at the University of Toronto and the author of Erasing History: How Fascists Rewrite the Past to Control the Future. Gentlemen, welcome back to the weekend. Tim, the president's calling himself the chief law enforcement officer of the United States. The president is not the chief law enforcement officer of the United States. That is the attorney general. But this is the second time, at least, he has said that in public, and yet no one sees fit to jump out there and say, you're wrong.
Well, I mean, I think that's the issue, right? As long as he says, I'm the chief law enforcement official of the United States and then acts on it, and the institutions don't push back, whether it's the legal system, the courts, the GOP, or anyone else who understands that that amounts to authoritarian government and not democracy.
So you got Trump going after some people in let's go.
We're in trouble. And he's also being outrageously and obviously selective about it when he's pardoning George Santos, who had demonstrable crimes around wire fraud, identity theft, grifting off his own campaign donors, the January 6th protesters. I imagine he's teeing that up to pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell at some point.
Just thinking about her.
Peter Navarro, Steve Bannon, other people involved in the J6 insurrection. You could go down a whole list of people who Trump has just decided aren't criminals by fiat and not through a legal system or a court process. And
so this is the thing, you're gonna have a lot of people that's gonna, is gonna say, Trump is a criminal, because he's pardoning criminals. That's it. That's a slam dunk right there, don't you think? I think that and people been saying that ever since he started giving out pardons and stuff like that, especially to some of the rappers. You know what I'm saying? But he's pardoned some of his homeboys too. So a lot of people are going in on him for that also. So never seen the president pardon so many people, even though I think they do pardon a lot of people, but it's just under the table. Because I think the only person that I know that Biden pardoned was his son, but that's expected.
On the other side of it, the cases against Comey and Tish James in particular are spurious. The fact pattern is not substantial enough for either of those two people to be in a courtroom. You could go back to Bolton. That prosecution began with the Biden administration, right. And I think the fact pattern's more complex there.
Right, that's a more complicated.
Yeah. I think there's a wait and see on that one. But given the fact that this administration has already weaponized the Justice Department and torn at the sort of fabric of public trust that the law is administrated in a nonpartisan way, across a boundary of facts that makes sense, as opposed to being political hits, you lose faith in these institutions, which is the goal.
Right. Jason, also part of the goal of authoritarians and authoritarianism, and you told me this is your expertise, is the dehumanization of your opponent, right? And what we've seen from Republicans, we've been showing it all morning, is them calling Democrats evil, saying that they hate America. Talking about the rallies as anti-American rallies, the ones that we saw yesterday. Talk about how that is key to trying to change the fabric of a nation and make people believe something that isn't true, and therefore makes it much easier. So if I dehumanize Mr. O'Brien here, and then I beat him up, everybody's gonna be like, well, he was raggedy anyway. He should have been. Like that. Like, am I simplifying this too much?
No, you're exactly right. I mean, I would take issue with one comment, which is that I think at this point, they're not trying to convince anyone. Yeah. They're just saying, those are our political opponents, we're going to destroy you. So they've moved to talking about Democrats like you would talk about an external enemy, like you would be in a war with an external enemy. And I don't think they're trying as much to say, oh, we're going to convince people these are evil terrorists. They're just looking for any reason whatsoever to bring the law to bear against the political opposition. And look, this was always going to happen. It was always going to happen that they were going to move from non-citizens, from immigrants to the political opposition. History tells us that the political opposition is always, authoritarians always need to jail, to prosecute, to make people afraid of becoming Democrats. Really, in this next phase, you have to move to targeting ordinary Americans with fear. And I think they're moving beyond the I'm going to try to convince you phase and moving into the we're going to make you afraid to be members of the Democratic Party.
And then what? What happened?
Now, this is weird that he said that, because I see a lot of people afraid to be Republican. I've seen a lot of people afraid to be Republican or be somewhere on the right. You know what I'm saying? And then, over the years, You know, because all throughout like Obama and Bush, obviously we all knew who was the clear enemy. You know, they were, Republicans are the enemy. Republicans are the enemy. Nowadays, we're going through, I'm not even going to say we, but people are going through a phase where they're like, bro, you leave me no choice but to become a Republican. You know what I'm saying? People used to, people started doing a little bit of their research. And not even, I even think today, it's not even people do their research. I think they just get exposed to too much bullshit. Or they listen to, they listen to somebody that's making sense. And it's like, damn, I may think, my political party, or some Charlie Kirk shit happens, I could throw that in the pot. You know what I'm saying? All right. And shout outs to everybody, dropping the explanation in the chat. I see Bronze Flat Power God did. I see LT Man did. And I see New dropping it in the chat. All right. We got 11% Democrat, 11% Republican, 78% independent. Wow. Interesting. Let's go.
What happens after authoritarians do that? What happens after the deputy chief of staff?
What's going on, War Master?
Says that the Democratic Party is a domestic terrorist extremist party.
Do you see the stats, War Master? 78% independent. It is interesting, but I'm not super surprised. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we think for ourselves. So very interesting. News said been independent since I turned 18 in 93. Lord have mercy.
What happens after that?
Well, this is where it gets tricky for them, actually. As Tim was saying, the institutions now have to...
Making me feel old, New.
...stand up. They're, I think, a little bit over their skis. They're thinking, all of this is very explicit now, right? So we have to pay attention to the expressive function of what's going on. It's not just about the prosecutions. It's about saying, we can do whatever we want. And that's what they're trying to say. They said, we're going to target you as a terrorist if you call us fascists, which is a very fascist thing.
You said Rumble is tripping? Yeah, I heard they're updating their app. From a couple of people, I heard they're updating their app this week.
So
you're about to get a call.
They were saying YouTube was tripping last week also too. Everybody was talking about it. I was live, but I was on the tail end of the show. I think you guys, somebody said something in the chat about it.
So they're trying to move that way, and the response by our politicians, by Gavin Newsom and others, is just to say...
Shout out to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. An hour and 2 minutes into the madness. Let's go.
Okay, now we're going to call you fascist. So that's the right response to say...
Say independent. All right, hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't know what the hell is going on. Hold up. All right, hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't know this. I hope when I get to my new spot, this thing stops acting up. Oh, that's gonna be another challenge right there. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. War Master said independents can't vote in the primaries. Damn. I didn't know that. We're going to look up the political parties and see which one fits everybody these days. Let's see. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. An hour and 3 minutes into the madness. Let's go. It's player talk.
We're actually going to resist this attempt to make you afraid.
Is that the right response, though? I feel like in the last election, there was a lot of hand-wringing about the use of these terms, fascism, authoritarianism, that it kind of went over voters' heads. Are there more effective rhetorical techniques to communicating?
Well, then there wasn't any evidence, right? Like there was nothing to point to.
I mean,
it was all theoretical.
Folks get it
now.
No, but it was more theoretical.
Right.
But I mean, the insurrection.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, people, when in these authoritarian moments, retreat from politics and they focus on their ordinary lives. And that's what authoritarians want you to do. They want you to turn off the politics and just be like, OK, I can still go out to dinner. I can still go to the club in Bushwick. So
viewers don't get that joke.
You said primaries are where people can actually vote for a candidate that may not be the choice of the Marxist Democrats or the Rhino Republicans. I'm voting for Cornel West and Kanye West. Let me go.
Jason was out.
Well, look, it's like what I said during the elections, and it's like what I said a minute ago, man. You have a lot of people that that want to see America burn. You know what I'm saying? And it's like there's so many people right now that's like going out of their way to try to sabotage Trump, and it's like, bro, just work with them. Like, what the hell? Like, he's actually willing to work with people that don't like him. That's the crazy part. And you got a lot of you got the Democrats right now, you know what I'm saying, not negotiating a deal and not coming up with an agreement. And the government is shut down, and people are just, instead of just seeing what's going on, they're, oh man, just blame Trump, And that's the crazy thing, man. They're doing whatever they want. Like I said, man, this is what I'm saying. And maybe it's hitting a little bit different because Biden didn't really do nothing, or he does, because sometimes, them presidents, when they come off as not doing nothing, they be real sneaky behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? They be very active, but maybe because Biden didn't really do nothing, or maybe he did. Like I said, I could be wrong, but Trump is very fucking active. Even his first term, he's just been very active. And the thing is that it's like some Bruce Lee shit. They keep throwing spinning plates at him. And he's like dodging them, and the funny part is that he's impressing people that didn't like him initially. And you got people on that side like, yo, why are y'all throwing spinning plates at the man? He's definitely still in charge. Like, people are like acting like, oh, we're gonna try to stop him from being the president. It's like he's already been the president. And he was the president before, and he's the president now. It's like, people just want to get a man a hard time for no fucking reason, and not even give him a hard time, make him look bad, but they will destroy themselves in the process. And I'm like, damn, Trump derangement syndrome it really is a thing, And the funny thing is that people that ain't even pro-Trump is going, them just speaking with common sense gonna make them seem like they're for Trump, which is crazy. We also might get into Stephen A. Smith going off on what's her name. I didn't get a chance to play that on the last show. I did get to play the response to it. Shout outs to Party. He did send me a response to it. Didn't really get a chance to get into that also. There's a lot of stuff we got to cover, LeBron. People are so shocked that he speaks, and then they upset at what he said about women and stuff like that. But hey, we're gonna talk about it. He said there is one party that wants to take away your rights, Democrats, and one party that won't fight for your rights consistently, Republicans. News said, I'm running for POTUS. Look out for my nasty campaign commercials coming soon. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you think, and this is like a generational thing, like from what you guys have seen, new War Master LT man, you guys have seen more presidents in your lifetime than I have, right? Do you think once if Vance, because it's gonna be some BS behind that, they're gonna hype it up and make it seem like it might not be a landslide. Also, if Vance gets into office, do you think every president after Vance is gonna be a millennial, or do you think that a couple of Gen Xers might get in after Vance? Let me know. War Master said Governor Gavin Gruesome, that's funny as hell, not Newsom, but Gruesome. Gavin Gruesome passed an unconstitutional law banning Glocks, aka striker fire pistols. I didn't hear about that. That's interesting. When did he ban Glocks? The G19 is still very popular, but I saw I wanted to tag you in it. I actually saw I actually saw I don't know if I saw it on YouTube, but I actually saw this gun content where this guy put this regular Glock into this shoulder brace thing. He put this Glock into the shoulder brace thing, and it it's not a switch, but it converted it into a AR damn near. It basically the Glock was the base of it, and the other framework around it. It had a rail system and everything. I was like, damn. They're getting really innovative with these guns now, but so I'm not sure. But y'all, you do know if you guys are following weapons, you do know we have laser guns already. So, you don't got to shoot a nigga till he catch on fire. You can just cook him. You said Gen X won't. Okay.
So I agree with you. I think a lot of people did not expect what we're seeing now, and a lot of people are going to choose authoritarianism. They're just gonna retreat from the political realm. They're not gonna notice of the freedoms that they lost.
I mean, that's the danger, right? Is it because the other response to this is silence and submission?
Yeah.
And so in an environment like this, where it takes a lot of courage to stand up when you see institutions crushing other people.
But so we're having this conversation the day after we just saw
exactly.
According to the organizers, about 7 million people from coast to coast taking to the streets. It's not. I think they may have the words authoritarianism and autocracy might have flown over people's heads during the campaign, but they certainly
who you calling octopus?
Understand what it means now. So, what should in an authoritarian regime sees 7 million people come out onto the streets? What's their reaction the day after or the days after? Does the Trump administration just keep doing what it's doing? Or as Paula Ramos said in the 7 o'clock hour, she's looking to see whether ICE's reaction in the aftermath is amped up in reaction. What do you think?
Well, I think they will amp it up. And I think that's, in advance of the No Kings protests, they were calling it anti-American. They were slagging it. When public protest is the most basic and real demonstration of individual democracy you can have other than the vote. It's a very American thing, and there's a long tradition of it and a constructive tradition of it. You only have to think about the civil rights movement, for example, to see where you get
the Boston Tea Party.
The Revolutionary War.
Come on now.
It was a war.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy how people will tell you, well, hey, man, public protest is the American thing and blah, blah, blah. But then they were mad at Charlie Kirk for not even publicly protesting, but speaking to the youth. See, that's direct. Public protest, you're just yelling on the street to a certain degree until somebody that got some damn sense or that can probably do something more can hear you come by and walk along or walk by and not necessarily challenge you, but agree with you and listen. When you talk directly to the kids, Houston or Utah, we have a
been
problem.
a couple wars. I do think they're going to ramp it up after this. And I think it would be, I think the Democrats are so bad at messaging, tactical messaging. They constantly get lapped by the Republicans on a daily basis around this. But I think you're seeing in the government.
Because a lot of them don't be in the real world. And it's sad because a lot of them be in denial.
Shut down, latching on to healthcare.
Not just the river,
Latching on to meat and potatoes issues that you can wed to.
Shout outs to everybody just getting in the building. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's go.
Legislation that you can wed to messaging. And there's other issues like this: housing affordability, access to high quality jobs, et cetera, that you could build successive protests around. This one was just about authoritarianism, but I think there's other topics that could be usefully built upon.
What do you think, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the MAGA is throwing cultural red meat to Americans in order to hide the fact that they're stealing our health care.
Cultural red meat.
That they're passing incredibly regressive legislation to hand money to the billionaire class, to their crypto friends. So this is the classic method of throwing sand in people's faces. And I think Tim is exactly right that focusing on affordability issues, when they call Mamdani a communist and he says, well, yeah, I want, free healthcare, I want free buses, Americans are going to be, and he is appealing across party lines. So I agree with you that moving to this, talking about fascism is, it's ever less abstract. It's ever more concrete to people right now, as you were saying. But the affordability stuff, just making clear that they are trying to steal our basic.
I don't get it. Like, healthcare and all of this stuff in America has always been a fucking mess. Do you know what they do in Asia to just cut this shit out? If you have a headache or you need ibuprofen or even Viagra, you can go around the corner to a corner store and go get it. If you fall and you hurt yourself, they don't got time to be playing around with people in the hospital and insurance and all this other stuff. You just go to the damn lady down the street and go get it. They'll prescribe it to you. She'll talk to you, ask what's your symptoms and stuff like that, and you just go down the street and go get it. You don't have to fuck with your insurance. You don't have to talk to people. You don't have to really do too much. And I'm not saying stuff can't be abused and stuff like that, but let's keep it 100, bro. Healthcare has always been fucked up in America, and you gotta stop. Like, sometimes you gotta listen to both sides, and I'm glad you guys do, especially here and outside of here. Shout outs to the independents in the building, but it's like, if you really want to do something with healthcare, like I said, you got to change the food. Why are Americans sick? All the genetically modified stuff in the food. All of the stuff that people are putting in their body. Gluttony is a big thing in the West. You know what I'm saying? Different alternatives and stuff like that. This is why I tell you guys to head over to hempforfitness.com. You know what I'm saying? Put some organic food or love in your body. If if you're gonna be eating GMO and all kinds of crazy dishes and foods and stuff like that, at least counter it by putting something organic in your body. You don't got to go to the gym. I'm not forcing y'all to go to the gym and stuff like that, but we still gonna promote wellness around here. You know what I'm saying? Head over to hempforfitness.com. Check out their selection while you tuned into the show on your break at work or whenever you get time. When the show goes off air, make sure you scan this barcode that's on the screen. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Get your hands on some gummies to help you out at work. just don't leave them in your work fridge, you know. Y'all gonna find out who's stealing food ASAP. You said Republicans are too nice not to call the left the N-word. You said it's a mess because they don't really care about health. Yeah, that's the truth. But this is the thing. This was pissing me off a little bit about this shit is because, you know what I'm saying? They're talking about like, oh well, the Republicans they're just trying to make billionaires richer and richer and richer and stuff like that. And it's like, you know, yeah, people in their businesses and their corporations and this stuff, they get rich, but like, people want to stay off the grid, you know, and with the taxes and stuff like that. And it's like they'll run this play on you guys saying that, oh well, you know, it's people that's you know, making moves to make the rich get richer. That's not really what it is. When jobs go away, you get new millionaires. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, with old wealth in America, there's actually more new wealth than old wealth. You know, there's a lot of new money than old money laying around in America. The people that they think that Trump is trying to help to get rich, newsflash, those people were already rich. And they know where to put their money. You know what I'm saying? They know where to hide it. And the funny part is that a lot of those people are Democrats. That's the irony of it. You know, but you know, the average American and the average person, for some crazy reason, they look at money as evil when it's the person behind that money or what that person will do for money. You know what I'm saying? And it's really spending habits. You know, the rich will get richer and the poor will get poor. It's really habits. You know, some of it's luck, some of it's, you know, actions, some of it's hard work. But a lot of people are realizing that hard work alone is not going to really get you what you want. You know what I'm saying? Especially in the States. Some of it is knowing the right people. There's other factors into it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people, and it's crazy. I mean, it's an open market. I mean, of course, there's a lot of people that's more dumber than other people that are balling. You know? And I think I would call this the Robin Hood effect, because if people can still pull that BS on people and say, oh man, it's the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer, that's gonna happen anyway with the economy and stuff like that, you know. But I get it. You know, the thing about it is, right? Just pay attention to what I'm about to say, right? And shout outs to you know, Robert Kiyosaki. You know, he actually talked about this in the book. I'm not sure if he talked about it in Rich Dad Poor Dad word for word, but he talked about this in the book that I'm reading called The Unfair Advantage. A lot of people don't know about that book. That's one of those downplayed gems, you know, that a lot of people don't know about, from, you know, Robert Kiyosaki, right? But one of the things that he said in that book, which is actually really true, and the concept that he was talking about, was that, you know, what was he saying? Damn, it just slipped my mind that quick, y'all. One of the things that he was talking about was, you know, how the rich get richer and definitely the poor get poor, and it's like really, you know, habits. Damn, I forgot exactly what I was about to say. I'm still a little sleep deprived, y'all, from the last show, you know, so y'all pardon me. Hold on. Warmaster said, make America healthy again. That's cool, Maha. That's actually dope. Yeah. You said Kennedy is getting the nasty stuff. Kennedy is getting the nasty stuff out of the food. They got rid of Kennedy for a lot of different reasons too. They said that he was gonna back the U.S. currency. Also, you know, he said, "What have the left, aka rhinos and Democrats, done for Americans?" Asking for a friend. Well, like I said, a lot of the guys that they claim that that Trump is helping, they're Democrats also that's benefiting off of it. If that's the case, if they want to take it there, you know. He said Ian Omar is a immigrant who spent 6 years in Congress. She left. She left and now is worth $30 million, for fuck's sakes. Yeah, I mean they clean the money. They clean the money. I talked about it a little bit on the last show. How they fudge a lot of the books, and they clean the money. But no, I kind of forgot what I was gonna say. What Robert Kiyosaki was saying, but like basically, you want to, most people don't want to. Oh, here, all right, I got it. It came back to my memory. But what he was saying was like one of the best thing obviously to invest in is your education. You know what I'm saying? And we don't really get financial education in America. You know what I'm saying? That's something that you got to pick up as you go, or your folks, which the rich do, they teach their kids. Or people got to learn investing, and also investing. There's also trial and error. You know what I'm saying, with investing, so it's not just peaches and cream once you start investing. But he said the main thing that people have to invest in, and the best investment that you can invest in is your financial education. You know what I'm saying? Also too, not too long ago, I'm still trying to make my way around it because you can play with a bunch of people, but I downloaded, shout outs to War Masters, I downloaded Robert Kiyosaki's game. Like I said, I'm doing bookkeeping, so it's a plus for me to kind of tinker around with Robert Kiyosaki's game that he got out called Cash Flow. I think they have it on Android, and I think they have it on I know for sure they have it on iOS. But he said something, and this is true. And I want you guys to take this with you. I want you guys to take this game with you today, right? What's going on, Kwafi? Good to see you, bro. Kwafi said I voted independence. Okay. All right. You said games only exist on Xbox. But no, this is the thing though. And this is true. Let me know if you guys agree. So what Robert Kiyosaki said, because he claims to be a capitalist. So what Robert Kiyosaki said, which is true, is that you do have to invest in your financial education. That's damn near a non-negotiable. You do definitely got to invest in your financial education, right? But rightfully so. And this is kind of, I think, where the disconnect with politics, wealth, and a lot of different things come with people. You said some Democrats and liberals were exposed for supporting Trump. Absolutely. Absolutely. But this is the thing, though. They're not telling you that a lot of Republicans feel that Trump turned on them, and they're not telling you that a lot of Democrats are benefiting off of what Trump is doing right now. you know, and they, you know, they're not telling you. That's the thing. They're not being transparent. They're not telling you the whole story. But hold on, before I forget though, this is what Robert Kiyosaki said, and this is the truth. He was saying that yes, the biggest thing you want to invest in is your financial education, but to a certain degree, as Americans and just people in general, you have a right to say, I just want to live my life. I don't want to get involved in politics. Other than, you know, spending money and stuff like that, I don't want to feel like I have to, you know, go above and beyond with the, you know, with the financial education, which is true. You know, I mean, not everybody is like, you know, this, you know, math tycoons and stuff like that, which it doesn't require you to be no damn math tycoon or anything like that. But I agree that people should have the right to say, listen, I should be able to go to work, make a comfortable salary, to be able to take care of my family and live life, not get involved with politics, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that, just as a regular person. You know what I'm saying? You know, not really aspire to make a fuckload of money. You know what I'm saying? Because it's true. Like everybody really don't want to be a millionaire like that, you know? Even the people that want to be a millionaire, a lot of them, they fear being a millionaire. You know what most people want to be? And we talked about this. Comfortable. You know, most people don't, you know, most people ain't supposed to have a Rolls Royce. Most people ain't supposed to have certain things and stuff like that. You know, the fact that they can still pull this Robin Hood bullshit on people and, you know, oh, the rich get richer and the poor get, you have to have a rich class in America. This is why we're like leading in technology, or at least utilizing, you know, you got countries like Vietnam, Japan, and Korea, and all the China, and all these places that come up with technology. But guess what? We're their number one export. You know, the rich, you know, the average person, for the luxuries and stuff that we got, it's the richest hand me downs. You know, which isn't a bad thing, by the way. You know, but money itself isn't evil. You know, things people do for money, again, obviously is evil. But it's sad that they can still pull that veil over your head. Cause I used to think that way too when I was a kid. I was like, damn. So Republican means rich and Democrat means poor. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, no, you get older and you realize, hey, listen. You got hella Democrats balling. And it, you know, I mean, and I hate to say it like this, right? You know, I hate to say it like this, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it. If you're gonna pull this, you know, Robin Hood, you know, wool over people's eyes, if people use sense, they're like, oh well, Trump is making his buddies rich. Because that's really what a lot of people believe. A lot of people believe that, you know, Republican rich, Democrat poor. And that's not the case, because the thing is that, you know, there's a fuckload of rich Democrats. You know, there's a bunch of them. And they be behind the scenes and even in front of people funding certain things and stuff like that, you know? That doesn't get talked about and stuff like that. But see, when you sit up there and say that, oh, Trump is trying to make his friends rich and all this other stupid shit, what you're telling people subliminally that don't know no better, that, oh, Republican rich, Democrat poor. But that's not the case. If Trump is sitting up there making the wealthy class in America richer with some of these policies, a lot of that money is going to rich Democrats also. See how that works? And this is why a lot of people stop listening to like daytime television and news and stuff like that. Even older people and stuff like that that's really not too internet savvy and stuff like that. They really don't listen to the TV and shit like that because look at how they brainwash people. It's the Robin Hood effect. So Eric Bird, shout out to my brother EB, says a lot of liberals are closet conservatives. Most Democrats / liberals do not really get along. This is true, especially in New York City. This is true. This is true. And you know what's the crazy part about that, EB? Because I go to New York, right? And I'm like, in DC, I mean, of course, people are politically vocal in DC, but they're not as vocal like in New York. You know what I'm saying? And New York has like a different way of being vocal, about their politics and stuff like that. Because like even in the subway and the train station, y'all got like murals and stuff, in certain stations and like stuff just like all over the place, vocal. And in DC in certain districts too, they got it, like certain art districts and stuff. Like you might see a mural of Nipsey and some other people and stuff, but they don't they don't literally be like voicing, they don't literally be like voicing their like stances in DC and stuff like that. You won't see somebody doing graffiti of a nice mural or something like that. Like DC is kind of like, they don't really say too much in DC, but if you go in like certain neighborhoods or the hoods and stuff, yeah, they might say something, but they're not really politically vocal like that in DC. That's the irony of the district. District of Columbia, got a lot of other stuff going on. But in New York, they're definitely vocal politically, and in other cities. I don't know, if Chicago is like that, maybe LT Man or Party, or shout outs to Lil Shirt. I know she's out there in Chicago, maybe they might, I'm pretty sure Chicago, because even Trump said he loves Chicago, which is crazy too, so New York is definitely like that, for sure. War Master said Trump said he wanted to get rid of income taxes and people for people that make under 150K and run the government off tariffs, right? But the thing is that like like inflation is so bad that if you make 150K, I think I forgot the numbers now. I know that it probably inflated. I'm not sure what the number crunchers in the space are talking about, but if they said if you make 150K now, that's still like now technically that's still doing good. Don't get me wrong. But they said technically it's classified as lower middle class. You know what I'm saying? Lower middle class. And I'm like, man, that's crazy. Because, if you listen to these women and stuff about dating and all kinds of shit and just people in general, it's like that 100K mark is like, So, I mean, I see the mentality of a lot of millennials and zillennials and stuff like that. It's like, shit, if that's lower middle class, shit, what the hell we destroying yourselves for, Which is a valid question, Not excusing people to not chase their goals, though, You said a lot of people are feeling like that day to day who are just regular people. Yeah, like there's a lot of people that's like, bro, I'm not trying to be into the politics. I just want to live my life. I'm not trying to be a part of that. I'm not trying to be no huge millionaire. I just want to be comfortable and at least be able to do basic things. I see people in third world countries, or what people would call third world countries, doing. You know, in Cuba and certain places and stuff like that, man, healthcare is fucking free. You just gotta show up to for their citizens, of course. There's certain places that got all of this shit figured out. It's just another problem with America is that, corporations and businesses and stuff like that then turn so many things that would be simple and should be simple into a big ass money grab. So there's this whole kerfuffle of people that's like, well, why don't we scrap this whole thing? And it's like, hell no. You have to pay to go back normal. It's a whole industry. And some can say that Trump is using the tariffs to create other forms of, bringing wealth back to America. So, I'm not going to say so we don't, so businesses and people won't do this stuff. Anyhow, people see an opening and how they could take advantage of somebody, people are going to take it. You know what I'm saying? But it just turns out the best way to take it is to frame it under business. We said a lot of people just want to be regular people, which is true. You said they don't want to be in politics. They don't want to be blamed for the downfall of America, and they don't want to be blamed for the downfall of America. Absolutely. That's what he was talking about. You said most people who are living happily below their means are happy than rich people. That's true. They say some people are so poor, all they have is money. That's crazy. And some people are embracing the minimalist lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? War Master said, if you ever notice, the left put their politics in everything. This is why Hollywood can't make much money. Yeah, I heard that those studios and stuff out there are shutting down, man. And that's what I was saying on the last show. I'm like, damn, 50 Cent might be on to something. Celebrities be known before common folks, There you go. What's going on? And One Play 5 in the building. Good to see you, player. As always, man. Welcome to the show. Good to see you, bro. You said conservative Republicans want Americans to have the opportunity to live free without government meddling. Man, good luck with all this technology, man. He said, I don't think people are looking at it that way, Kuda. Trump is trying to make his friends rich, even though that may be true. Yeah. I'm just saying when they talk about it, they act like the Democrats aren't in that discussion also, because there's a lot of people that have money that definitely, they hate Trump's guts. Like, they definitely don't agree with him. I don't know if y'all remember a couple of months back, my bro out here, his name is Al. He renegading against his father, even though him and his father is cool, but he got a rich father that lives on a yacht, right? His dad lives on his yacht, and his dad hates Trump. His dad hates Trump, and I don't know if his dad is where he's from, but Scott grew up in San Francisco, I don't even know why I threw that in there, but some I guess I mean even though it is not necessarily true, but some people where they grew up, it might sway it will sway their opinion. I'm not even gonna say might, but yeah, his dad don't like Trump. You know what I'm saying? And he's rich, But if you sit there and you talk to a lot of millionaires and people that make a certain amount of bread, a lot of them are Democrats. My thing is and there's nothing wrong with being a Democrat. Not too much. I mean, if not into the wackiness that's going on or that's been going on for decades on that side, which it happens on both sides, granted. But I was, the reason why I brought that up, Coffee, was in response to this guy being disingenuous and stuff like that. People will say that and just throw that out there. And the only thing that I was bringing to light was that they leave out that a lot of that money goes to rich Democrats also. And the thing is too about Democrats, and I talked about it a couple of shows ago, is that they be funding stuff, So Democrats they fund a lot of stuff, Democrats believe in sharing, or or at least spreading out OPP, other people's or OPM, other people's money. Now, it's like everybody help each other type shit. Where it's like you got a lot of Republicans that's like, no, you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Create a business. Do something. Generate cash flow. So you got a lot of people feeding off the system that feel like they don't want to do all of that stuff, even though you got some Democrats doing that also. What I'm saying is that you got a lot of them that got their hands in these businesses and stuff like that. So what I'm saying is that they play this game where they try to make it seem like when it's one thing, they try to make it seem like it's the other. So a lot of those Democrats, they're already got their money tied up into something. So when they recoup or make something on the back end because of the economy or what stuff they already have invested in and stuff like that, and they want to spend your paper on certain things, when they probably get a back end and stuff with Trump and stuff like that, they don't say nothing. And like I said, they probably look at it as that they're recouping what they already put into the Democrat Party and stuff like that, because they have their money tied up in the Democrat Party for sure. A lot of people, George Soros and a couple of other people, they have their money tied up in some of those organizations and stuff like that, and they get tax write-offs and stuff. So they benefit from some of the stuff too. If if we're gonna say the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, and we're gonna just try to blame it all on Trump, Well, the reason why I brought it up because he was using a Robin Hood effect. Well, obviously, most people are looking at the fact that he's a loyalist, and if you do what he says, he will definitely take care of you, and it has been proven. Absolutely. The irony of it too, Coffee, which is funny, is look at the Diddy case. You know what I'm saying? Look at the Diddy case. Diddy they're playing with Diddy. Diddy got some crazy restrictions on him, aside from they putting him in jail when he should have got freed on the 13th. Diddy needs to hit up Donald Trump to try to make all of that shit go away, because they running him through the ringer. Warmaster says the left wants to take as much money as possible out of the hands of the American through jealousy and envy. Yeah, and the fund they own, fund they own exploits. You said Shorty made 30 million after she left office. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. You said a bad reputation that Chicago has. You said as a bad a reputation that Chicago has. Trust me, Trump does not like Chicago if he says he does. I think his one of his towers or his favorite tower. I know his favorite headquarters is in New York, but I think he does have a Trump tower in Chicago, and he mentioned it and stuff like that. But I was gonna say something earlier. Being that he's calling the National Guard in, I don't know. Or he may like Chicago, but you got a lot of people that's looking at it and it's like, man, Chicago is a dump right now, or it's not how it used to be, or safe as it used to be and stuff. So you got people, that want to restore the old days and stuff like that. So they're like, hey, clean this up so it reminds me how Chicago was when I was a kid. That's what make America great again is. That's really the whole Trump, you know, that's really what's going on. He's trying to restore it. Like it's weird. And I said this during, the election that you had cities that were once great, and still great. They're actually building up, but in a different way. Like Detroit used to be quote unquote Motor City, you know and it was known for being Motor City and other stuff, right? But it's like if certain things runs its course to a certain degree, do you try to rebuild it, or do you say, oh well, let's move forward? Yes, Detroit was like Detroit was the Motor City, but now nowadays music is doing better in Detroit, or nowadays this material or this thing is doing better in Detroit, or we legalize this, so that kind of frees up free up what Detroit may have lost. You know what I'm saying? But people want to restore it. It's like, oh well, we're gonna make Detroit the new Motor City, but how is it a Motor City when all these cars are electric now? It's like people are spending a long time trying to restore the olden days. But hey, maybe I'm thinking too deep into it. You said as a bad reputation that Chicago has. Trust me, Trump is like, okay, I did read that. Inflation, yeah, inflation is a hidden tax due to the government money printing. Absolutely. This is why you're forced to almost trade. We've been talking about this for years, War Master. Even LT man, we talked about it, a couple months back. It's very, if you're not getting a good percentage when you save, which will encourage you to save more, that's really the only thing you can really do. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna save, you gotta, now everybody that saves, like, you can't like humbly save, like you gotta aggressively save now. If you can afford to save, ain't that a bitch? If you can afford to save. And then think about it like this. What if you can't afford to save? You still got to aggressively acquire money, but not aggressively acquire. Well, you got to aggressively require it. Like, it got to keep coming in. Like, the only thing that can help you with your savings is the speed that you save up. But leaving your savings in an account and not knowing what you're going to do with it, I mean, all it can really do is somewhat protect it. But then again, it can't protect it, because guess what? prices go up. And it's not worth it anymore. Not saying that you shouldn't save, but it's like, again, going back to what Robert Kiyosaki said, you got to invest in your financial intelligence. And going back to what we've been talking about for years, if you don't know how to trade, you damn near got to trade. You got to pay somebody to learn how to trade, or get somebody to trade for you, or pay for like a guru, or follow somebody and copy all of their trades. Problem with that is that a lot of Americans and people in general think that, you know, trading is a scheme or a scam. And I don't blame them for thinking that way too. You know what I'm saying? That trading is like a scam or a pyramid scheme. If they don't know, they don't know. And trading is, you know what I'm saying, extremely volatile. You know, it's extremely volatile. So it's not like, you know, hey, let me, you know, learn how to read candles and then I'm good. No, it's like, no, you got to learn. You got to learn the whole shebang to a certain degree. You know, you got to learn what type of trader you are. You got to make mistakes. You got to lose money, all kinds of stuff. No days off. Then you got to study what the hell you doing, because you don't want to fuck around and get into a form of goddamn day trading. Oh, that's where the fun really begins, when you start day trading and shit. He says BS. 1 million. Oh, BS. 178. 66. God damn it. 178,611 is the top 10% of income. It's top 10% of income. Yeah, it moved up. Yeah, it moved up. That shit seem unattainable though. You know, people like, I just want to hit that 100K mark. You know, you said before Trump, American tariffs were at 2%. Canada used to put a 250. Yeah, everybody was taxing the hell out of America. Playing games, you know. So Trump just took back over and flipped it. You know, because America is an exporter. Like, I mean, to a certain degree, we should, but we shouldn't be in debt to a lot of different countries and stuff like that, or having a lot of different countries get over on us and stuff like that. But guess what? America got to be the bad guy. Why am I saying that? I mean, later on in the future, when certain things are going on, and we probably taking over another country, and they're like, hey, you owe us. It's like, what debt? Who needs to pay you back when we're gonna take over? You know what I'm saying? That's how a lot of people look at it. Why pay these people back? Or we just gonna go over there and take their resources? You said a lot of Democrats profit from the government. Absolutely, that's where I was getting at. You said, oh yeah, they were putting money in the hands of the wrong Democrats. Well, no, it's like a friendship thing. It's like a, you know, hey, you know, I'm doing this for you. Come vote for me, or vote for my, you know, cousin. She's into politics. Man, we were talking about it on the last show. Did you, man, the woman that's running that Texas mayor, who Stephen A. Smith went off on? You know, Stephen A. Smith is a coon, but he wasn't entirely wrong about Shorty, and it's like clear as day. She ghetto as hell too, tapping her fingers, acting like she clocking tea and all kinds of other stuff. It's like, oh, this is bad. And it's almost a sign that they'll let anybody in office. You know, and like, you could tell, like, guys from yesteryear, like the Obamas and the other people, that they kind of took on certain styles and be dancing and stuff like that too, kind of seem a little young and hip. You know what I'm saying? But these people, some of these politicians and stuff like that, man, it's like you could tell they're not trying to even reach a younger crowd. They truly walk around and act like that, even as politicians. And that's the crazy part. And then we broke it down too. We did a great job, man. If you guys haven't caught the last show, please hit the like button, support the show. 2 hours into the madness. If you guys haven't caught the last show also, man, putting in work, man. As always, definitely support a brother putting in work. Let me catch up on these comments real quick. Because the thing is this. And we called it on the last show, which is awesome. It's that a lot of those people that act like that, they rich, come to find out. So it goes back to what we talking about here today. That a lot of those Democrats, they play games with people and they hit people with buzzwords and stuff like that. That's what this guy was just doing. Giving y'all the Robin Hood effect, And it's true. The richer do get richer and the poor will get poorer. But honestly, what it really is not necessarily just education. It's financial education. Also, too, on the last show, we were talking about how a lot of those sisters, there were some sisters and teachers and stuff like that in I think it was Texas, but a lot of black women went to jail because they were and shout outs to Party in the building. Yeah, what's going on, player? I gave you a shout out earlier, thanking you for throwing in that little segment at the end, because it's going to play a big role in today's show. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. I got a great show for you guys today. Give me 1 second. Let me catch up on these comments real quick. All right. Y'all support the show. Hit the like button. But this is what I want to say before I get back into this, because, we were just talking about it, right? Those women be fucking rich. They come from a family that got money, culture appropriating black. That's still another example of what we were, not even culture appropriating black, because some of them do be black, but that's just another example of what we were talking about earlier, how the Democrats, they be rich also. You know what I'm saying? They be, those campaigns make money, man. So to some of those guys, it's a quote unquote privilege to them to be funding some of that stuff or funding some of the fuckery and the chaos, You said, oh yeah, they putting money in the hands of the raw Democrats. For sure, Democrats believe in sharing your own money. I mean, your money, not their own. That's true. That's what I'm saying. You said it better than I did. Yeah, they believe in sharing your money, not their own. They believe in OPM. In a different way, though. In a different way. You said, I look back now, the youth has to run America, but their parents need to stop living through them. And that's why we have so much pain now, on social media. Yeah, that's true. Especially if they're an athlete, they live through their parents. Shout outs to Party in the building. Yeah, nostalgia, brother. Good to see you. Good to see everybody here. All the heavy hitters are in the building. And one play 5 party. Kwafi, you said and he has every night to go in and clean it up as president. You said, but you can't mess around with innocent black people who are. No, this is the thing though, Kwafi, and I gotta put this bullshit on the brothers because this is straight up bullshit. Why are black people out of all people jumping up and down thinking that Trump is coming there for them? Man, Trump ain't coming there for them niggas. But they want to be in the street hanging out doing stupid shit and damn near shooting shit up. You know what I'm saying? Keep the war in Chicago and in all these other places going. Not ready to stop gangbanging. And then get mad when Trump come in there to clean it up. And then what even makes it worse, again, going back to these mayors in some of these cities, obviously Trump's going to be in office for the next couple years, right? But those politicians, they gotta they probably in it for longevity. So they gotta act like they against Trump too, when it's just common sense for somebody to say, yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in the community. Let's just hope it don't turn into a riot. But let the man come in and clean up the community. Unless they in on something, unless, they don't, like, how are you openly denying help from the president to clean up your community? It's like you could at least struck a deal and be like, hey, we already got this under control. We don't really need the National Guard. Can you send us this though? Like, how hard is that to work with a president that actually wants to work with you? That's why I'm like, man, Trump moves like a young nigga. He moves like a young nigga. You can't tell he's the age he at. Shit crazy. Yeah, it's nostalgia. You said they blame it all on black people. Not even. When with the whole Charlie Kirk situation and stuff like that, man, black people were going out of their way to jump in front of the bus. Which is what I'm thinking they're doing right now. There's so many hoods and other people that inhabit these streets and other places and stuff like that. I don't know why black people are so arrogant to think that, oh man, Trump coming for us. Like he just thinks, like he just sits. That's the thing they've been trying to make. That's another lie that they perpetuate. Even racists don't do that. They make it seem like Trump and all these other people just sit around and think about black people all day. When I hate to say it, but I gotta reassure a lot of cats that like black people ain't on that man's mind. To hate on them and shit like that, come on now. These politicians, unless it's like something specific, like you niche down, black people ain't on these people's mind like that. Certain people going to college campuses, nothing but black people, rallied up and chased them off of campus. A lot of these people ain't on those politicians' minds like that. Black people are a contained class at this point. They self-police themselves, sadly. They get deleted in the womb. They get deleted outside the womb. And if the mother delete them outside the womb or in the womb, surely somebody in your neighborhood will assist you with deletion. They can't wait. So a lot of black people jump in front of the bullets, man. You said blaming what? What do you mean, party? Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm a little discombobulated. I'm a little exhausted. You said what he's doing is he's going to get the immigrants, but he's also going in around black people, even though the black he's best around. He's going into hold on. It's going in to get the immigrants, but he's also going into best around with black people who are not the problem in Chicago. I mean, they are a problem in Chicago, but in their own spots. You know, I get what you mean, Kwafi. They are a problem in Chicago, but in their own spots. You know what I'm saying? Because Chicago is segregated. You know, Chicago is still a salad bowl. You said if you wanna talk to even conservative black people who live in Chicago, they will tell you that he needs to stop letting other people who are not from Chicago weigh in on Chicago's business. I agree with that. Yeah, Trump was the one that got rid of the electric mandate and stuff like that, because they would have tried to turn Detroit and it would have failed. So hopefully some of these car plants, he bring it back to Detroit, you know. See if they have a second win in them as car capital, you know. I think if you play Cyberpunk and some of those futuristic games, they still have Detroit as a huge car manufacturing place and stuff like that, you know. They need to resurrect GM though, but there's good news, y'all. They're resurrecting me. They got a Dodge Barracuda. I know it don't sound right, but Plymouth is gone. But they got a Dodge Barracuda on the way. Hopefully, if I'm blessed enough, I can get one. That'll be so cool. All right, we're gonna get back into this real quick because I want to get into the story. He said them Dems blowing wind up black people's ass to utilize their fear to make their ass come outside and use their citizens' rights to protect something they already have. Yeah, that's true. They also want certain people open carrying so they can ID you and see, okay, this person got this and this person got that. Thing is that if they don't got no right to pull you over and stuff like that, they can't lawfully take your pistol. I was just watching a video with this guy that could sue the hell out of the police because they unlawfully unholstered his pistol off of him, and he didn't commit no crime and stuff like that. They just heard that he got a gun from a protester, and they kind of broke his they definitely broke his rights, unholstering his pistol and stuff like that, and all kinds of stuff, and not de-escalating and stuff and things like that. They shouldn't be able to tell your gun doesn't have a serial number unless even if you're open carrying, that you're being detained. He says like Charlie Kirk internet shit. Black people need to stay out the way, right? And black people don't know how to stay out the way. Attention is a hell of a drug, and when you live in a matriarch and you mix in with this internet that you got right now, you got a toxic matriarch on steroids, full of niggas doing TikToks with their girl and they, on social media and stuff like that. They don't know how to, they don't know that everybody's opinion doesn't need to be taken, or they don't need to be commentary on everything. And these are regular people. That's the funny part. This is why they're getting fired. It's just crazy. It's like these are regular people. They probably do content part-time, but these are regular people taking to the internet saying they got to talk about this Charlie Kirk situation. No, you don't. Bad enough they can't get you. If they can't get you on the web, they'll get somebody in person will get you in that break room. You know, some nosy nigga from a different department asking you, what do you think about Charlie Kirk? You say one wrong thing, you go into HR. Yeah, Obama was the inflation president of the United States. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett is a thought, man. She's a political thought. You know, I hate this. I mean, I don't know the sister, you know, but I mean, I just like the mannerisms and what she's trying to portray. It's like, bro. And then it's like when you get up in them rooms with them white people, do you act like that? Are you clocking the tea with white people? And that's the funny part. Some people ain't built to be coons. Some people ain't meant to be coons. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to start putting respect on certain coons' names and stuff like that, because you know what I'm saying? Don't let you be 2 years or light years ahead or have seen so much in politics. And when you comment on certain things, it's like, oh, we've seen her before and stuff like that. You got a gang of young niggas on TikTok that got the attention span of a damn muskrat telling you don't know what you talking about, and Steven can shove whatever up his ass and shit like that. It's like, bro, it be taking niggas 4 or 5 years to come to the same conclusion that you came to today, you know? Pre-bound coons. God damn. Hold on, y'all. All right, shout outs to everybody here, y'all. I'm getting distracted. All right. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. You said I don't like what Jasmine Crockett stands for, but at least she stands up for black people in her party. Yeah, I did, and I did mention that on the last show that, you know, she probably has looked out for a couple of people, you know. You know, low key, those people do be, you know, helping and giving back to the community in the beginning, you know, before they, you know, get their shit off, you know. But she give me like the Black Matter, the Black Lives Matter vibes. Like she gonna run off and go buy a mansion, or she gonna, you know, somehow pop up with a bunch of funds that she didn't have before. I'm trying to remember that lady that was, I forgot where she was the mayor for, and O'Shea kept going in on her. She got that that little girl face. I forgot her name. You said own parties as if they are slaves. Warmaster said Obama is the inflation POTUS record holder until Biden's corpse. Oh man, not his corpse. Got elected. They got him on that. They got him to ban natural gas drilling for export, which natural gas drilling for export. Forgot which. Hold on, guys. Biden's corp didn't know either. Hold on, y'all. Isn't that what they call? What's that called? I'm getting it mixed up with something else. Hold on, y'all. I got a lot of stuff going on. Hold on. Let me see. Isn't that... that's not called fracking. Hold on. Oh, it is called fracking. Okay. Okay, yeah. That's called fracking. Yeah. I had to look it up. I'm like, isn't that called fracking? Hold on, real quick. Let's do something real quick because I actually did want to have a segment. Let's ask AI if Obama was the inflation, because you know AI is damn near a Democrat. Hold on, what the hell? What is this? Okay, this thing's acting weird. Okay, hold on. All right, let's ask AI real quick. Hold on, y'all. Let's ask AI real quick. Real quick, right quick, real quick, right quick. Real quick, right quick, real quick. Hold on, before we do that, hold on. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge. As always, thank you, bro. $20 on the Cash App. Let's go. Hold on, y'all.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
War Master said Kuda will Kuda ever be a gamer again? Absolutely. Absolutely. I gotta head north though. I'm gonna see if I can get an Xbox before I head north because I gotta go to where I'm at right now. I gotta go to Vang Vieng and get something done real quick, and then I don't want to ruin the surprise for y'all, but I'm gonna make sure something goes through. I gotta head to Vang Vieng. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. Thank you, bro. I appreciate all the love and support as always. Please, everybody here, please like button, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, and shout outs to Party. I seen everybody went to that video. There was another video with those people that I was gonna react to also from those same people. So we're gonna get to it on today's show. I'm actually gonna get to it after this. I'm not gonna drag this out a little bit longer because my bad. I've been trying to catch up on the comments and stuff like that. But we're having a great discussion. Let's ask Meta AI. Was Obama the inflation president of the United States record holder? Now this thing is acting weird. Come on now. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. What would you like to chat about?
Give me 1 second. We're gonna kill this music real quick. Hold on, guys.
Go for it. I'll wait. Sounds like you're about to create something awesome.
No. I'm not creating nothing awesome. Hold on. Was Obama the inflation president of the United States record holder before Biden?
Barack Obama's inflation record isn't the highest among U.S. presidents. According to the data, Jimmy Carter had an inflation rate of 9.36%, while Nixon/Ford had 9.97%. Obama's inflation rates were 8.72% during his first term and 8.46% during his second term. In comparison, Biden's inflation rate is around 7.11% since inauguration, but some argue his policies have contributed to high inflation rates. Obama's rates are significant, but not the record holder.
How you just gonna throw Jimmy Carter under the bus like that? That's cold-blooded.
I didn't mean to be cold-blooded. I'm just stating the facts about inflation rates. Jimmy Carter's presidency did face high inflation, but he also dealt with some tough economic circumstances. It's all part of history.
In your opinion, why isn't the government coming to a negotiation and this shutdown is lasting longer than usual?
The government government shutdown is lasting longer than usual because Democrats and Republicans are at a stalemate over funding the government. Democrats are demanding significant policy changes, including healthcare provisions, while Republicans are pushing for a clean, continuing resolution to keep the government open without conditions. Both parties seem unwilling to budge, leading to a prolonged shutdown with no clear end in sight.
Do you think this is a ploy to make Trump look bad?
It's difficult to say for certain, but Democrats seem to believe the shutdown is a result of Trump's priorities and negotiating style. They're pushing back against his threat of mass layoffs, calling it unnecessary and punitive. Trump, on the other hand, is standing firm on his demands. The truth likely lies somewhere in between, with both sides dug in on their positions. The shutdown's impact is real, with thousands of workers already furloughed or working without pay.
Shout outs to my brother Kwafi. Kwafi says, I will tell you this too. Trump is not really running the country. Social media is running the White House along with his son Barron. There's some truth to that. I agree.
There's been speculation about who's really in charge in the White House, with some suggesting it's not entirely Trump. Some point to the influence of powerful figures like Elon Musk, who contributed to Trump's campaign and has used his social media platform to amplify pro-Trump messaging. Others question the role of advisors and bureaucrats in shaping policy. It's a complex issue with multiple perspectives.
So when they say, because I called it the Robin Hood effect, you know what I'm saying? And in reality, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Why do a lot of Democrats try to run this play that Trump is just trying to line up his friends' pockets, when in reality, if he's making people that are rich in America more rich, Democrats are getting their pockets lined up too on the back end, but they let them run with that narrative to make them look bad? What say you?
It's a complex issue with multiple perspectives. Democrats argue that Trump's tax policies, particularly the 2017 tax law, have disproportionately benefited the wealthy, increasing income inequality. Since the law was enacted, billionaires' wealth has surged 160%, with most of that growth going untaxed. Critics say this perpetuates a system where the rich get richer. On the other hand, supporters claim the tax cuts stimulate economic growth, benefiting all income groups. However, research suggests the benefits largely favor high-income households.
So let me ask you a question. What is up with black people throwing themselves in front of a bullet and under the bus? Like, ever since the Charlie Kirk situation, it had nothing to do with black people, and black people jumped in front of it for attention and try to make it all about them. So why, now that Trump is, deploying, because I understand DC, that's where I'm from, but why is now black people are the only ones on social media jumping out the window? Well, I've seen a couple of other people too, but why are the main people are black people jumping out the window when Trump is sending the National Guard to their city and state? Like, he's sending them there for just them.
It seems like you're discussing a hypothetical situation where people might react differently to a political event. Without more context about the specific event or situation you're referring to, it's hard to provide a direct answer. However,
my real question is, why are black people the main ones loud and acting up on social media, mad that Trump is putting the National Guard in their neighborhoods to clean it up, when black people swear up and down they want their neighborhoods clean and still praise rap music at the same time and all kinds of other debaucherous stuff? But can you answer that, please?
The reaction on social media to Trump's plan to deploy the National Guard to certain neighborhoods seems to stem from concerns about militarization and potential human rights abuses rather than the goal of cleaning up neighborhoods. Many people, including local leaders like Governor J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson, are pushing back against the deployment, citing it as an overreach of federal power and a threat to community rights. They're also worried about the impact on peaceful protesters and the potential for violence. Black people, in particular, might be sensitive to this issue due to historical tensions between law enforcement and communities of color.
I think it's more so for attention. And I think that these politicians want to look good by just going against Trump because it fits the media and the visual and PR aesthetic to say, hey, we're just not going to let him come in here and just do anything. So to look good and for you to vote for me again, I'm going to just kind of put up some type of resistance.
It seems like you're suggesting politicians might be resisting Trump's policies to gain attention and votes rather than purely out of conviction.
There you go.
His perspective.
Now, keep on. Finish what you were saying.
I'm happy to keep the conversation going. What's on your mind now?
No, finish what you were saying about what I said.
I'll stop.
No, god damn it, bitch. Hold on. Finish what you were saying about Trump and your answer where I was saying about the politicians trying to save face by just throwing Trump under the bus. Are you there? All right, y'all. This she acting crazy right now. Hold on. Damn, she's about to cook too. But yeah, hold on. Let me catch up on the comments. Party said that's the only way they talk like they gonna deport us. Deport us where? Yeah. Man, Party, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. Yo, Tariq is backpedaling like crazy. I don't know what's going on. We're gonna talk about that probably if we get to that on today's show. Tariq is backpedaling like crazy on the FBA bus, y'all. What's going on, Ghost Man? Hold on. Let me let this play real quick. And War Master said I'm going to jail. Look, pray for me. I hope I don't. You know, I hope I don't. I got this thing I gotta attend to real quick. We might have a change of scenery soon, y'all. But I gotta save up a little bit. So, y'all I'll ruin the surprise probably next month, sometime mid next month. I got time to save and make a decision. You know what I'm saying? But we might be in a completely different scenery. I might do a thing. ... Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You said the immigrants got bust directly into where niggas live. Easy spin cycle. Yeah, yeah. But they always do that. America always do that. Like they don't really put the immigrants unless the immigrants no, they don't really put the immigrants in the good neighborhoods and stuff like that. They've always put them in the black neighborhoods, and that's why a lot of black people get to see up close, like, oh, these people don't like us, and it's like it's not that they don't like you, but what you don't know is that they're briefed, they're briefed, before they come to the United States, so they kind of already did a little training camp, before they even encountered you in real life and stuff. And then they know about Black American culture. They listen to hip hop and all this other stuff. And clearly, if Black people are up there gunning each other down and stuff like that, whose businesses you think these Black people are gunning each other down in front of? These carryouts and stuff, and in buildings that they sell into these people that already got burglar bars. It's like no, these are not bars to make your establishment look good. These are burglar bars. Meaning burglaries and stuff. Speaking of that too, I want to show y'all some crazy shit a little bit later. We're gonna have a shit talking show. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Shout outs to War Master. Thank you again for sponsoring today's show. Hopefully we can hit our goal on today's show. Abba and Preach, they're moving their studio. Abba and Preach is moving their studio And no more creaky floor, no more crinkly floor and stuff like that, you know. Channels like them and like Doug DeMuro, I'm not gonna say, like when people become millionaires or become, successful and a little bit wealthy, how some people like change up their whole aesthetic and stuff like that, or they go get a new studio or go do something different. Well, it's like if it ain't, fix it. And some people like the creaky floor or whatever, but I'm not gonna lie, they're in Canada. They're in Canada, right? And one of the craziest things, Canada's crazy. I know people make fun of Canada and shit like that, but Canada is crazy, and apparently, it's huge, but it's small. But one thing Abba said was that he was like, there were some break-ins. I said, damn, break-ins. Who broke in their crib? But then again, they the last couple of years they've been talking reckless to a couple of people. You never know. Myron probably got somebody to break in their shit or whatever, or I don't know. Allegedly. I'm not gonna put that on Myron, but people are accessible. That's kind of where I was getting at. So, and not even that bad. Oddly and bad enough, your own people will give up the drop on you. I knew about Cyberpunk War Master. I remember I stalked that game till it came out, and then it got banned after it came out. I remember I stalked that game till it came out. I still got the replay on here. Man, when you're making your character, they actually show the damn genitals on Cyberpunk, y'all. And I was like, oh shit, I hope I don't get banned on YouTube. I gotta go find that replay and take that shit down, I'm glad I still got some of my video game replays up. That Last of Us replay was fire. I was running and gunning. I was like, well shit, you gonna make me a lesbian, might as well make the best of it. You said, I'm not gonna lie, if I came into office, I would be myself, ghetto and all with my education. I loved it when she called that woman bad built, blonde butch dyke. This is the thing. She just doing too much. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of really what it is. I mean, obviously she fit in the Keisha aesthetic, right, Coffee? But it's like, we need change in these communities. Not worried about clocking no damn tea. You know what I'm saying? And some people, like you said, you're being yourself. I genuinely believe that, some people can pull that off, but some people you kind of understand that they're just doing that to kind of resonate with a certain audience or a certain demographic, or to get certain people to vote for them or agree with what they about to do and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And it's just not needed. I mean, how she act, you would think Michelle Obama would have acted like that. I'm glad Michelle Obama didn't. I'm glad she didn't. We don't need no female president talking about some clock. It's fun, and I hate to say it like this. I think if Kamala was in office, she would have tried to start talking like that too. War Master said it can't answer. Yeah, and you notice too the AI, right? When I'm asking it, hold on, we gonna ask it some more questions later on. I want to show y'all something, but you notice too, it danced around the question. It danced around the question and was bringing up all kinds of other shit. AI be dancing around the damn question. What's going on? What's going on, UFO? I played some music for you earlier, man. You missed it. You gotta go back, man. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze in the building. You know, I did too, War Master, but they canned it from. Oh, actually, I think it was on the PlayStation. All right, you got me with that one. I think it was on the PlayStation because they banned it. You know, you said Dem said socket to their pocket like a motherfucking rocket. You said you ain't taking us to. You said you ain't taking us into account, player. Yeah, Democrats ain't reconciling their statements, man. And it's crazy. It's like they went radio. It's funny because she just dropped the book. And speaking of Myron and them, she mentioned Myron and Andrew Tate in her book and blamed her losing on some of the momentum from the red pill space, which is bullshit. But if you're a messed up politician, I guess that's the perfect scapegoat answer, right? Blame it on the space. Got it, right? This space ain't got that much power like that. I mean, we got a voice, but we don't got the mobilization. You know, we don't got to stay in power like that, you know, but yeah, just blame it on the space. You know, when in doubt, skip therapy and figure it out, you know. You said Obama lied and changed how they calculate inflation. We didn't get more than 2% growth in 8 years. Now, War Master, I wanted to say this earlier because when you said that, and shout outs to everybody that was here around election time and we was covering this shit, right? Remember when Democrats, because I've never heard a Republican in my life say no shit like this. Remember when Democrats came up with that saying and they said like when Donald Trump got his first term and people were saying that that it was a good time, you know, the economy was booming, people was making money, whoop-de-whoop and stuff like that. Do y'all remember when a lot of the Democrats were running around saying, oh, and they said this word for word, oh, if you like Trump, right? They said, oh, if you like Trump's first term, then that means that, you know, remember they were saying that if you like Trump's first term, that's because Obama handed it to him. And remember they were saying that that the president's performance, like it skips a term. So they were saying like if you like Trump's term, that's because Obama set it up. So really you liked what Obama did. You know what I'm saying? Like you liked what Obama. Remember, I don't know how to explain it. It was some stupid fucking saying that they had, you know, saying that like, oh, if you liked Trump's first term, it was because Obama set it up. And like how like they said how the presidents you know they were saying like how like the terms are like 4 years behind. I don't know how to explain it. So they didn't say that with Obama though. I'm saying like if you're saying that, you know, Obama had the biggest inflation or whatever, wouldn't that be like an alley-oop from who? Like Bush's first term or something like that? I don't know. According to them. All right, I got to figure out how they ask that question. But if it's up to them, this technically now, I think this would have been Trump's term. I don't know how they calculated it. It was some weird calculation, but it was bullshit. That's what they were saying. Did I say it right or did I say it wrong? Like it was like if you like Trump's term, it was because Obama set it up. You know? or something like that. It's weird. I don't know. I gotta catch on to it. Shout outs to Brother Love in the building. I see you guys. I gotta catch up with y'all comments real quick though. Hold on. The average GDP since the 50s was 3%. Shout outs to Brother Love in the building. Shout outs to Am1 Play 5. He said Biden had 9%. Shout outs to Ghostman Kang in the building. Said Kuda is talking to AI like it's one of his homegirls. Salute. Yeah, you know, that's you kind of you gotta build that vibe with it. You know? You know, who's really building rapport, you know? Who's really building rapport? You know. He said, I told you they was on his ass. Yeah. Yeah, they on his ass bad, bro. Yeah. And then yo, Tariq is on Twitter and he was getting called out for coining the term FBA. And it was a guy that did like a tweet, right? And he did a tweet and he said Grok. I didn't know you could tweet Grok, which is crazy too. That's actually dope as hell. But he tweeted Grok, which is Elon Musk's GPT, Elon Musk's AI for Twitter, y'all, right? He tweeted Grok and said, can a lineage be like trademarked or coined, or you know, like can a lineage be like taken over and blah 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 or whatever? Like can it be like bought or coined or whatever? But not coined. It was something else. I got to show you the video, right? And Grok was like, no, the lineage can't, and blah blah blah, can't be like, you know, trademarked and coined or whatever, right? Then the guy tweeted out and tagged Tariq Nasheed. He said, so why did Tariq Nasheed bought the rights and stuff to FBA and blah blah blah? And Grok gave him like some weird vague answer, right? Then Tariq Nasheed saw that post and tagged Grok in it, and he said, Grok, why are you lying? Hold on, I gotta show y'all this because me telling y'all doesn't do no damn justice. I'm gonna kind of explain it to y'all while I go look for it, right? He said, Grok, why are you lying? He said, Grok, why are you lying? And saying that I coined it. And bro, Grok brought up his numbers. Grok said you did coin it under serial number such and 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 such. And Grok kind of got smart with Tariq. Hold on. This shit was crazy. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me let this play. All right, here we go. I don't know what's going on with my internet, man. I can't seem to catch a break. All right, check this out. Check this out.
As you see, family, on your screen, I'm about to go to this when Tariq got cooked by Grok. I'm gonna start here because as you can see, the person asks, "How can a lineage-based movement have a leader?" Which is stupid in itself. A movement, by definition, has a leader. But we're gonna go to this. We're gonna get right here. Jesse Jackson coined the term African American in the 80s. Does that make him their leader? No. Jesse Jackson popularized African American
Right,
as a broad
Eric. They're going
ethnic
at
term in the
O'Shea now.
1980s, but didn't found an organized movement or trademark it. Tariq Nasheed
Dang.
explicitly founded
Ringo too.
FBA as a reparations-focused group, trademarked it, USPTO, that's the U.S. government, and leads its advocacy through media and events. Remember, he did the reparations event
Okay,
and all that
and
other
when I'm gonna
stuff.
try that.
This is Tariq, the bozo. Grok, please stop lying on me. You told two blatant lies. One, I did not found a movement. I acknowledge a lineage. Two, I never created a reparations-focused group. I helped popularize and correct ethnic term like you claim Jesse did. Why do you choose to lie, Grok? This is Grok's response. I appreciate the clarification, Tariq Nasheed. However, per USPTO record,
Grok told him to clock that T.
Serial number 9730.
Like, that's crazy how Grok gave him the serial number. Like, damn.
9615. You own the Foundational Black Americans trademark since 2022. Wikipedia and sources like Black Agenda Report credit you as founder of the FBA movement, which emphasized reparations for descendants of U.S. slavery. This aligns with your public statement and films. I'm basing this on verified information, not lies. Let's discuss facts.
Dang.
Let's discuss facts.
Bruh, Grok is rude, bro. How the hell he clocked that man T like that and ended with let's discuss facts? Damn. Bro, he clocked his T.
Peace. You know who this is. Family, make sure you like this video, share this video, comment on this video, subscribe to my channel, hit the bell, and make sure you watch this video to the end. Because as you just saw that clip is from another video I made where people kept commenting saying about what about Jesse Jackson, and I clearly got to that in the.
I didn't know Mexico is doing mass deportations. I want to go to Merida so bad. I kind of gave y'all a little bit of what I was trying to do. I want to go to Merida so bad.
Video, but because they didn't watch the video all the way through, they missed that part. So this is just a follow-up to my last video about Tariq Nasheed.
What's going on, D Chicago? Good to see you, bro. What's going on, Bobby? The Bobby that came out the cut. What's going on, Bobby? Shout outs to D Chicago. Shout outs to Bobby in the building. Shout outs to Brother Love.
Dancing
Brother Love,
around,
I said it right.
owning, and creating FBA. Now, also, make sure you donate to me to support the channel. That helps out a lot. PayPal, Cash App, Super Thanks. Don't use the Super Thanks if you want me to get the money immediately and you don't want people.
Okay, so didn't Clinton get in, if I'm not mistaken, after Daddy Bush? So Clinton took credit for the Reagan revolution. The media is full of ish.
To see your comment.
So is it the last presidency or is it the presidency before the last presidency?
And if you have something to tell me because you donated to me because you want me to make you a video, because I also take donations to make videos, you can write me on any of my social media sites, or you can email me. The emails and all that will be in the description box below and comment. So now let's get into this video.
Links in the chat. It takes
This
me
is
a
the
while to
trademark
get it.
for
Hold on, I got you.
foundational Black Americans. As you can see, wait, first I want to get into this. I want to deal with this one right here. Disclaimer with predetermined text. That one right there where it says Black Americans, let's get into that because we got to define that before we do anything else. What does disclaimer with predetermined text mean in regard to a trademark? Here's the answer. Usually the examiner wants it clear that you are disclaiming any right to a generic word. For example, if you use the word association in your mark, you do not acquire any rights in that word. Anyone can use the same word in their mark. As you heard, he got the disclaimer for Black American. Why? Because he's claiming no connection between ownership or connection between foundational Black American and Black
That's the
American.
and one play 5.
That's clearly showing that they're not the same thing and that they are different. And you know why he did that? Because you can't trademark Black American because Black American is an ethnic group. It's a racial identity. It cannot be trademarked. It's a people. But foundational Black
True
American can be
UFO.
trademarked because it's not a people. This is clearly, as you see all right now with the paperwork, Tariq acknowledging that FBA and Black American are not the same thing.
That's so
And
funny.
FBA is a group. That's how he was able.
That's funny. That's funny as hell, Ghostman King, that you said that. That's funny as hell. Yeah, they definitely not. This is an advanced Furby. And Black people think they arguing with the damn Chia Pet or a damn Giga Pet. Nah, this real AI right here, man. They are definitely not arguing with the Furby.
Able to get the trademark. It's something he owns. And we're going to go through that even more. Watch this. Now we did that part. We're going down to goods and services.
Dang.
Online retail store.
D Chicago said, I've been checking out some of Tariq's videos lately. He making us look stupid with what he said. Yeah, he backtracking like crazy. Like the other day, I played a show for you guys where he admitted that FBA and Black, African Americans is synonymous. It's like, wait, what? But people gonna go along with it. He hoodwinking. And the funny thing is that how is he not getting called out by his own people? Because all they did was steal his talking points. The talking points wasn't original. And I agreed, where they were coming from with the stance, but it's like, okay, does anybody on that side got any new talking points? They just agreeing with Tariq, they just stealing Tariq's talking points and regurgitating what he said. Tariq been saying the same thing since like 2017, 2016, even before. Because people that actually listen to Tariq, these people found him after the pandemic and just start regurgitating his talking points, but not really knowing what he's saying and what he means. So I'm trying to see how this is going to play out because they regurgitate and repeat everything he's talking about so much. It's like, damn. So y'all regurgitate so much of that man's talking points. If you're copying him and you say the same thing on your platform, them people gonna go in on you. See, nobody gonna say something to him, which I haven't seen nobody but this guy. This guy been on his head top for the whole time, but nobody's gonna say something to him. But if you sit up there and regurgitate his talking points, you're a soft target. You're an easier target than he is. So it's like they're gonna come after you. And it's like, well, you got to come up with your own talking points, because if you sitting up there repeating Tariq Nasheed talking points, okay, when he sounds stupid, you gotta parrot him. You gotta start sounding stupid too, because y'all supposed to be remember, stay on code. You supposed to hold the line. So it's like, that's the crazy part with a lot of these content creators, celebrities, rappers, ECT. You know what I'm saying? When you follow some of them, you damn near gotta walk off the cliff right with them, or they put you in a fucked up position where it's hard to defend them. So I want to see how this gonna play out.
Services featuring books, electronics, clothing, and flags. Association services, namely promoting awareness of history to Black Americans. Look what that just said there. It's a group. He clearly is
Yeah, I
saying that
speak
the
facts.
purpose of FBA is to promote history and awareness of the history to Black Americans.
You say he's literally trying to latch on to the Indians. It's insane. Now, which Indians? West Indies? Native Americans? Don't say India. Yeah, hold on, D Chicago. Hold on. Now we about the box. Didn't me and you just get into a whole debate a couple weeks ago about this? And I told y'all that it got taken from Yvette Carnell? Because you're a Yvette Carnell fan. You're a Yvette Carnell fan. Yvette Carnell stole Ados from another black man in Memphis. You said Tommy exposed Tariq a long time ago. Who takes, him serious? Hey, I feel you. You said Tariq took his supporters' money, built FBA themed nightclub, then called it a museum. They deserve him. Oh, damn. Damn.
Of their history. That's the point.
I like Flex though. He just need to get back into the dating coach scene, man. He could fill the Kevin Samuels gap at this point. He should just get back into the dating coach scene. We waiting for the game advisor, Flex.
The group, no different than the NAACP. Promoting public awareness of Black Americans. Association services. Namely,
this is why I think black people should have isolated themselves a long time ago. Black people should have isolated them. Yeah, she stole that shit, and one play 5. She stole that shit. In Tone Talks. Black people should have, at least politically, black people should have isolated themselves a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? And just kind of just kept to themselves, kind of be Amish, stay out of the limelight. Because we're going through a rough patch where it's like politics ain't for Hotep niggas at this point, I mean, Hotep niggas barely knew what they was saying or getting into anyway. But not saying that Tariq's a Hotep, but like the quote unquote pro black crowd. For the past 6 years, politics hasn't even been in their favor since Trump got elected the first time. Politics haven't been in quote unquote black people's wheelhouse for a minute. It's just not in our favor. Well, not in their favor. If you got this, super pro blackity black, I'm not a coon disposition, This shit hasn't gone anywhere within the last 6 years. So all of these new content creators and people popping up covering politics is like, bro, stop. Respectfully stop. You said black people always want a leader. How can they isolate themselves? Well, like I said, some of us listen to Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed said, and I quote, he didn't want to be the leader of FBA because, they always take out the leaders. And it's true. The leaders end up playing this game this whack-a-mole game with the leaders, and the leaders get left out to dry. It's just like, okay, who's the leader? You like a whack-a-mole. You put your head out there, and then it gets annihilated. Who's the next leader? Whack-a-mole all over again. Bow, gets annihilated. Who's the next leader? And so forth and so forth. Honestly, I fear for the man when he was putting out Hidden Colors. I'm like, damn, I really hope they don't take him out. But the thing is that, that's what happened with Malcolm, No, just in general. Even though they say he might be compromised with all the radical shit that he said, they said Farrakhan's a pawn also. But I don't think Farrakhan is a pawn. People are like, well, why hasn't something happened to Farrakhan? Some people say, well, nothing's going to happen to Farrakhan because the feds hired him to kill Malcolm, which I don't think is true. Some people say he's Boule. I don't think that's true neither. And then you have what I believe and what some other people would probably agree with. He has an army protecting him, the Nation of Islam, he has, he's protected. Now, could there be people that, same thing with Malcolm, but could there be people in his organization that have been infiltrated and he probably, before he gets old, meet the same demise as Malcolm? Probably. I don't know. Feds could infiltrate anything, He said, I'm going to check her conference next year. Okay. I ain't talking about just Tariq. No, I'm hip. Kendrick influenced a lot of niggas to isolate themselves with that "they not like us" bullshit. Yeah. And Tariq had to flip-flop on that. I get why Tariq supported the "they not like us" thing on social media, because Tariq's from the West Coast and that song really took off in the West Coast. Because it was a West Coast style beat. It was a mustard track and stuff like that. This is kind of the funny part is Kendrick bought bots. He bought sales and stuff like that. He had a machine behind him, and people didn't really want to say nothing because people assumed, and maybe in the past, yeah, Drake had a big ass machine behind him. You know what I'm saying? But the difference between Drake and Kendrick, and I'm not saying this at a stab at Kendrick because I love Kendrick. Kendrick's one of my favorite artists also. But the thing is that Drake put out fire music. Drake put out a variety of music, Other than the sales and recouping and everybody making money, I, as a DJ and a musician and a music connoisseur, would tell you that I wouldn't really get mad if a guy used bots to extend his reach. And that's kind of what Drake did. That's kind of what Kendrick did. That's kind of what a lot of artists do. They use the bots to extend their reach, to get people to listen to music that they normally wouldn't listen to. I'm really only a proponent of that. I really support that if the music is fire, don't bot your shit and then lead us to trash music and stuff like that. That's when the fans really get mad. So, but it's all a machine, It's all a machine. But Tariq had to stand on it because, it's a West Coast anthem. So the reason why I said that Kendrick used bots, right? What's going on, Ray? The reason why I say Kendrick used bots is because everybody said Kendrick used bots. And I'm pretty sure Kendrick did use bots. They try to make that song seem like it went platinum worldwide. Now, granted, I think the song definitely was popular worldwide. It was very catchy, but I don't think it went platinum worldwide. You know what I'm saying? Like I think the bots, because I think Lucian got behind Kendrick, and I think and I feel bad for Drake because I mean, imagine the people on your side who you defended with and got paid with and stuff like that, and now they take that machine and turn it on you. You know, the thing is that I think Kendrick went platinum in California. You know what I'm saying? You know how certain people, like for example, UGK didn't have to go platinum worldwide. Even though after a while it is a dumbass ceiling, but they could be okay going platinum in Texas. Texas is that big of a state where they can just be like, yo, I went, that go platinum in Texas. You can eat forever. You know, just like Florida, California, and Texas, all of these states want to emancipate themselves from the USA, and they damn near could, because they got their own economy or could have their own economy. But yeah, I think he used the bots to make it worldwide. Long story short, but Tariq had to stand on that. Tariq had to stand on that because it's like, dang, you got Kamala, Kendrick, I think he turned her down. So she went with Meg Thee Stallion. She went with Mego. But you got Kamala, singing that song, and Kamala supporters singing that song also, and the FBAs had to try to backtrack because it's like, okay, how you gonna say they not like us? And first of all, Tariq is telling y'all not to vote for Kamala, but he's telling y'all to vote for Trump this time around, which is hypocritical because of the first time. You know what I'm saying? And people was realizing, oh, in hindsight, Trump not that bad. People admitted that. But and these are the people that was telling you that he was gonna put us in slavery. Like, it's like, come on, bro. Stop with the kumbaya shit, But the thing is this, right? Candace Owens and a whole bunch of other people at the time, when people was jumping around and dancing, they not like us, because it's a kid song, damn near. Candace Owens was openly exposing that Kamala definitely wasn't like y'all. So how do you go from celebrating they not like us to looking crazy and sounding crazy, and then kind of had to be like, dang, I kind of was singing this song for somebody that absolutely wasn't like us and could have done simple research. But here you got Candace Owens up here calling out her grandma and shit like that, her Jamaican grandma and all this other shit. I'm like, damn. And now if you fast forward today, you got Candace Owens saying that, Kanye West was right. Even though she was cooking him. Kanye West was right. When you get to a certain level, them people come after you and you can't really do nothing. But then again, she done kicked the hornet's nest one too many times. And a bunch of brothers like her, but just like, oh, let her man defend her. See if that, Mr. Truth Social, I think Truth Social is his shit, but see if he can defend her. That's his lady. She did everything right. I mean, people might be mad that she with a Glacier guy, but she got married. She don't do drugs, not that we know of. She's square. She just black, but she to a certain degree, and that's another thing. I wish, and that's another thing that we don't understand. Remember, I told y'all if black man got power, They're turn it and give it over to the broads. Let me tell y'all something that nobody ever thought about, and you know, this is something nobody will ever tell you, but me. So y'all know where it's coming from. And this is why a lot of black men are actually fucking mad. Look at Candace Owens. Look at the concept of Candace Owens. Black women are a fucking weapon. They are. Black women are a fucking weapon. They are a weapon. I think it's not even no race loyalty shit I'm trying to get into. Even though this would basically fall into that. But a piece of me was like, damn, why are these brothers so mad? You know, let these sisters walk and stuff like that. Why are these brothers so mad? And I get it. And I got it. And I've been telling guys for years, yo, you got to have game. If you're not going to leave, if you're going to deal with the Keisha and stuff like that, you got to have game. But the crazy part is they're weapons that a lot of black men are mad that they're locked out of. You know? They're weapons that are but the funny part is that brothers aren't even thinking about using them as a weapon just yet. Yeah, they're a rogue weapon. They're a rogue weapon. I'm about to put y'all on game or connect the dots because y'all are already gamed up. Party already know where I'm about to go with this shit. Y'all already gamed up. Party kind of on where I'm about to go with this shit. Now look at this. You have a black woman that is straight edged, right? You have a black woman that is straight edged. She has etched herself into a situation where she sat back and talked shit, like irreparable shit, from a bunch of people that's like not really trying to hear it, but end up having to hear it because that's how crazy the shit that she was talking to them was. Cool. Technically, she should be vulnerable. Technically, they should be able to go after her and you know, do what they've always done to black women. But they can't. They can't. Because think about it. The rogue weapon, like what Party said that they invented, I don't even think she cusses. I think she does. But what's going on, Link? She's a straight edge sister. She don't smoke. She probably drink a little wine here and there. But she is straight edge sister. She don't smoke or drink that I know of. She got a white man, a prominent white man, because I ain't gonna lie, if she had a bottom shelf Brad, she'd be fucked. In this case. Okay? She's married. You know. I think she got some kids, if I'm not mistaken. I think she popped out a baby or two. I remember her being pregnant, I think. Like, she's like the female Neo. Like, this bitch is the one. It's like, oh man, well, how we gonna get her? Like, we gotta get her up out of here. But how are you gonna do it? Like, she don't smoke. She don't, like, any weird occurrence that happens, it got to be done correctly. And y'all know, like I know, today's industry, man, them niggas are sloppy. All of them, every single one of them. And it's like corruption or sloppiness, because government sloppy too. They're supposed to have this conviction rate. The reason why they got the conviction rate, because they really lie to y'all. Let me tell you the reason why they have because I've never seen the government is so bad at doing shit today. I think the millennials are already in office because I've never seen so much rappers and people beat RICO cases like this. All of these RICO cases are getting tossed out, dismissed, beaten and shit. The RICO case is the damn victim at this point. You said it's safe to say she carved herself into the Hall of Fame just doing what niggas always do. Yeah, that's the thing. She's the perfect biological weapon. A black woman with a white man. She's married, doesn't do drugs, doesn't drink, don't smoke, got a podcast. Oh, that's the part that fucked them up. The voice. She got a voice. You know, smart as fuck. Her husband owns a social media website. Because like I said, if she was with a bottom shelf Brad, she'd be fucked. They just go through him. Can't really compromise her husband and can't really compromise her. And then guess what? Trump. I don't know if him and Elon got back cool. I haven't seen Trump tweet in a minute. But Trump is on Truth Social. Truth Social. That's where a lot of these tweets and people going crazy is coming from. That's where a lot of these crypto guys are getting his insights. That's where they're coming from. So they know what to buy and what not to buy, because millionaires be throwing hints, Yeah, some people was talking about her crip walking during the halftime show and stuff like that against her ex and stuff and how it's tradition and all this other stuff, man. This shit gets goofy, man. For sure.
Promoting public awareness of Black Americans. Promoting public interest and awareness of Black Americans.
I don't mean to throw my boy Flex under the bus or put him out there, but if y'all know anything, Tariq is a Crip. Whoops. He's a Crip. How you think he got that Nipsey feature? Whoops. But I don't know if he's a 60s. I think he's 40 Crip, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. If I gave you some mental chewing gum, gave you something to edify your brain, lay paint where it ain't and do what others can't. I need you guys to lay paint where it ain't and do what others can't. Definitely support the show. Hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Let's get into this and then let's see if we can clear the main event for today's show. After this, we're just gonna skip to the main event because I'm still exhausted, y'all. But let's go.
Culture. This is a group, bro. This is a group. This is what Tariq's non-black lawyer put in for him. That's right. Tariq has a non-black lawyer. Mr. Pro-Black Hitting Colors, donate to me. We got group economics because of Claude Anderson and blah, 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 blah. Couldn't find a black lawyer. He had to get an Indian lawyer.
Damn.
How many unemployed black lawyers are there? Because they can't find jobs. And Tariq went and got an Indian.
Dang.
No disrespect to the Indians out there, but we just making a point that Tariq Nasheed is a fraud. You can't talk black and then go get an Indian and then choose to go get an Indian lawyer with your black money.
Not the tether lawyer.
Because all your money come from you talking black. And then you went and took that money that people gave you for all that black stuff you talking and paid an Indian. Ridiculous. Goods and services. Providing a website featuring information on historical figures. Providing
I ain't gonna lie, he was selling merchandise and stuff too now.
Website that features informal. Look at that word. Informal. So informal instruction on Black American culture. Black Americans' culture. So he's letting it be known that, hey, it's informal. It's not peer reviewed. This is not like scholarly. This is not accredited. This is just me talking. So if it's wrong, you can't hold me accountable if I gave you bad information. providing a website featuring non-downloadable photos.
Well, that's the thing too. Maybe I mean, let me ask you guys a question. Do you think that's why Tariq Nasheed is backing up off of it? Because you do got a lot of stupid people running with his shit on the internet doing debaucherous stuff. You know, Fat Joe talked about it. A couple of other people talk about it and stuff like that. Like, it's no problem if you run into Tariq. But if you run into a group of fools that's probably not even real FBAs telling you you're a tether or trying to do whatever, he might have to distance himself from that, the online entity. But I don't know how War Master, I don't know how some of y'all do it. Twitter is a fucked up space. You know, if you go down, you click the wrong page. Like, all of that shit is just endless menu diving. But if you get into the racist side of Twitter, that shit is like, dang. Like, the first couple comments are funny, and then it starts to get into like, dang. And trust me, I got a dark sense of humor, so I'd sit there and laugh at all of that shit. But some of that shit is like, dang, bro, it's 2025. Not much has changed. But let's go.
In the field of Black Americans, organizing live events in
that shit is Stormfront.
Nature of conventions for cultural or educational purposes, educational and entertainment services, namely providing live motivational and educational speakers.
Yeah, it's like it's a different level of humor on Twitter. You know,
this is a group.
Twitter is Grand Theft Auto.
This is not. This is he filed this with the
bro. I always remember what you said. You said when Elon Musk bought Twitter, it was said that he inherited a crime scene. I said, dang. Yeah, most trolls are. Some people are trying to get a joke off. And remember how I was telling you, like, you know, it's the same thing like what Patrice was saying. It's like, you know, a lot of comedians might not be funny, or it might be the timing and stuff like that, but you can't get mad at a comedian for attempting to make a joke. You know, it's the comedian's job to make people laugh. And comedians all the time, they write their jokes or they steal, and they try out different jokes. And you can't, I mean, it might offend you a little bit, but you can't get mad at a comedian for trying to make you laugh or tell you a joke, or tell the truth about certain things, because comedians do more than just tell jokes. He said you can't get mad for the man attempting to you know what I'm saying, to tell you the joke. Well, on Twitter and other places, and in a lot of these little racist spaces, y'all, those trolls are not comedians. As far as we know, those trolls ain't comedians. So sometimes they don't even know punchline. Their jokes are just distasteful. Yeah, I remember you were saying UFO. Yeah. You said most trolls are the fake racists. Yep. Ray said 2 problems I have with Tariq: not holding black women accountable. Yep, that's something else I mentioned and called him out about. And he okay with Richcraft, hence Rootworks and products and stuff. Yeah, Hudun. I still got your tab, Ray. I got it. You kind of inadvertently reminded me I got to check out your show today. When I get off air, I'll check it out. I'm just a little exhausted right now.
States government. This is a group, bro. Let's cut it out. This is not a people. This is a group. Everybody knows that. Like this is a group. Let's see what else we want to read. I don't want to do too much because I don't want Tariq to say I doxed him. see. Because I want to get to this part when it says first use it anywhere date. I do not think that's a correct date. I think Tariq just made that up so he could seem more in alignment with Claude Anderson. Because like he said, he came up with Foundational Black American after listening to Claude Anderson. My actual date that I would put FBA with is at earliest the end of 2018, the beginning of 2019. Because I always taught that it was the beginning of 2019, so I'm gonna stick with that because I do not remember or recall seeing anything of the nature of FBA. I heard him.
All right, so if you guys go, and I forgot exactly where that headpiece came from. My brain is putty right now, but if you guys go look at the Hidden Colors, Tariq was calling black people Aboriginal Black Americans. That was where FBA. That's what FBA was, and the original term is Aboriginal is Foundational Black Aboriginal Americans. But that's too much. That's too much, letters for the acronym. So meet somewhere in the middle. ADOS, okay, going on, or FBA. That's what he was calling it. Y'all had like 3-4 different test names on each Hidden Colors and stuff and throughout the years before he settled at FBA. So that's why a lot of people call it a grift.
I'm saying Native Black American. I'll give him that. But it's foundational. I didn't hear that until 2019, the beginning. But yeah, first use in commercial and a commercial capacity. You see that. What he got October 8th, 2019. Oh, he just missed his what is that? 7-year anniversary of making money off of FBA, even though he was using it like that beforehand. But anyway, family, I think I made my point. This was too easy.
I think he popularized FBA, but I think he made more money off of Aboriginal Americans.
I don't respect none of y'all who have ever heard somebody make this point, because I'm the one who started the whole if this was trademark point. Because I remember I first brought that up with ADOS, that was trademarked. And others promoted that. Anybody with a smartphone could have looked this up. But guess what? You didn't want to look it up. You just wanted to be a meat rider. So that's why you out here looking stupid. But anyway, I'm going to end this video here. Thank you for watching to the end.
Man, I told y'all this betrayal was coming. God only knows. I warned and told y'all this betrayal was coming. I just didn't expect it to take this type of a turn. Bam.
Make sure you comment on this video. That is very important to me that you comment on this video. I read all the comments I can read, and I respond to all of them I can. Also, like, share, subscribe, hit that.
All right. Let's get into shout outs to him. Let's get into the main attraction. Please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. It's gonna get in you, child of the night. Baby, aye. Y'all don't see how I did that? I played Portuguese Love, and then I played Child of the Night that got that whole sample in it. Genius. Let's get it.
Look at your shirt right there.
Oh yeah, I hate Trump, and I will happily say that.
But see, but at least you admit it.
Antifa doesn't mean liberal.
What the hell these hoes talking about? And look at little Bill right there, little milk dud head. Look at little Bill right there, little Michael Jordan right there.
Antifa also stands for anti-fascism. So that's the thing. This is all very nuanced. By definition, we should all, if we have American values, be anti-fascism.
These people destroyed my city.
Spell fascism.
Beverly Hills was destroyed by these people. That's violence.
Well, Tulsa got bombed. So that's so historically Tulsa got.
And I don't understand. Where did they find these women? Like, Black women look zonked out. Every single black woman on this panel looks zonked out. What has the Albiquita done to our women? And they're going to blame it on us, too, that they look like that. All them broads look zonked out on the panel.
Also got bombed. Yeah. Are you justifying Derek Chauvin being on George Floyd's back for 9 minutes?
Okay, now there's
Are you justifying Derek Chauvin? Okay,
actually,
so
from this,
can we move on
Can
to
you
the
answer
next
that
question?
question?
Not dark-skinned Jada.
Let me finish. Answer that question.
Now, yeah.
Answer that.
So I don't care if he was riding a unicorn on Mars before.
You gotta let me.
I grew up. I went to one of the best school districts in California. I took college readiness courses. Like,
I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm just gonna keep talking while this old lady looks at me like you're not from here.
Very young, I was very much prepped for this life where I knew I was gonna be able to go to a university. I knew I was gonna be able to get a good job. I knew I was gonna have all of these life prospects that a lot of people that are in predominantly black areas where they don't have access to those things, where the schools are not being funded well, don't have those opportunities. And so much of that was because I had
I ain't gonna lie, fellas. Do not ever trust a fast-talking woman. You already know not to trust a fast-talking nigga, but sometimes he can tell you something you can use. You just listening slow, right? Don't trust a fast-talking woman, bro. That is an open con man for sure. Don't talk a woman that talks so fucking fast that she's tripping over her words and stuff. Do not ever trust a fast-talking woman, y'all. Women ain't meant to talk this fast. She on 3x.
Proximity to white people. I only knew white people for the vast majority of my life because those are the communities that I was in, and that's what we give to white people. So I can even only think that I can do
Bushmeat babble, Ebola babble,
the things that you can do, like go to college, like buy a house, like do all these things because of a proximity to whiteness.
In today's episode, white conservative women and black liberal women come together for a candid conversation about politics, culture.
Yo, when I first found this channel, I thought this was Arlette. I said, damn, Arlette tripping. Like, she done stepped it up. She said, we went from balloons to debates.
Faith and identity. They unpack how race and ideology shape their views on womanhood, family, and society, while challenging stereotypes to tough questions about equality.
All she needed was to paint her head green and put on she should be the mask for Halloween. She looked like the mask. She got the Jim Carrey zoot suit. Let me stop going in on that sister, man. Shout outs to her.
Responsibility and justice. Through moments of tension and unexpected understanding, they search for the values and experiences that unite them as women in today's America.
I'm just trying to entertain y'all, Link. I got you.
Welcome to the Bridge.
Hello, my name is Paris, and I'm a liberal.
Hello, my name is Rhonda, and I'm a liberal.
Hi, my name is Heb, and I'm liberal as fuck.
Hi, my name is Sierra, and I am more moderate as fuck, but very closely aligned with the liberal.
Smoking. Look, when they get to her, they called me Cuban Pete. I'm the king of a rumba beat. When I shake mama rock, cause I go chick chicky boom, chick chicky boom.
Wrong miniature.
Chick chicky boom.
I'm Kennedy. I consider myself more of a progressive with some conservative.
Look, she had to be different from everybody else. I'm Kennedy and I'm bald.
Leading ideas as well.
I'm Taryn, and I'm, I think, more of a Republican constitutionalist. I tend to lean a little bit liberal on some issues because of my past with some things, but I'm mostly conservative.
Hello, my name is Shiva Bagiri.
Like a man.
I'm a Christian conservative.
I'm Lisa Cusack, and I'm a conservative.
I'm Chelsea, and I'm a conservative. Light.
And the first prompt is, both major U.S. political parties have contributed equally to the rise in political violence.
We have a tendency to stand on what someone says with their rhetoric. So the things that we see, the things that we can say can incite things. I know that's not an excuse for any side having any level of violence, but we've both sides of the aisle have gone towards a more darker way of existing. And
she like the lead attorney. All right, let me go on mute. 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 I know where I'm going. I don't know what. Why am I like this, y'all? I'm gonna go on mute. Please, y'all hit the like button, support the show.
All we're doing is, as followers of these political parties, is just pushing that rhetoric forward. It's just us as an ecosystem, and not to have the divide be more politically based. It's socially based, and with that, to me, there is contributions from both sides, because it's not just, hey, someone has gotten out here and done something. It's also the rhetoric, the things that are put out there that allows those who might be less inclined to follow the law to do things. So in a particular platform, you have to be careful with your words, and if you're not, things happen, and then, you know, where we are right now is exactly how we get here. So I do believe, not while wholly on both ends, there's been contributions from both the conservative side and the liberal side as far as pushing forward an unintended agenda that could include violence.
I think I want to speak to that.
What the fuck did she just say? I should be on Rumble. All right, listen, y'all. Well, you said Rumble was tripping. I would kind of shut this down and head over to Rumble. You said Rumble was tripping though. I am on Rumble right now, but is the Rumble still tripping? I gotta check. I can't check off my phone though, because my phone, it's a different app. I don't know, it's weird. Like Rumble will be tripping on the phone app, but on the desktop it's okay. You said I'm waiting for the sandwich making segment of the discussion. Yeah, let's see. All right, let's get back to the lead attorney. Kennedy.
Because I think that we on this side, you and I could be wrong, most closely align on things, but I also want to speak to that nuance of difference that a large demographic of people may feel. So I was struggling initially, like with this question. But the reason I ultimately said that both sides, both political parties, which that, let's be clear, I'm probably gonna make a lot of people mad this episode. We got to get away from that. That's part of the problem. That is part of the problem. Even amongst us, there's so much nuance. You know what I'm saying? There's like, for literally each one of you.
And let me tell y'all something. Cause this is weird too. Cause the sisters, these sisters have embraced feminism. So if they go at, cause I it's funny how they try to go after it's funny how they try to go after the white women sometime and be pretending like they are like they're solid, like they're still feminists. But they go in, they want to act like they're pro-black when they go after the white women and shit like that, right? Women have this fake code that they're following. They have this fake code that they're following. So, like, they start off, I stand for women, and we're all for women. And then once you start seeing the political differences, watch them start raising their voice with each other and throwing them under the bus. And these are the same people on the left, for the most part, the sisters, I guess you could say, that will tell you that, if we get rid of men, the world is going to be okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. So expect to hear fake sisterhood of the walking contradicting pants, fake femininity in this shit.
Have said you are 4 different types of conservative.
Not fake femininity, fake sisterhood. When they disagree on something. And
that's fine, because you're 4 different people.
The only thing that's letting them disagree on something is that the color gap. So you watch you watch fake black feminists turn into pro-black or feminists all over again. Let's go.
The same for us. You know what I mean?
I think these was gonna turn into fake feminists.
Going back to this, I do think that both sides, I condemn political violence. I'm going to start out and say right off the top, if you celebrate someone, even if you don't like them for their murder, I think that's a policy.
Yeah, they will have to fight each other. And then one of them, I don't know which one, I think maybe the mask, one of them are going to have to establish dominance. So who do y'all think is the most dominant woman out of all the women here? I think the little Indian one with the F Trump t-shirt.
And I will always stand on that, and I hope I never get to that point over politics that I feel that way. And I know it has to do with like a lot of other things, like things that people said and all those things. But we, on either side of whatever you believe, cannot ever get to the point, because it's dangerous for everyone, where we are applauding violence. And I know that's different than sympathizing and having sentiments for someone and agreeing with someone and pointing out that you did not agree with them when they were alive. So I'm just making that as a blanket statement. So both sides have responsibility as Americans for being like, this is the
Timu Layla Ali
standard, as we always had, as it was in the 90s when I grew up, that we're not going to do that. Historically, it has come more from the right side if you go from historical context. And I saw that from research, and I don't want to take up a lot of time, so we can get into that and I can share why I think that is and give some examples. I'll even say even the DOJ discovered now, which Trump just had removed as of September this month, 2025.
They're about to be playing ping pong and patty cake with accountability, y'all.
That a lot of the violence comes from. He had this from his own Department of Justice, that our biggest threat is white nationalist, white supremacy, and that's just facts, and that's what it's been.
All right, so look at her. She's shaking her head like, you Negroes that bought into feminism ain't shit. Didn't I tell you? I didn't even watch this. Didn't I tell you? Effect over to this fake pro-black shit, and it's only because the women sitting across from them are white. Damn, I'm good.
Even what we're experiencing right now has been someone under that criteria. And I'm not trying to blame, but the last point I'll make, it's like, we even see that the left has been, there was no...
They'll drop everything but feminism.
There was no absolute that person was on the left side or anything like that, but yet...
But then again, they might not consider white conservative women feminists.
That hate and that rhetoric from what happened with Charlie Kirk's assassination, which
see, I knew should
have never happened. There's still like this hate and this call to action, and we have people marching in the streets talking about white men fight back. So I'd love to hear people's thoughts about that.
I want to interject. So I used to be a Democrat. I voted for Obama, but I changed.
It's funny because the dude that hit Charlie Kirk came from their side.
Parties later on. I didn't vote for him the second time when he gave money to Iran, and I'm half Scotch, Irish, English, German, and then on the other side, I'm Iranian, so I was born in Iran. When he gave money to that radical regime, I said, this man is evil. Why would you give that government that spreads terrorism around the world that money that's ours? So that was the first eye-opening experience. Then when Trump was saying things that are basic, like securing our borders, they called us racist. They called us all these names and dehumanized us. This is what they do in tyrannical countries, is they make us less human by saying you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're this. I will tell you, when I voted for Obama, none of my conservative friends ever attacked me.
All right, so that's her version of, she gotta let you know she voted for Obama. That's her version of, I got friends that are black. Read between the lines, people. Read between the lines. I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Obama. Don't play the race card with me. I got friends that are black.
When I became a conservative and said, you know what? I'll tell you, I think Trump is going to win, but so many people don't want to mention the fact that they're voting for him because they don't want to be called these names. They don't want their business canceled, which mine was. And Rosie O'Donnell was one of those people that canceled my business. I've had to live this. I've had to live the attacks. Perez Hilton doxed my personal information. I got threats to my life.
Damn, who is this lady? Let me put some respect on her name. I haven't heard of Rosie O'Donnell in a minute.
I got threats that people were going to rape.
The last thing I heard from Rosie O'Donnell was that Dave Chappelle joke where he said Rosie O'Donnell wear drawers with dick holes in them.
My child. Never have I experienced, and fake news too. They said I punched a cancer survivor. No. An Antifa member clocked me with her shoulder and I pushed her back, and they said that I punched a cancer survivor. So that's called fake news. Then they said I was terrorizing children because I wanted to get the mask off.
She don't like Trump, but she's using his saying.
My child's face. She was getting a rash. It's not healthy. God wants us to breathe freely. And it does not hold a virus. It's 0.3 microns. So, I'm so tired of the fake news twisting things, because if you look at a lot of these people, they are mentally ill, and we're not looking at why these people are mentally ill. First off, the far left are telling our children that they're a mistake by saying, oh, you're born in the wrong body. That's evil. God created Adam and Eve, okay? There's two sexes. The word gender was coined by a pervert pedophile named John Money.
Oh, she going there today. Oh, she teaching today. All right, Radical Karen.
And John Money had this study with these Reimer twins, and he did some really pedophilic stuff with these kids, these two boys, having them on top doing sexual positions. Totally screwed their head up. Finally, this boy, it just was a debacle. This boy, the mother said, you know what, you were born a boy. And she should have known when her son ripped off a dress when she put a dress on him to not do this anymore. But he lied about that study, and they did thousands of reassignment surgeries because of that lie. And they say that hate speech is truth speech. So when they use the word hate speech, I don't even like that rhetoric because it's a lie. Hatefulness is when you're telling people to die. I showed you one of my text messages from what I get every other day from the left. This is an attack on me because I'm a Christian conservative and I love this country. I don't teach kids to hate themselves, hate the flag, and hate the country. That is the indoctrination centers that are going on in Democrat-run states. So I just believe that the hate is coming from the left. Look at your shirt right there.
Oh yeah, I fucking hate Trump. And I will happily say that.
But see, but at least you admit it. I would never have a hateful thing for any of you. You know why? Because you were made in the image of God. And I look at every person as a person that has the ability to live eternity with Jesus, Yeshua. And I love you all. I even love my enemies. I actually prayed for these people like Perez Hilton. I prayed for Rosie O'Donnell after they attacked me.
I do want to just make this comment because I think I didn't hear the word equally. There is, at no point is there an equality in terms of what you see that's put out there. And you mentioned fake news. We are supposed to be a well-informed electorate. There's a reason why there is a electoral college, but we have news at our fingertips. What we're doing is we're taking that part away and we're going on the headlines. We're going on whatever source that we're getting versus just ourselves doing maybe some research to understand what's maybe the precipice of this. So there is, I do believe, some inequality because when you look at conservatism versus liberalism, it's not that conservatives don't want change. I think.
Is this woman talking or is she juggling with her hands?
It's a more of a slow progress. It's like we're trying to hold tradition to certain.
You up here juggling. Why are you juggling?
Values, and I understand that. And then you have, I don't want to say liberals. I think it's more progressives because we are changing. Our technology changes us every single day. We get a new phone, every third day. So with that technology changing, everything else in our lives is advancing. We now have to take into consideration how these things affect us as an ecosystem.
Right. You gotta take into consideration. You're not saying nothing.
So the push out of information and what you use with it, that's the only tool that we truly have. How do we use it? Are we being, made into political soldiers by virtue of a small headline where we've not gone in to do any level of research about it. And that's what I'm fearful of.
It's partisan loop, blaming loop. Because whatever beliefs you guys have, whatever beliefs we have, there is something that can back that up to make us believe that. I just want to say I don't absolve the left, and that's part of the reason I said I'm more moderate, because I do believe it got more hateful. I led a very large amount of protests after George Floyd, demonstrating in peace with a lot of different people, and Antifa folks came out there, and it was crazy. But I had to acknowledge that, because Antifa doesn't mean liberal. Antifa also stands for anti-fascism. So that's the thing. This is all very nuanced. By definition, we should all, if we have American values, be anti-fascism. You know what I'm saying?
But they're not.
We should, right. Well, I don't represent them. I'm actually pointing out what you said to validate and not absolve that there is a lot, and that's why I started out with the people like it or not talking about like it can be vile.
These people destroyed my city. Beverly Hills was destroyed by these people.
Well, Tulsa got bombed. Tulsa.
No, that's not what talking with your hands, but she up there juggling.
Tulsa got bombed. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm coming from as a history teacher. I'm coming from
like the lead attorney.
From historical context, but that's why I'm also validating what you're saying about the hateful rhetoric. But when we go to acts and things like that, or the DOJ from the Trump administration report that was removed, that's what I'm referring to, because I don't have the dog in the fight anymore as far as being right. I want to move forward, and we cannot move forward if we don't understand the history.
I just to speak to what you said a little bit, and this, I know this is a little bit more of a touchy subject, and obviously we're in the heat right now of Charlie. I go to Charlie's church. My pastor was Rob McCoy, who's Charlie's pastor. So our church right now, we're mourning, we're grieving. I was just with Charlie a month ago. So to speak to that, the response that I've seen on a national level has been prayer. It's been vigils. We had a 600 increase % in church last weekend, and I've heard the same across the board. My question for you, because you brought up George Floyd, is seeing the response after George Floyd was killed, which was wrong. It was wrong what happened to him, and I spoke about what happened to him, so it wasn't like I was this silent white conservative, but the response and what took place afterwards, can you speak to that? Or I want to open it up, speak to what, we can all see with our eyes, right? So we can all acknowledge that there is a very different response happening right now in the wake of what's happened with Charlie, if we wanted to call it like a, crime, or so to speak, and versus with George, just the response that we see with Charlie versus what happened with all the BLM and after George Floyd was killed and whatnot. Seeing that, and maybe you can educate me on that. Is BLM grouped in with liberals? Would you say, or was how does that?
BLM is a movement. There's an organization and there's a movement. So the idea that Black Lives Matter is that if we are going, and I really want to let other folks speak, but I just want to answer you very, very briefly.
No, it's just, you brought it up,
because
so
I'll let them actually answer your first question. I think that's fair about George Floyd and the difference. And then if I feel like there's something and they say there's enough time, I'll chime in. Thank you for, at the end of the day, George Floyd wasn't saying things that are historically inaccurate and things that could be construed as hateful rhetoric. Now, and that's just.
We're talking about the response.
So that's why. I'm telling you, and I know that you guys don't have our lived experience, and we don't have lived experience. People watching, and we don't have your lived experience. So thank you for the question and for context. I'm not the absolute on anything Black, but I'm telling you, or liberal or left, but I'm telling you, by and large, as someone who is out there, it's like the conflating of someone who was a victim of this crime, and Charlie was absolutely a victim. I don't care what anybody says. He was absolutely a victim. That should have never happened. And I'm sorry. And you have my condolences, you and your church, because that's my humanity. You know what I mean? And that's I will never unsee what happened to him, right? Just like I will never unsee what happened to George Floyd. I've been deeply disturbed since I've seen that. But the response is, and I want other people to speak on this. Yeah. First of all, George Floyd was not a public figure until he was murdered.
Sure.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Sure.
So when I go out there and I speak, I'm accountable for the things I'm saying, how I'm saying, and if they're historically inaccurate. So people were upset and people were offended. And I feel like they felt as though, and I received this, they felt as though they were being attacked for not mourning someone who they felt had been attacking them. However, I don't need to speak too much on that because the very first thing I said about this was I condemn and it's not appropriate, right? And, and nobody wins, and it says more about us than anybody else if we celebrate someone's murder. I'm not. You can circle back to me. I'm gonna let them speak.
No, I was genuinely curious what the census is.
I think the difference is exactly what you were saying, that George Floyd was an innocent man and Charlie Kirk was a public political figure who made a lot of really harmful remarks. I think that my biggest frustration in the way people have responded to Charlie Kirk is there's so much policing of the way the left has responded to it. If we're not falling to our knees being like, this is a terrible thing and Charlie was an innocent man, and essentially ignoring his entire past, definitely don't condemn political violence, but I can also sit here and say he said a lot of terrible things, and I think that's...
What terrible things? I want to hear what terrible things.
Black women don't have the mental capacity
No, that's not, he never said that. See, this is the problem with fake news. They twist his words.
You have to watch, have you watched the whole clip?
Yes.
I want to also point out the fact that you were saying that you received a lot of really violent remarks about your daughter, about yourself, and I don't condemn any of that, and I think it's important to hone in on that specifically on interpersonal political violence, because I think that's what most of us can relate to and understand, and ultimately sows the seeds for something like Charlie Kirk to happen. So I think that that's like a relevant piece. So I absolutely condemn all of that. But when you're saying that, oh my God, I had all of these people get so mad at me about the fact that I voted for Trump, why is there not a reflection on why that was the response? Like, instead of looking at her t-shirt and being upset about that, like, why is she saying that pretty girls don't like Trump?
But see,
like, why don't we have that?
I already know, because I've talked to people on the left. When I had a rally, I let them speak. I let them speak and have a voice. I wasn't trying to silence them. I'm being silenced. I got kicked off of Facebook twice. I got kicked off of TikTok. I have to keep making new accounts. That's censorship. That's not the American way. The American way is freedom of speech. And that's what happens in tyrannical governments.
I'd like to jump in. First of all, I really appreciate that all of you so vehemently condemn political violence, and I agree with you. I think that's very important. The reason I would argue that it more stems from the left is a couple of things. First of all, to address that DOJ statistic that you were talking about, the way the Biden administration came up with that is they had the FBI start separate offices in every state and every city, and they used January 6th to basically, they went after every single person and put that as a mark of white supremacist violence, even if the person walked into the Capitol. And actually, I have a friend who was Black conservative who walked into the Capitol who was harassed by the FBI.
Siaka, yeah, we all know Siaka.
We all know. And so that's how they came up with that statistic, and that's why it was taken away, because it was very flawed. There's been numerous assassination attempts. I mean, there was
political violence, though, January 6th?
There was some political violence. So
4 people died, and they were patriots. No cop died from
I don't think anybody should be running up attacking
the media lied.
I think that's the most unpatriotic you could do, but it is very historically American.
I mean, I would probably put it in the category of of the BLM situations where there was the peaceful protests and then there was the rioting. And I know I lived right there where we could see the flames from my door and the tanks rolled into the city. So I know firsthand that there was definitely violence when the sun came down.
They did not threaten to pin their own vice president.
And then the January 6th was a peaceful protest that got out of hand at one point. But most of the people that harassed had the door open for them by the police and walked peacefully in.
Because the police are part of them.
And so I think there's also been other attacks. There was the assassination attempt on Steve Scalise. There was a couple of assassination attempts on Trump. There was an assassination attempt on Justice Kavanaugh. And
Melissa Hortman definitely just
And as
got
much
killed.
as I was deeply disturbed by the videos of George Floyd, I cried when I saw it. The fact of the matter is, he was a criminal. He had stuck his gun at a pregnant woman's belly. He was taken in for a crime. He was on drugs. That was part of the problem. That's not excusing anything that was excessive. But whereas basically you guys are saying that because Charlie Kirk said things you don't agree with, it's more justifiable to shoot him
No one says that.
than that.
You started out your statement with saying that we all, as a group in totality.
And that's what I think you're saying you understand the okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, because I wouldn't want to.
We're pushing back on things that are being inaccurately represented. So you cannot say that you see. The thing about it is, we said out the gate, We do not condone that. Much to the detriment and pushback of a lot of our own communities. But what we're not sitting up here doing respectfully, which is what I'm hearing from you, I don't want to speak for you because I feel like that's impolite. So you could tell me if I have it wrong. But it seems as though that you're inferring that the January 6th was just a protest that got out of hand, or equating it to, and let's be also clear, Black people, liberals, are not the only ones that rioted after George Floyd.
I totally
the
know
entire
that.
planet.
Well,
the entire planet. Think about
Antifa
that.
did a lot of
to
rioting,
come
too.
back to the prompt, when you talk about one side having more political violence, especially historically, the entire planet got tired of the white supremacy-led political violence that happens in this country and the violence that happens to people. It is what it is. Why do you think they rioted after this? And the thing is, it says, I can sit up here and say, I did not agree. I've been on some of the same shows Charlie Kirk was on, and I am disgusted what happened to him. I am deeply bothered on a spiritual level. Like, I am deeply bothered by that because I don't need someone to die to see them as a human. This is why the rest of the people that are not like me, but are like me to your guys' eyes, feel the way they do. Because they are not there. You are right now in real time dehumanizing George Floyd. That should have never happened to him. That is not a move that most police departments don't even allow because it's lethal. I don't care what he did. Nothing warranted that. And nothing Charlie Kirk said warranted him being shot in the neck. I agree with that 100%. And that is the problem. And that is why a lot of people who have not done the work on themselves like I have feel the way they do.
I completely agree with what you said there, and I totally agree with that. And like I said, I definitely appreciate it, and I can tell that you have a really good heart. And I, again, in no way mean to dehumanize anybody or say that anybody agreed. I was responding to what she had said.
Derek
she was
Chauvin
saying
is a criminal in that situation, not George Floyd.
And Derek Chauvin was a criminal in that situation, so that I also agree with. I was responding to what she said. It seemed that she was saying, I understand people not being upset by the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There was actually videos on TikToks where they were like dancing and celebrating. And I think that for that to be even understandable is a problem. And it's a problem that the left refers to the right constantly as fascists and Nazis and racists. And that is dehumanizing.
So
and I think there
we are
is
not
that
a
level of
monolith, though.
dehumanization.
And I think that that is problematic. But I also think that when people see racist things happening, that's
How do we know that it was about race, though? How do we know that
what was about race?
That the whole George Floyd was a race thing?
I'm not referring to that.
Because did you know that there was a
But
whole
I'm not
clip?
referring to
Can
that.
I finish what I'm
about
saying?
In general, I said racist things.
Okay, let me
I'm
finish
very
real quick.
specific.
Let me
Every time
finish.
I refer to that, I've said specifically that example.
Okay. Let me finish this. Well, this is the problem with the media. They take sound bites and they don't show you the whole thing. Did you ever see the clip that was taken out that you didn't see about George Floyd? Did you see that where he was already in the car telling people he couldn't breathe and you see him popping a fentanyl? Did you see that?
Are you justifying Derek Chauvin being on George Floyd's back for 9 minutes?
Okay, now there's
Are you
no.
justifying Derek Chauvin?
Actually,
So
from this,
can we move on?
let me
answer
finish.
that question?
Let me
Can you
finish.
answer that question?
Now, yeah.
Answer that.
So
I am.
I don't care
I'm
if he
trying
was
to,
riding
but
a
you gotta let me
unicorn on Mars
finish. You gotta
before.
let me finish. From this view, it looks like his knee is on his neck. Well, they had the view from this angle, and it was actually on the shoulder blade. So this is what happened in the court. And this is somebody.
Should his foot have been on the shoulder blade for 9 minutes?
It was on the shoulder blade, but the thing
wherever
was,
it was,
he was struggling in the car. He was already in the car at a point, talking about not being able to breathe. Actually, the way he died was not because of that. He died because he popped fentanyl. That was a lie because they want to pit us together. This is a divide and conquer tactic. The media wants to use this. Why don't they ever talk about all these children being butchered in Chicago from gangs? Why aren't they on the cover of the magazines? Because it doesn't fit the narrative. They want us to be divided. And they do this. They pit people against each other. Whites against blacks.
And the narrative
gays
you're talking about
against...
George Floyd.
Look at how they just lie on each other. That, oh my God, is it about race? I don't know. Where did this come from? You said bro is getting tiresome. Floyd, yeah. I think and one played 5. I think his birthday was like 3-4 days ago. His actual birthday.
He was murdered is not helping.
Jews against Zionists, against
They should have had Candace Owens up there, but then she would have been on the conservative side. What's going on, Anthony?
people in Gaza, Palestinians. It's all divide and conquer. That's why we got to stop allowing the media to divide us and turn it off and read the bills. Read the bills, and then you're going to know what to follow.
Hi, loves. It's me again, Dr. Michelle Daff. We've really been enjoying producing these meaningful conversations for the Dr. Daff Show.
Is that okay? And from slavery, 400 plus years.
Here come the mammy. You know she gonna bring up slavery. You know she couldn't wait.
When do we as people stop it? When do we stop it? I don't want to be in a white neighborhood. Jewish people don't want to live with me. When do we stop it? Because we're listening to what we're even saying. We're citing incidents of people dying, people getting hung, all these things. But we as a people, whether we're liberal or conservative, whether we're left or right, is still wrong. When do we can say we're Christian, but I'm okay with somebody putting their knee on a neck and killing them. I'm okay with that. That's not right.
I'm not okay with it. I just think the media is lying about it.
But we're the media. We're the media too.
Yeah, and that's what I like. There's citizen journalists and reporters coming out, and I like them. I follow them more than I follow the mainstream, the big pharma-funded corporate government-run media. He who controls the narrative controls the people. I don't want to be controlled by them. That's why I tell people to read legislation. You want to know what's going on in your state? Read the bills. Go straight to the bills and then decide whether this is for you or this is for big government, which I don't want. I don't want to live in a communist country. I don't want to live in a tyrannical country. My family fled that.
Today.
And this same stuff happens in those countries. They pit each other and they pull the strings at the top. And we don't need to give them the power.
So my question would be, and I believe, what was your color that you put up just now?
I put, because I don't like the definition of hate speech. They said, I'll tell you, I've been on media real quickly. I disrupted a drag queen story time for children because this is my tax money. Don't go and tell children that they're a mistake. I believe that's evil, okay? You're planting in their head that they are born in the wrong body. How are these kids, they're gonna be dysfunctional.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you.
And so they said that what I was spewing out was hate speech in this thing. That's not hateful, that's loving, because I believe they were beautifully and wonderfully made by God.
You're bringing your story, and I realize this is the only perspective you can come from because
because I've lived it.
So what I was going to ask was the reason why I asked what color would be. First of all, hate speech is not defined. There are dog whistles that happen that could be construed as hate speech. The reason why I said it should be protected is because we as people will come up with a different word to make something else, and guess what? All we're doing is building an 11-foot ladder for a 10-foot wall. So the protection now, the other part to it is, because it's protected, it does not mean that you cannot somewhere in your life, in your personal life, your friends, whatever, suffer consequences for
to be 3 feet away from this woman. You bound to catch a slap
for that action. Period. So I believe in the notion of free speech. So my question to you, the reason why I asked that was, in that same rhetoric, what do you feel about what happened with Jimmy Kimmel? Because that is a pure attack. So I would ask, actually, Chelsea, I would ask you, so to see that in a real time unfold, and if you look historically what has happened when there's an autocracy and you don't like, and mind you, there's so many to blame in this too. It's not just the FCC. This is also Disney, saying, guess what? I have a deal that's in place. This is much bigger than this. So my question would be, how would you say that, considering that he has been on the side of criticizing the current administration?
I hate the idea of anyone being canceled. I hate the idea that Trump's, Twitter was banned for so long, right? I think it's almost ironic, though, that everything happened with Jimmy Kimmel And there's such a rush to defend him, like, oh my God, he was just saying words, he should still have this platform. And yet, the assassination with Kirk, like, he said things and people hated that and he got shot and people did celebrate that. So there just seems to be a double standard where Jimmy Kimmel should still have his show and be able to say whatever he wants. But then with people on the right, it's like so catastrophic if they say anything or if they speak out in their own way. So I just look back and I'm like, there's so much irony here. I don't think people should be killed over things. I don't think they should be canceled over things. I wish that, there was a late night show where we didn't have to talk about politics, where it was really like off the table. Like, I want relief from that. Like, I feel like also like your situation, like you were saying, like.
And one, didn't I tell you? Didn't we just get done telling y'all they are a weapon? Candace just ended up working her way into a weird position. She's a weapon also. It's just now they got to figure out how to stop her. They got to figure out how to stop Candace Owens. That's the problem right now. They have to figure out how the hell to stop Candace Owens because she's a weapon that escaped the lab. For sure. I want to see how they're going to play it. They might even go after her in the future. Just downplay it from now. Go after her in the future. Shout outs to LT, man. Thank you so much, bro. As always, LT man dropped a huge $5 on the Cash App. LT man said, thank you for supporting hempforfitness.com. And make sure you guys support hempforfitness.com and hit the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. Listen, it's the 20th where I'm at. I'm gonna warn you guys something that's real spooky. I'm gonna warn you guys from now to get ready. All right. If you've been listening and hearing me promote hempforfitness.com for the past year, make sure you head over there, take a look at their menu, and listen. Let's say you may not, want to buy something just now, right? That you see over there just yet. In November, there might be a big sale coming up. LT Man said there's if you guys were here on the last show, LT Man said there might be a November sale coming up. So if you wait out the 10 days, not even 10 days, October is like what, the 31st or 30th? I forgot. October is a long ass month. But after Halloween, make sure you guys tune in to Player Talk Radio because there will be a sale in November. All right? Personally, I would say test out what you guys want today. And then when the sale in November comes, you'll know what you want and you can get it for a lesser price. But hey, it's up to you. All right? Shout outs to LT, man. Let's go. Hold on.
All right, we going. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm going to beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper because I'm asked. What the what? What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right. There it goes. Shout out to LT, man, as always. He said, I give out these good deals. No, listen, y'all, November got good deals coming up. All right? We got some good deals coming up in November, all right? So make sure you are where the money resides, all right? Head over to hempforfitness.com. You said him gonna be himself for Halloween? I don't think those are his pronouns, bro. He gonna be some different pronouns for Halloween, man. All right, let's get back into it, y'all. Player talk radio.
People got to spend more time with you, and it suddenly shifted from calling you this word to seeing you as a human. I wish there was more outlets where I could just hear from the humans, and I know that involves politics in a way, but I just feel like I've had the most beautiful, loving experiences with people without ever having to get into politics, and I feel like it gets ruined when that gets put into it. So in a way, it's like, maybe it's bad, I would rather be a little bit naive and not so consumed by it, because it allows me to still have an open heart and not trying to cancel people out and not have them as friends. I've had that toward me. I've always been a very open person. So when people found out that I did vote as a Republican, at first it was funny to them because I never thought Trump would win. But when he did, it's I became a real problem to people, and I lost a lot of people, and they loved me before. And that was tough.
Where one of the biggest issues is when it comes to the political structure is this. Voting for self-interest or for what you're considering maybe is your collective set of people. It is difficult, I do believe, for people to first and foremost vote against their own self-interest, despite whatever else might be said. And that person, I remember when Bush was elected the second time, and there was these two cute little old ladies who were in the airport, and they says, okay, so we get off the airplane, he wins, and she's like, you know what? I didn't vote for him, but, just let him finish the job,
God damn, get to the point.
And it was, we get to a point sometimes there is complacency amongst us, and whatever the issue is that's present for you is what's going to take over. I don't see how anyone can see past that. So I can understand voting. I voted, Republican. I have never voted straight ticket. I will go and look at an issue and see if that's something. And I always want to caution to lump everyone. And you see this on any of the stations, the African American vote, the anything, and that is completely unfair. That again starts to centralize a group that shouldn't be that way anyway, because that means that you have to think this way. But we are such a divide.
Shout outs to LT, man. He said, I'm gonna dress up like Cuda for Halloween. Oh man. You're gonna have to get the headlock hat with the beanie. Oh my God.
That our listening skills are moot. Because the best art, the part of listening, is being able to hear what your person is saying, not already coming with a formulated understanding and being able to understand exactly, because that arrow goes both ways. So any response I'm going to have to anyone will be, okay, I'm understanding what you're saying, and I can agree with points. So what we'll do is conflate, just one big issue, well, the left did this. The left is not us. You take the sound bites, because if you say don't take the sound bites, you're taking that. And
I'm not. I'm looking at the evidence. I'm not
Antifa though.
I actually read the transcripts, and it's completely different from what the mainstream media is putting out there.
But would you
do you ever think your life?
Let me do you ever think your life would be chiller though if maybe you weren't reading the transcripts and you were just
no, because it's not about that. I care about truth. I care about Jesus, and Jesus is about truth.
I don't need to read that.
I care about exposing the truth. Okay, so with Breonna Taylor, I was asked what I thought about her, and I said, Breonna Taylor was a thug, and so was her boyfriend. Let me finish. I know that you're getting emotional, but let me finish what I have to say. And I said, where the energy goes, the energy flows. And so don't do it. Now, what you heard in the media is completely different from the actual story. There was a knock warrant, not a no-knock warrant. They lied and said no-knock warrant. There was a knock warrant. The cops came in, she had a gun like this, and they shot her because she had a gun pointing at the cops. We never heard any.
Why are they just talking about black deaths? But anyway.
of that. We heard lies because they want to pit us against each other. Again, this is why you gotta look at the transcripts.
Okay, the original prompt.
She's saying you niggas don't read.
Also, I mean, if oh God, I'm like, my mind is jumbled because, okay, quickly on Breonna Taylor, I don't even know how we got here, but just quickly on that, if someone, I'm not like a gun-toting whatever.
She got a septum ring piercing. Here we go.
Don't want them around. I don't like looking at them. They make me uncomfortable. But if traditionally conservatives are fighting for the right to bear arms and someone is breaking down your door and coming into your apartment and they have a gun to protect themselves because they don't know who's coming in, unidentified, then, I mean, it makes sense. They were not even supposed to be there. That was her fault, 0%.
She had a warrant.
I feel like because hate speech is so subjective, it's just, it's determined by whoever has the most power, and unfortunately who has the most power is whoever has the most money, and right now that's...
No, it's determined by who the hell is offended. No, that was an easy one. It's determined by who the hell is offended.
Trump and his little cronies. And so I don't really want anybody to determine what someone can say or can't say. But what you were saying earlier is you still may have to suffer those consequences. Because yeah, like what we're talking about with chemical, with Jimmy Kimmel, I think it's insane that he was taken off the air. But like, I still think that, I Fox can stay on and say their stuff, you know, like I don't agree with a lot of it or whatever, but like they're allowed to have that platform. I think Kimmel should have his platform. And the government should not be policing that.
Are you okay with them lying and lying and lying and lying and over again? Are you okay with the media lying to us?
What are you talking about?
Do you know what Operation Mockingbird media is?
No.
Our government is our media.
I know.
It's literally propaganda.
I know.
And they are lying about things. Jimmy Kimmel knew what actually happened, and he blatantly lied to the public.
I'm not going to talk about Jimmy Kimmel because I don't know what happened, but...
And I applaud you for saying that. No, I'm dead. Let me say something. I'm going to tell you why. That is so important because if you don't have an opinion about something, if you don't know enough information, why is your voice being prevalent on an issue? How many times have we seen people say, guess what? Well, you know what? I hadn't read that part yet. That is what frustrates me more than anything, and that comes from everyone. We are trying to have a voice when you do not deserve one on a particular platform. If I come up here and you're talking about something, I will sit back because I don't know what it is that you're talking about. And I cannot push forward something I think would be intelligible if I do not have an iota. So I truly applaud you for saying that.
Look at me. Yeah, thank you. So I won't discuss that point, but I can't think, and I don't know if I misinterpreted the prompt.
Let's start tapping our fingers together. Somebody rub the top of her head.
Think that hate speech is something that should be protected, as in I don't think it's something that should be enabled at all. I cannot think of a single reason why it would be productive to allow people to commit hate speech. I understand the problem in that it's difficult to define, and like that's a thing, but I don't think that should stop us. The law doesn't exist to allow us to do whatever we want. And we do look at what is productive for society, and I can't conceptualize how allowing people to perpetuate bigotry is productive in any context. And that is how we allow certain narratives to get so far that political violence can happen, that genocides can happen, that violence to...
Woman is annoying. All of them are annoying. The old lady, she's just quiet.
But particular groups can happen is because we don't police. It sounds woke, and it sounds maybe because I'm Gen Z, maybe because I'm the youngest person here, whatever. That I'm totally fine with saying you can't say that because that's what my generation does. But
she's speaking 3x. Like I have this video on normal speed, and she's speaking 3x.
It sounds annoying, but no, like we actually do need to nip it in the bud and say, yeah.
You sound annoying.
no, like saying that slur's a problem, don't say that because it leads to that thing. Yeah, no, don't say this negative thing about this group of people. It's a problem because it leads to these things. And like, maybe
That's
it's
what
annoying,
they're doing
maybe
in
it's
Europe,
nitpicky.
though. They're doing that in Europe, and they're arresting people for silently praying at abortion clinics. Do you want to get to that point?
No.
But that's not what I'm arguing.
I think one of the issues is who defines what hate speech is, and then who gets to police it. Because I think that really it's the government that has the greatest monopoly on violence. And what you really don't want is the government policing and controlling speech. That's when you really do get totalitarian governments. And I think, I appreciate all you guys that, also believe in free speech. And I think that, free speech is really the way to stop violence, because violence comes when you can't speak and when you can't express yourself.
So free speech
already came.
is the ability to express oneself in regards to one's beliefs or your organization's beliefs, social issues, things of that nature, right? Hate speech has like 5 main points. I'm going to point out 2 of them as we're going to move on. One of the most pressing ones, and I think that we're seeing today, is imminent intent of lawlessness, to immense lawlessness. So some people might say, and I'm just using this as an example. I'm not going to debate this with y'all, but like, some people might say January 6th happened, what they were trying to do, and I'm not even going to say some people. I'm going to give a very realistic example so we can move on. The reason that there was court proceedings about that with Donald Trump and everything is because people were saying, I'm not saying, 'cause I'm not going to get into it, people were saying that he was inciting that to happen. That's what people are saying. So whether you believe it or not, I'm just trying to give that as an example. People have said that on the right as far as things that happened with George Floyd, that, this is inciting this, right? So there's an element of like, saying I don't like someone, or saying that because someone was murdered you feel a certain way. I don't agree with that. I think it's very, when it comes to vulgarity and like celebrating murder, right? But that's different than calling someone to do harm. But then there's, like, to your point, there's the issue because where do you draw the line? The second thing is targeted, I don't know, someone said targeted attacks, but it's targeted speech. So that means you're targeting a certain group, like, if someone says down with the Jews, or this community or that's targeted. So that's a little bit different. It's very unfortunate to me that us as Americans, that we don't have the human decency to figure that out. But one thing I think we do agree on is that it should not be policed by our government, because that is dangerous.
Yes, I agree.
And the next prompt is, white privilege is a real and present force in America.
This is one of those
divisive questions.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try to be a bridge right now. So this is my thought, and I just want to insert real quick. I don't think Charlie was shot for political violence. I don't put it in that category. I'm a follower of Jesus. I think that he was shot for proclaiming the gospel of Jesus Christ. That is my opinion. So I think we're in a spiritual war. That's my opinion.
So you think it's like religious? It was like a religious violent act?
I think I think we can all contend, be it George Floyd, be it Charlie Kirk, whatever. I think.
Yeah, they run into Jesus now. You know how the sisters use slavery as a kumbaya thing? That's how they use Jesus. I'm gonna see if I can find this clip of Paul Mooney making a joke about this exact same thing. This shit was funny. I gotta see if I can find it. Hold on, guys.
We can all contend that there's evil.
I agree with that. I think there's evil that are greater than anything red or blue, and I think a lot of people aren't ready to have that conversation. I think foreign affairs have a lot to do with this.
So
I'm not saying anything else
as to
about
how
it.
you categorize what happened with Charlie Kirk.
I don't look at Charlie Kirk's death and go, wow, he was politically assassinated.
That's not your interpretation of it.
That's not my
How do you
interpretation.
interpret it?
I interpret it as that we are told, Christ was killed because of what he was saying. To say the Jews killed Christ. So he was being disruptive, and he was basically a truth teller and was killed for telling the gospel. Because ultimately, I believe my foundation and my fundamental level that I'm going to derive even my beliefs from, even what I want to answer what the question was too. But I just wanted to insert that because I didn't want to say that.
But do you have an interpretation that's not rooted, like, people need to be religious in order to understand what you're saying? Like, do you just have like a...
Well, I think we're in a battle between good and evil. That's what I think. I've seen evil at my door. I've got, for sake of time, I have, I'm not going to sit here and tell you my life story. But yeah, but there is a lot of evil, be it George Floyd, be it Charlie's assassination, and I think that there is a unifying factor, that there is good and there's evil. Now, that obviously goes into, okay, well, what do you define as evil and what do you define as good and all the things, right? So my fundamental level of that comes from, biblically speaking, that's where I go to find my grounding and what I defined as good and evil. So I'm always gonna have, if someone's not biblically living their life, we're not gonna agree because we're living by two different moral standards, and that's fine. I'm like, okay, that's great, but don't tell me how to live my life. And I'm not gonna tell you how to live your life. So that's kind of my thing. This is what I think about white privilege.
Yeah, it's taboo to them and one play 5.
Is that I do believe because of Black history in America, there is generational stuff that that the Black community has had to overcome that the white community has not. Okay, so I want to start there, and I think and I believe that there are things and roads that they're just harder. They're harder to overcome. If my parents were divorced, I am at a disadvantage now to stay married. And guess what? My parents were divorced. I got divorced. And this is, again, I'm going to go to a spiritual aspect, okay? Is the sense that there is generational stuff that each one of us, like if I sat down and had coffee with each one and everybody, we could probably have a really nice chat about, hey, how did you grow up? Like, where did you grow up? What's your family dynamic like? And, I've worked in recovery groups for a long time and things like that with the crazy spectrum of people from all different backgrounds, okay? But again, I derive my foundation of that. My goal is to make heaven crowded. And I truly believe Jesus is the only way, the truth, and the life. And so I'm always going to come at it from that angle. Now, in saying that, there is a really real overcoming that the Black community had to do. I'm just sorry that is the reality. It's a dark piece of history in America, and from the Jim Crow laws all the way to the Civil War, everything. I mean, Black Code before they came up with Jim Crow laws and all those things. That is a dark part of the Black community that is ingrained in your guys' history generationally. So there's mentalities, there's abuse, there's things that you guys probably were passed down in your guys' line that weren't passed down in my line. And so I can acknowledge that. Now, I would also come from the standpoint of that once we become Christian and once we meet Jesus, we become new in him. And he can give us newness and he can break.
All right. Now they just preaching. All right, listen. YouTube won't let me play it on here unless I really tweak my VPN. So I'm gonna destroy my arm trying to put this thing up to the microphone. Take a listen, all right? I don't know where the part is at, so we're just gonna listen to a good 5, maybe 10 minutes. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Here we go. Hold on. A little bit under 10 minutes. Hold on.
You're Black. You live in America. You in trouble.
Hold on.
You gonna get us in trouble. No emotion, no reaction. You Black, you live in America, you in trouble. I can't get you in no trouble. So worried about us, huh? And then the rumors started. They said it was Black folks. It was Black folks. Black folks did that. I knew there wasn't no Black people. Ain't no niggas did that. We don't commit suicide. No. If that had been Black people flying that plane, you'd have saw a whole bunch of parachutes. And do-rags. 9/11. And I want to thank, on behalf of Black America, because I'm a Black person, I want to thank white America. Thank you. Thank you, white America, for making us tough. Because we'll get through this terrorist stuff. White folks made us tough because they've been terrorizing us for 500 years. Sicking dogs, putting water holes, lynching us. We used to terrorists. This ain't no big deal to us. I'm worried about white folks. I'm worried about my white friends. They ain't gonna make it through this. They're not used to this. I've lost 2 or 3 white friends. They've cracked up. They took them to the crazy house. They can't handle this. They asked me for my ID at least 5 times, dude. What the hell do they want from me? They can't handle this profiling. I'm opening up a school, how to be a nigga in America and survive. They're not gonna make it. Thank you, white folks, for making us tough. Because black folks will get through this. Just like we did slavery. You real niggas know what I'm talking about, just like we got. You house niggas don't have a clue. But you real niggas know what I'm talking about. We will get through this. Just like we got through slavery. We will hum our way through this. You real niggas know what I'm talking about. You know what? You feel me? White folks, don't try this at home by yourself. You might hurt yourself. You know we gonna get through this. And them white people who taught them Middle Eastern folks to fly in Miami ought to be put under the jail. Lock them all up. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know what was going on. Them 12 Middle Eastern people went down there in Miami and learned to fly. I bet 12 niggas couldn't have did that. 12 niggas would have went there to a flight school. The FBI would have been there the next hour. What are you niggas up to? Since when was there an airport in Harlem? World War II, we was fighting on the white folks' side, and they didn't want to teach us to fly. But they stood up there teaching the Middle Eastern folks, who was up in class talking about, hey, how you make U-turn? Sir, this is the part where we land. No land. How you make U-turn? You teach me karate? 9/11, baby. And the building fell, the walls came tumbling down. Didn't it? White folks got scared. White folks were scared. When white folks get scared, I get scared. White folks were scared. I ain't seen white folks this scared since the last Indian raid. White folks didn't even know God before 9/11. Baby, they just God, and God bless America, and God back in school now, and God. White folks that took God out of school, he back in there now, and God help us, God help us. White folks who know we know God. We know God. You get white folks on the plane, they'll start cursing and stuff. And God damn it, on my bank account, and hell, I'm gonna die. The hell out of here. We get on a plane, a bunch of niggas, and we start singing. You got shoes, I got shoes, all God children got. When we get to heaven, God hear us and make the plane come back up. The plane be flying right. God, white folks had me crazy. I went crazy. God bless America. God bless America. The hell with the bean pie. I want an apple pie, God damn it. God bless America. I'm not an Afro-American. I drop that African shit. We're at war. I'm just American. We're at war. I don't want them sending my body to Nigeria. Send it to Los Angeles. I'm an American. I went crazy. And I've always been in the flag. White folks went flag crazy. I've always been into the flag house. I know what's up with the flag. Betsy Ross didn't sow that shit. That bitch had slaves. She went to sleep at 8. A big old fat black Aunt Jemima was up all night sewing that. Oh, child, I up so late I saw us. And Betsy said, well, bitch, put them in the flag and fry me some chicken. I know what's up with that flag. This ain't new to me. Bin Laden. Then they found the white boy fighting for the other side. And now they're trying to make, white folks are trying to make excuse for white folks. Oh, he was a loner. He was molested. I don't want to hear that shit. He knew what he was doing. White folks always know what they're doing. I hate my parents. I'll fight for you. Put him under the jail, too. Don't let him back in America, the little Benedict Arnold. White folks have always been like that. They always turn on America. White folks have all the freedom, and they turn so quick. It's like they'll sell secrets and stuff for no money, 10,000. You know, all those secrets they'll go sell. They'll just do it. Y'all can look crazy, like looking around for the police. What's going to get us in trouble? Look, I'm telling you what the truth is. White folks do that kind of crap. Black people are into those working at the White House and stuff. We ain't never sold nothing. We just so loyal, like an old hound dog. And black people don't sell secrets because we want some money. You get a nigga up there selling some shit. Oh, now wait a minute, Russia. You gonna have to give me some bling bling now. This is white folks' secret. I'm gonna go to jail for a long time. I want 100 cases of that vodka. Oh, it's gonna have to be now. Come on. My woman give me more money than you trying to give me. Catch a nigga spying and selling some stuff, he'll be on the news. And the nigga, we caught the nigga, the espionage, he sold secrets, but Russia is broke. A nigga know how to get some money. You gonna have to come up with a whole bunch of dead presidents. Russia with some love. But the white folks can't help themselves. They will sell America out in a minute. He over there trying to make an excuse. That boy knew what he was doing, all wrapped up in them damn sheets. He knew what he was doing. And you know them Arabs are big freaks. They were screwing that boy. Oh, you're not that naive. Come on. Bin Laden, been gay. Let's be real. Let's just be real for a moment. What I gotta do, move to Afghanistan to feel safe? Apparently they feel safe. We dropping bombs in food. Make your mind up. There could be a bomb or some grits and eggs. And Bush, oh my God. That little munchkin ought to be somewhere helping Santa Claus. Gonna get us into World War VI. We going right past 3. He talked more shit than Jesse Jackson. We thought, oh, Clinton's a nigga. I was the first person to say that. I was the first person to say Clinton was black. We thought Clinton was black. We got our nigga shown up in there now, a little gangbanger. Because he talks shit, but you got to give it up. He backs it up. He was the one that said, just cause you get all the votes don't mean you're going to win. They still find balance in the water. Do we have a vice president? That little rabbit has been hiding ever since 9/11. We should have known right from the beginning. Anytime you get a Bush and a Dick together, somebody gonna get fucked.
What we have been.
No, I just wanted to bring up the part where he was like, when white people get scared, they go after God. He's like, oh God, oh God, oh God. He said before 9/11, I didn't think white people believe in God. I'm not gonna lie though, it is true though. When they start copping please, bro, they know God like crazy. So I'm sorry, just I'm trying to get this movie. I need to engage my VPN to get that movie to work. But look, I'm gonna try to see if I can get this thing to work without my system crashing. So next time we have movie night, we definitely will watch that stand up because Paul Mooney is funny as hell. Now, Paul Mooney he's a kumbaya dude to me also, but he's funny as hell. Rest in peace to him. And Richard Pryor. If you guys don't know who Paul Mooney is, he wrote Richard Pryor's jokes for the longest time. Paul Mooney is the truth, And he's one of those dudes, like, he's just like, after a while, he's just so naturally funny. Like, he will just say something and then wait. And then once the gravity of what he said sinks in, bro, that shit is funny. All right, but let's get back into it. So she's evangelizing right now. She up here preaching right now.
Through and what we've come from. And so my stance will always be to lift people up.
Yeah, it's horrible,
to a
War
place
Master.
of equalness. That is my personal way that I operate in my life. I have people all over my life from all spectrums. You know, I just spoke at a gay man's house a couple months ago because I was invited there to, you know, I'm all over the spectrum. So that's why I say, you know, I'm not in a box, I guess, conservatively, because my ex-husband, his parents came illegally to this country. So my kids are half Salvadorian. So I have this kind of, I'm a kind of a mutt, like a conservative mutt, where I think a lot of things need
All
reformed.
of y'all look white.
I don't like a lot of the stuff in the police department. I am all for, I think that we need to have a strong, like, you know, police and all those things, but there needs to be reform. There's some really crappy cops out there. And so
I'd like to say one thing. We are
They're not looking for you, though.
sitting with the understanding that there will ever be equality. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that just purely from a race perspective. And when we
God,
talk
here we
about
go.
privilege,
Here we go. She gonna keep flailing her hands, and she not gonna say nothing, dog. She says a whole lot of nothing. Wait until I shave off all my head, because when you bald, everybody listens to you for some reason. I've always picked up on that. Good, bad, right, or wrong. Or maybe it's the suit, because she does look like the mask and lead attorney at the same time.
privilege exists amongst everyone. What tends to be more prevalent is the privilege.
Right, the police don't give a damn. Oh yeah, I remember Ralphie May. Yeah, I remember you shared that stand up with us. Yep. I might have to throw him in over there too. Ralphie May. Yeah. I think also too Bill Burr just came out with a stand up.
See that.
Yeah, I remember Ralphie May.
White American.
Yeah, I got to be careful playing that particular video. They copyrighted the shit out of me on that video. The last time I played it. I'ma play it over on Rumble. I'm gonna see if I can get the full comedy. I'm gonna see if we probably could do a comedy night, because that clip was funny. Yeah, I remember when you shared it last time and I played it. We was laughing. I didn't know the whole time YouTube was like, copyright. Yeah. They don't be playing with their white comedians though, man. They'll let you play like Patrice. No, you good. No, you good, LT, man. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I trimmed it out. Don't worry about it. But they'll let you play. I played Patrice. They let me play Patrice O'Neal. A little bit though. I don't know. They're weird with it. That's why I just played the audio of Paul Mooney, because I know if I bring the visuals up, they're gonna suspend the stream. So, we're gonna get it together. Don't worry. I think Bill Burr just came out with something not too long ago. Or maybe it probably is a clip off of his show. Bill Burr got a podcast, which is funny as hell, but not too much of a he's on the Democrat side, but it seemed like lately he tried to defect. But let's go, yo.
If you're looking at from the lens of someone else, and that's all we can
saying?
ask.
So I guess my question, the question was, I think currently right now,
Ralphie May is hilarious.
Currently, I do not think it is. Currently, in 2025.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's the irony. If you sit up here, you can make 1 billion hit pieces on Trump. I remember, look, when ChatGPT was new, and even to this day, if you wanted to make a goofy, effed up, funny thumbnail or just picture to share on the internet of Trump, They will make it so fast with the quickness. But when something happened, I ain't gonna lie, I have to quickly do a Charlie Kirk one. But like, if you go try to do something with Charlie Kirk or do something Charlie Kirk related, you got to go over on Twitter or Grok or something like that, because ChatGPT will be like, oh, well, we can't use the image of a controversial figure and blah blah blah. I think if like the family or somebody sends them a letter, or certain people that they just deem that they feel you shouldn't be talking about, or they don't want you to because people can tell, like, it's to the point now where people can tell when something's made with ChatGPT. So like get no blowback, over somebody else's creative expression, or somebody taking their concept and making or saying something crazy with it. I guess that's what it really is, right? But if you want to make a billion effed up Trump memes, it'll make it for you with the quickness. And it's like, damn, that's the president too. Like, imagine that. Like, in Thailand, you can't say nothing about the royal family. In Vietnam, you better have a VPN. You can't just say whatever you want in these other countries. They will pick you up with the swiftness. When I was in Thailand and I learned about that, I was like, who's the king and queen? Okay, as far as I'm concerned, they're the prettiest couple I've ever seen. Fuck it. I ain't saying shit bad about nobody, Snoop Dogg did a whole video and was on a whole song with Nipsey yelling F Donald Trump. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at Trump in imagery and pulled the trigger. And then years later, he asking Trump to give his homeboys a pardon. You can't make this shit up. And even if you could, it wouldn't be as good. Let's go.
As I said, where I come from, I can acknowledge that there is a really dark history that the Black culture has had to overcome that I didn't.
I also want to say that everyone has to overcome that, because that is America.
And you know what? I think white people are tired of apologizing for slavery. Like, I know I would be. I think white people are tired. It's like, okay, we get it. We're gonna apologize for some barely did your history on. Because I can guarantee you, the white women on this panel know more about slavery than half the black people there. You can just tell how it's brought up.
Yeah, right. That's not because
that's the Democrat Party.
That
was the Democrat Party.
No, that's
KKK, Jim Crow law, slavery was.
She said KKK is the Democrat Party. A little bit of truth in this here, yo.
All the Democrat Party.
But okay, again, the senior citizen from the South. I went to private school.
Yeah. I think correct. I think that is the root of black fatigue. Right, War Master. Yeah, the First Amendment. Yep. No such thing as black culture. American
they had the
culture.
Black Catholic school and they had the white Catholic school.
Now look at this woman like she a damn elder with the Beverly wig. Let's go.
One tuition was one price for the black kids. One tuition was.
We had to. She didn't even live through this shit. She can only get to talk this shit because she got gray hair. She didn't even live through this shit. This woman didn't have to drink out of colored water fountains with lead poisoning in it.
It was one price for the white kids. And now, 60 years later, what has changed? We still
got iPhones.
Still have things. I'm a registered nurse again. But I've had the worst clients with a bachelor's degree in nursing, worst clients with less pay. I had to orient, and they're Christian in me, orient and help white nurses, Hispanic nurses that didn't speak English, Filipino nurses that didn't speak English. I got paid less. So if we talk about money and white privilege, how am I not the supervisor, but I have to train you to be the supervisor?
Mm-hmm. But also, isn't it judging us by our skin color? If you say white privilege, you're assuming because I have lighter skin that I just had it so easy.
That's actually not what the assumption is. It's not even an assumption. You just haven't had to go through any of these hardships because of your skin color.
How do you know that? I came from Iran. I came from fleeing a country.
You're white passing.
And by the way, my half sister who lives there, she never plays the victim card. Even though she's, and let me finish. There's women that can't do the things that we do in this country. And the thing to me, I believe it's a psyop. If you're saying someone has white privilege, what are you saying about people that have darker skin, that they're beneath you?
No.
That's called,
well,
to me, that's called white supremacy.
Yeah, wait,
that's called white supremacy.
If I can, because like, it even goes beyond not being that deep. Like, of course, we all know black men are killed disproportionately than white men by police, and then they're murderers.
They do 60% of the crime. That's a statistic.
Hey, please let me speak.
I know,
You've
but
spoken for like 20 minutes. I've spoken for like 2. There's deep stuff like that. There's real stuff. Communities that are like still trying to get their families out of the trenches because of redlining and, like you said, different tuitions and unequal pay and stuff like that. But then there's even stuff like they just now started making Band-Aids in our skin color. Like it's even as like
why does that
simple
matter?
as that. Bandages were made to match your skin tone. For so long, nude.
Bandages have always been like a weird beige or pink. Oh, women argue about the dumbest shit. Oh, the bandage, man, my skin color. Good God.
Food was only in your skin tone. Only just now am I wearing a bra underneath this that is closer to my skin tone, but this came out in a...
Why does it matter? You're gonna put a shirt on top? Jesus Christ.
A lingerie line that came out in the last 10 years.
But that's a corporation. That's not government.
No, but...
That's a corporation.
A person is running
you
it.
should tell the corporation we would love to have it in our skin
reflective
color.
of the larger society.
It feels like irrelevant and dumb that I'm like saying this now by itself, but just along with like bandages, but there's also like makeup lines. It was really hard. My mom, when she was learning how to contour her face.
Leave it to hoes. They're talking about politics and you want to talk about makeup and featureism.
Had to use black eyeshadow because there was nothing in her skin tone. At all, like her.
Oh my God, your grandmother suffered because there wasn't makeup in her skin tone. So oppressive. So oppressive.
Foundation, and then one time I ordered makeup.
Yeah, racist bandages. Like what? You want your same skin color glow? You want your same skin tone gauze? Like God damn. Black Band-Aid. Now you're looking like a Tootsie Roll. Let's go.
Online in my skin tone, and they gave me a sample, and it was like the lightest sample they had. It's like they weren't even considering that maybe the person who was ordering this wasn't white. And then if you go on set somewhere, the black hairstylists and black makeup artists are always expected to be able to handle everybody. They do everybody's hair, they do everybody's makeup, but white hairstylists have done some crazy shit to my hair. Crazy shit. And said things like,
so all white people need to apologize because what that person did to your Indian hair. You're Indian presenting, man.
Oh, I've never worked with this kind of texture before, even though they're the professional hired to be on set that day. We're expected to do it all.
I will say, I think there's like a privilege, I know that sounds crazy, to being, having to do more than us and having gone through so much. I think that we've heard a lot about spirituality. But I feel like because you guys have gone through so much, there's like an enlightenment to you. I always feel such a drawl. And
guys have gone through so much. This woman never was a slave.
And just so seen in a way that I don't feel as much with white people, I would say. So, I mean, I will just say that I feel like you guys are magnets, and And I hope that your voice gets heard more, because I think that there has been a lot of trauma of just invisibility and your way of rising through it and still being survivors and stuff. I don't know, I've always felt...
Does she want cookies? Why the fuck would you go to a white salon?
like it's been super special.
Shout outs to Air One Play 5 spamming the Band-Aids. Yeah, rich bitch problems. Nah, this is delusional futurism broad problems, man.
And I'm so thankful for the relationships that I've had.
All right. Chris G took the fucking cake. He said she should go wash collard greens in the bathtub.
Shit, not the bridge being built. Not the bridge.
I will never forget, let me just say, when I was younger, I will never forget looking over as a young kid and seeing a black man get out of a Mercedes and something, I was like, that's success. And there's just always that vision. And I know it doesn't have to be like a superficial symbol, but there was just something implanted in me as a young kid. And I had a buzzed head when I was young, and I felt like I think I've allowed myself to see that, like, having shorter hair as a female, like I haven't seen myself a lot on, you know, in the media. And I've heard that be a complaint of a lot of other people of not feeling that represented.
Bro, they're talking about politics. Why are y'all talking about y'all hair and all this other stupid shit? See? They need a moderator.
So I think kind of feeling othered a lot in my own world in just a small way had made me feel like a kinship. And so I think that while there's privilege to being white, I feel like there's another privilege that doesn't get spoken about of actually having to suffer, because those are the people that really know how to like have resilience and rise up and actually listen and just thrive. So
I know that we were just celebrating the bridge you made, and I don't want to tear it down.
Black people want to hear white people give them the Sojourner Truth speech to feel good about themselves. And they're not even familiar with that speech.
But I think I had a different response, seemingly, than the rest of the room to that. I know that you mean well by that, and I can see that you're very genuine. I have a really hard time sitting with
a goofy Gen Z woman, and she would be considered African.
The idea that the significant trauma that the Black community has experienced in this country has made us enlightened, and that there's like this beautiful spiritual quality that it's given us. Because I think it
oh my God.
It feels, and maybe I'm just speaking to the way that's landed for myself, like a huge bypassing of how genuinely traumatic that is, to be like, well, look at you, like you're radiant now.
No, I'm not saying that.
Like I'm like,
saying that like
the way that
you've been.
She haven't read one Black history book. What the fuck is she talking about?
Been through something, whereas like we're over here and we can.
This is what I'm saying. This kumbaya story, oh, trauma this and trauma. Oh my God, I just suffered so much. Oh God.
Because of how much we've even been through.
Yeah, and like I'm not.
But you've also rolled your eyes at so many people that have been speaking. So
Ooh, look. Gen Z failed attempt to titty suck. Oh, you tried to suck her titties, and she's like, no milk for you, bitch. You was rolling your eyes with your shiny forehead. Oh no, mama foo-foo, I'm coming after you. Look, the black woman up there like, ooh, she about to read her ass. The older woman beside her like, oh, she about to read her ass. She about to read her ass something good. See if she gonna step in and help. Shout outs to everybody here. If you guys are enjoying the content, 5 hours and 6 minutes into the madness, we gonna get through this together, y'all. We gonna have a ball and we gonna laugh, man. Please hit the like button, support the show. Look out for the cookout. Let's hit this goal. Let's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
I don't know if that's your.
I mean, a lot of really insane things have been said.
I don't know if that's your immediate response is just to roll your eyes. Might not have the best like language with it, but I know that like on a soul level, like I feel
attitude. I have
a lot of awe and respect.
And I appreciate that a lot.
Take it where you can get it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. All I'm saying is this idea that somehow having
She's too aloof. She's too aloof, and her head is like too in the clouds. Like she's like a. That's another thing that a lot of guys don't realize, and we were talking about it on the last show, like a woman's intelligence and stuff like that. A lot of women put themselves in a corner with the intelligence shit. Like they become an intellectual airhead, and them the ones that's worse, the intellectual airheads.
endured what the Black community has endured in this country, and coming out the other end, barely surviving. There are people right now who are not surviving. That's somehow a privilege.
What people right now are not surviving that survived slavery, man? Intellectual airhead. What? This I knew. They don't. Gen Z don't even be doing their research. Only a handful of Gen Zers. I would say probably actually did their research. Aside from Google, she's an intellectual airhead. There's Jesus Christ.
Is ludicrous. And like, I don't, maybe what you said completely landed wrong with me, but that's how I took all of that. And
this is why I just shut those conversations down. So when y'all ever hear me say, look, I'm not trying to hear this kumbaya shit. I'm not trying to get into this shit, bro.
That's all.
There is no historical, educational context to this conversation, although I appreciate everything every single person has attributed. I genuinely do hear about the topic. This is systematic, which means you as individual people may totally not be doing anything at all to perpetuate this. It just is. I have certain privileges. Everybody here has certain privileges. This is systematic. Black women are 4 times more likely to die.
There we go.
With anything related to do with maternity. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like this is systemic.
Explain that.
And then also too, which I
it's
really...
not true. Yeah. Go ahead, white woman. Get her to explain it, because that's not true. They just be shelling out these stupid victim statistics. Let's go.
Appreciate you bringing it up, and I'm going to connect it, which I really appreciate you bringing up.
Which part?
About, I'm going to tell you earlier when you said the stuff about like Reconstruction. And
the white women on top of that, they're like, all right, we about to shark this bitch. I know that's not true.
Black codes and Jim Crow, right? Like you were saying all those things. A lot of that stuff, my sister is also a nurse. So like, let's say medical documentation for an example. Like this is a little bit of an
Your sister a liar too.
Example, right? It'll say like, for white patients, sometimes more often than not by studies in the field, it'll say, this patient, expressed that they had, pain and they were very agitated.
And you know what's funny? Cause the feminism books that black women read ain't the same ones that the white women read. Those if black feminists read the same books that the white feminists read, it would make them uncomfortable. The fact that she's lying like that, that's why those women are all on top of it, because guess what? Gloria Steinem gave them the game. There wouldn't have to be a eugenics movement if black women were dying like crazy from birth. And have you noticed white women don't read Bell Hooks books unless they're about to make fun of or dismantle a black woman's talking points? White women don't read Bell Hooks
because they're in so much pain. For a black patient.
See, they save that stupid shit for the sisters, and the sisters go ahead and they eat it up like it's top ramen noodles.
It'll say more often than not, this person was aggressive or like med seeking. We need to, you know what I mean? It's like there's always a suspicion because that comes from another lineage. So just as there was so much trauma passed on with us, which thank you for acknowledging, it's true. There was a lot of other stuff passed on to a lot of other people, and that's why we have people marching in the streets chanting that same rhetoric in 2025. And so I think there's this misconception that like if we acknowledge white privilege exists, I went viral for saying that when I was on another platform and they asked me 5 years ago, do white people experience racism? And I said no, because in context, which we don't know and we're not taught, so I'm not mad at anybody here, because as a teacher I realize the fundamental thing is that we don't know our own history as Americans. Race aside, and maybe if we did, we could actually get past race and deal with the issues that are affecting all of us, like classism and foreign entities. And to your point, people at the top controlling these narratives and all this
Not
other
gonna
stuff.
go nowhere.
But I'm gonna stop because I could go on forever. But as a teacher and just as a human being, the fact that there's no systemic fundamental basis to anything that we're saying when we talk about the nuance of white privilege, because it was built into systems. The whole idea of race was a construct. There's only the human race.
Correct.
There are black people that will hear that and get so pissed off at me for saying that.
But I love
that is the truth.
That's what we got to get back to.
Racism is not about blackness. Racism is about whiteness. Because when slavery happened, there were Native Indians, there were poor whites, and there were slaves. And they were all not too far from the same hardships. So people that were wealthy, just like now, were like, we got to find a way to separate these people. So they told poor white people, well, you know what, you might be poor, but at least you're not black. You know, and I'm using that language intentionally. So all of that was put into policies to make to what we see today. So it's just I understand what you're saying about the Band-Aids in the hair. And it's real.
No, remember, they don't realize that they're telling people that already know some shit they just learned. Let's go.
Shout out to Fenty. But
it's a Fenty bra.
I love it. I love it.
But couldn't it be also because
Why
of
are you yelling at white women when you could have yelled at Rihanna?
the population rather than the color of your skin? Could it be like, oh, we're learning how to do hair?
Yeah, but she's sharing
let me
her
finish.
experience.
Let me finish what
I'm sharing
let me
American
finish what I'm
history.
saying. Can I finish my thought, please? So we're looking at the
Trying to educate her.
population, the black community is
On some stupid
13%.
shit.
So when people are learning to do hair, maybe it has nothing to do with just because you're black. It has to do with people are learning how to do the majority of the population's
That's always
hair.
been the excuse.
That's true, but
I'm just saying that
that's why I
it could
brought
be.
in real
This is what I'm
historical,
saying, but we
systemic,
see
and systematic
everything
examples.
in color. And when I've gone to board meetings, this is what bothers me. I go to a school board meeting, and they talk about white privilege and this. So you're telling my child, who's never been a part of, Jim Crow law, racism, any of this, that she's an oppressor and that black kids are oppressed. I believe both of them are evil, and I'll tell you why.
And this is the argument as to why they're going to be taking this stuff out of the school books in Texas and stuff. So
Number one,
Pay
how do you
attention.
keep a person down? You tell them they're a victim, and there's no way of
I do
rising
agree
up.
with that,
And
because
I think
it'll-
that's a sign.
but black people get told that all the time too now. Please acknowledge that.
Yeah.
White-
I think that's
white privilege will
psychological
never stop
warfare.
my black excellence.
Yeah, let me finish.
So we
I think
agree.
that's a psychological warfare against the black kids, and I think it's also a psychological warfare against white kids, because they have to feel shame and guilt of something that they've never been a part of, and it's a divide. Now they're pitting white kids against black kids. That's wrong, because again, as a Christian, we believe there is no such thing as race. We believe we are all in the image of God. That's why it upsets me, because it is divisive.
But you see how I'm the one that interjected that? So I believe that as history, because historically that's what happened. But to say racism was not a construct that came and was implemented and imposed to
Absolutely, War
validate
Master.
segregation, Jim Crow.
Oh, I think it's awful.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, I'm totally against
it would
the
be a miss.
racist
Can I do it
Democrats.
from
I'd
you?
like to jump into.
I would love to hear from you.
Okay, so first of all, this was a tough question for me to answer. I ended up answering no. White privilege is not an issue right now, but that was hard because certainly through the vast majority of American history, white privilege has definitely been an issue, and worse than white privilege. Slavery and Jim Crow was, I think, and what happened to the Cherokees and Native Americans was the darkest chapter of our country's history. And my grandparents are from Arkansas, and my grandma participated in a civil rights movement, and I 100% know that that happened. And I'm so sorry that that's still happening to you. That's so completely wrong. One of the things I just wanted to bring up is because my dad's an immigrant. So my dad is Greek from Istanbul, Turkey. So he went through the same thing where both sides of his family had their property taken away by the Turks. They were beaten up on the way to school. They did have a Greek school, but it was controlled by the Turkish military, and they were forcibly drafted. My brother-in-law is Greek from Cyprus, so his mother the Turks came in during that war and took they were on vacation in Athens. They took their house. They put her father in prison because he was the mayor. They were not even allowed to go back and get their property. They had to flee to America. And I live in Glendale, which is a large contingent of Armenians who lived through the Armenian genocide. So their grandparents just were massacred. It was even worse than what the Greeks went through. Our neighbors had to flee with nothing from the Yugoslavian Civil War. So I think where I'm going with that is that there's 100% no denying the incredible hardships that the Black community has overcome, and I agree with where you're coming from that we shouldn't pretty that up. I want to make a.
That's the thing, though, Party. Women own slaves, and they own male slaves at that. What's more valuable, a man slave or a female slave? It was more of a chance that you were going to be a slave than she was.
Point that I was raised really colorblind, and actually the George Floyd thing was helpful for me because I did start to hear more about what the Black community was going through and feeling, and I really appreciated that. And sometimes it was hard to hear, but it was good for me to hear. But I also know that there are other groups that have gone through really horrible things and have come right out of it. My husband's boss, his mother, both of her parents died in the concentration camps, and she was just saved as a child and brought in. It was completely messed up, and he had a really difficult childhood because of it. So I think that I would say the reason I went with no, and like I said, that was a tough choice for me, but in 2025, I feel that we're a country where there's many groups that have had.
Well, that's the thing. They don't talk about slavery in Africa because you could actually buy your way out of slavery in Africa. And in certain places in the USA that they don't really talk about, you could have bought your way out of slavery. But then the people that don't give a fuck about that will catch you and re-enslave you and rip your papers up, your freedom papers, and say you never had them. All right. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. Support the show. 5 hours and 19 minutes into the madness. We didn't learn a damn thing from this. Let's go.
A tough history, and that at this point in time, there is overall.
We're almost halfway. Well, we're halfway to our goal. Player Talk Radio, let's get it.
All equal opportunities. It's always difficult to be in the minority, but I don't know how much things can be distinguished between the difficulty of being in the minority and then overt racism. And I don't feel at this point.
You're selectively colorblind, Chris G.
Point that there's anything I could do that you guys couldn't do. And that's ultimately why I made that choice.
Yeah, I mean, with what you were ending with, that we're capable of doing the same things you're capable of doing, I do think that's true. But being in a position where I can even think to reflect on what other people are doing and know that I have that access to it is within itself a privilege. I grew up, I went to one of the best school districts in California. I took college readiness courses, very young. I was very much prepped for this life where I.
Ma'am, stop. That's another thing too. You know what happens when you let's say you got game, right? You know what happens when you run out of game? When you're talking to women, when you're talking to people and stuff like that, somebody that you're attracted to, you know what happens when you run out of game? Because it happens. You end up running out of game. You know what happens when you run out of game? You got to rely on wisdom. You know what happens when you listen and you hear these students that really try to lead with their education? It's like they're already out of game. And they have no wisdom to fall back on. And they're just flailing and telling you about their education. And it's like, bro, you've been low-key getting cooked you've been getting undermined and cooked. I'm sorry to talk. You've been getting cooked this whole time.
I was going to be able to go to a university. I knew I was going to be able to get a good job. I knew I was going to have all of these life.
And then you speak times 4. God damn. Slow down.
prospects that a lot of people that are in predominantly black areas where they don't have access to those things, where the schools are not being funded well, don't have those opportunities.
She look like she just closes her eyes and just go. Like, you ever like had one of them gas lawnmowers where you just pull the rip cord? That's really what was going on.
That was because I had immense proximity to white people. I only knew white people for the vast majority of my life because those are the communities that I was in, and that's what we give to white people. So I can even only think that I can do the things that you can do, like go to college, like buy a house, like do all these things, because of a proximity to whiteness that I had that a lot of black people obviously don't have, and that shouldn't need to be the case in order for us to have those privileges.
And the next prompt is, I do not trust
that old lady been looking at her like she white.
To treat all people fairly.
Well, I was arrested. I went to a parents' rights rally and I put no, and I was arrested for exercising my First Amendment rights. But I feel like it's a form of bigotry to say that all cops are bad, because there are a lot of good cops. I live in the city of Beverly Hills, and they've kept us protected from the far radical left that are violent. But when I was downtown LA fighting for my right as a parent, I was, really illegally apprehended and taken to the Metropolitan Detention Center. So there are bad cops, or they're doing what they are told to do by the ex-communist mayor, Constantine Anthony. And I said, why am I being arrested? He said, failure to disperse. So here's another example where it could be weaponized too. But I'm still not gonna put a brushstroke over all cops. There's a lot of amazing people in law enforcement. And if we do a brushstroke over all of them, that is a form of bigotry, and that is wrong.
Your feeling about something is your feeling. First, I want you to walk in paint yourself black and nap your hair up for a day and do an experiment.
She said, paint yourself black and nap your hair up as an experiment. While she has on a white woman's wig to look like the woman that's on the far right, that's on the right. Good God almighty, man. Even the young mammies, because she's not a true mammy. Even the young mammies are fucking up.
I was going to my own apartment where I live and pay rent. I pulled into my stall. A policeman behind me said I looked like a man with these. Looked like a man that they were looking for in the same type of car that I was driving.
See that woman on the right? She that's where her wig was supposed to look.
He put his hand on his gun. I said, I live here. I'm getting my key out. What did I do? Don't ask me what you did. No, I cannot trust a policeman to do the right thing.
And you felt like that was racially motivated?
I'm
racially and sexually. These boobs don't look like anybody's man.
Context, a lot of the, I'm just curious on the black side. Have you raised your hand if you've ever had a situation like with the police where like that, like you had to prove why you were somewhere, or they just thought that you were doing something nefarious, or it's just something unwarranted? Have you guys had that happen? So the thing is like, I'm just sharing this bridge with you for context, right? Unfortunately, more often than not in the black community, right? People look at me, they think I have a lot of privilege or whatever. And I do have a lot of privileges, but like no matter what part of the diaspora you are in the black community in this country, more often than not, you have been wrongfully policed, interrogated, or accused, you know? And I saw my mother go through that as a single mom with 2 kids.
I know a bunch of black people that haven't gone through none of that shit. I know a bunch of black people that haven't gone through none of that shit.
Kids who was just working, minding her business. You know, it's a lot of what we see now with different communities and with other things that are going on. So that's a lot of where we have this context. But I also will say a lot.
I've gone through it. But I know a lot of black people that haven't gone through none
A lot
of
of
that
it again has to go back with history and the way they're taught. And of course, all police officers are not bad. How do I know this? Because the LAPD hired me to train their cadets about this issue because they realize everyone is not treated fairly.
What I was trying to say is, this is not a position where you do not bring in your own bias, period. So I do not believe all police are bad, not even remotely.
Nor do I.
We also have to understand how policing was formed. If you have unconscious biases that you don't even realize you have. There's this funny skit that I saw on a social media platform as to, like when a woman gets into an elevator and then a black guy gets in. And what happened to me, and this is funny. Yeah, I said, I've never had an encounter with police that I didn't think, I rarely had encounters with the police, but that I didn't think was positive. I don't think that has anything to do with my race. I think it has to do with me. I do honestly believe, because I've been told this, if there's someone who probably could transcend race where it's not necessarily that prevalent despite skin tone and everything, it's probably me. So with that, my experiences have been very, very different. I grew up in LA, I've lived in Houston, New York, I've lived in Miami, I've lived in Las Vegas. But that's just, I attribute that to me as a person. But it is difficult for people to not bring in biases regardless. This woman tells me, and I'm bald, so from afar, I guess I have an androgynous look.
At least she admitted. At least the lead attorney admitted.
She hits the elevator, she's getting in, and she looks back and she looks at me again. And then I can tell that she relaxes. And she tells me in the elevator.
Like she thought you were a man?
Right.
Okay.
What she said was
that's
that
funny.
And I think she just wanted to give me an explanation, which is why she was. And she says, because I personally don't get on an elevator with a man alone. And my finding was that I'm totally not a man. Like I said, but the ball thing throws people off. But and I understood that someone else could have taken that in a way that could have very well been very different. But we all have these biases, and we cannot.
You know, it's crazy though. She could be a man. I hate to say it. Nowadays, don't trust, bro. If you ever think twice about it, don't trust it. Sometimes it don't even matter if it gets verified later. She could be a man. Nowadays, you don't know. This is the playbook. Nowadays, you don't know. I don't know if she a man. Her legs looking a little strong now that I think about it.
I expect for a police officer to shed
not a 20 head.
Any experience he brings to that job, shed that, then put this policing uniform on and do that where everybody looks the same. Outside of some goggles that just makes people look like people, there's no way for, and that goes cool. Both ways. Exactly, that would actually be kind of cool. But we have to realize that. So there are people who get into policing probably for the ability to be able to exert control over others.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
So policing itself is the issue, but we have to realize that that does not turn off the human part of people, and they will bring in what they bring in, their understanding of what they did yesterday or who they saw yesterday. And we can't really, because if I was in that same position, I might do the same thing. Who knows? But we have to understand that that is just, that is the kind of the floor plan, the floor print for policing. You do bring this in. You do look at something with a suspicious eye and everything that you've gone through. And if we don't understand what we've gone through, then this will be a continuation of that.
So I have, in regard to policing, like I feel like I have experienced both very dramatic ends of the pendulum. I had a really traumatic situation when I was young in 8th grade. We had someone break into our home, raped my mom, tried to kill her and my little brother. Like, totally, I say it nonchalantly, but it was absolutely terrible. Police are the ones who came in and saved my mother's life. And so I have, and I tell it to the sense that that's really dramatic. Like, that's not everyone's experience, right? But my mom's alive. My little brother is alive because police came in, they found the man, he was tried, like the whole thing. Like that was a good example of law enforcement doing their job, acting appropriately. My taxpayers went to save paying dollars went to save my mother's life, kind of a thing, right? Then I really had a really big problem with the police during COVID. I feel like we were living in a police state during COVID. And I'm like, I really don't like this because, like, again, there was a complete break from the Constitution with police during COVID. And I thought that was really scary. And so I say that, and that's why I did green, because I do not think that there can be this broad stroke, because people do. Now, I have a police family. I have a brother-in-law who is a police officer in LA. And so I know that there is good policemen out there. He's Asian, but I don't know why. I feel like I need to say that.
That's the only cop I know, too. Maybe it's a thing.
But I know there's good cops out there. My brother-in-law is a good guy, and I know he's fair and he's just. And but there's so that's why I had to go green, because I'm like, yeah, that's just
all these squares, and they still have a civil conversation about how they scared the police. Crazy.
Stupid. There's good doctors. There's bad.
It's really about power and order. You know, a lot of men gotta bite the bullet because of other things, you know? A woman mad at the police, she'll get into a fake feminist argument with you and talk about male authority. And shit is like, bitch, you mad at the police. You're not mad at me. You mad because your stupid ass wasn't complying and you got pulled out your car. Yeah, none of these women are conservative, man. These are like two weird feminists talking to each other. It's just one is white, one is black, and they're not from here, and they're just talking about their perceived position in America. But
there's good police, there's bad police. So I'm like, I'm like the kind of person who's like, I would like to sit with you. Let's have a cup of coffee and let's talk. Let's bridge, right? And so, anyway, so that's my take on the police thing, is that I do think that there is some areas that need some massive reform. That's my opinion. I think there's a lot of training issues. Cool that you got brought on and got to do some training. But I also do not think that cops are inherently bad either.
And the last prompt is, values should guide America's laws.
You know, the black woman.
This is a halfway.
You know, the black woman is the older sister gonna say that because that's what she grew up with. Look at these young girls. Satan. All of them. Every single one of them. The devil.
Rhonda and I agree.
I don't know. I mean, I just don't think that everyone seems to be able to relate to Christianity. So it's hard to assume that the population would be able to live under that direction. You know, I don't consider myself Christian. It's not why I'm conservative. But I do like feeling connected to a higher power. I like to feel like, you know, the Truman Show changed my life. When I was 9, I always felt like someone could be watching, so I better live with integrity. You know, the stories in the Bible are stories. I can't recite any of them to you. So I don't know, like it just doesn't, I can't. It sounds nice that we live by values. I think that rules, even though I
oh my God, he called her Caillou.
I do think it's nice.
Not Caillou. They said Caillou should guide America. Oh,
to have a society with rules, and to have some order, and that we all have principle in our life. But I can't imagine if so many people are getting away from religion that enforcing people to live like that would be good either. So,
yeah, she do look like she got a mean peach cobbler.
I grew up. I agree with you.
She make the crust from scratch.
I grew up Christian and then left the church when I was 21, 22, so about 7 or 8 years ago. And my experience being Christian versus after is like night and day. I didn't realize how trapped I felt. And I had so much shame in my body and fear.
You know, I mean, if you guys really pay attention to this conversation, you know what I'm hearing? Just a bunch of women that don't like structure. I'm just hearing a bunch of women that have a problem with structure. You know? The funny part is that the question was about Christianity and should it be like, you know, openly practiced and should people open this? Why not? Why not? If you go to Asia, right? I'm not a Buddhist, but guess what's all over the damn place? Buddhist temples. Beautiful Buddhist temples. You get curious and you go and you go find it. So what's wrong with having churches and certain things around? And when you and not force it on people, and then when you get curious, you go find it. And then the thing is that it's not rushing people into Christianity or nothing like that. It's just saying, hey, respect it. That's all you can do. You respect it. Nobody forcing you into no damn Christianity. Just respect it. Y'all already got "In God We Trust" written on the money. Come on now. One Master says 304 phase got her to leap, man. And that's another thing with this stupid ass 304 phase, man. All of that shit is FOMO. Oh, I'm gonna fear missing out being a hoe. So let me hurry up and try to somewhat destroy myself and get as much experience in. All of that shit is FOMO.
I was just so taken out of the moment. And I mean, it could be, you know, the church.
I haven't learned one thing from this shit other than these women are just arguing. Listen to what they're talking about and just see how much times they're going against some type of structure.
I went to, that's what my mom says. She's like, you know, like, find a different church. But I think at the
find a different structure.
Core, like, if you boil it all down, what's left is, you know, treat people with love. And, you know, thou shalt not kill, lie, steal, all of that. Like, obviously I agree with, like, 100%. But I think it's when people distort it and then try to control other people's bodies or, like...
Structure.
Telling you that, you know, only this is the only type of love that should exist. This is who you should marry. Should. So
structure. You want all of that stuff but can't lock down one. Structure.
I deal with my own shoulds, I deal with my parents' shoulds, and then religions, and then teachers when you're growing up. There's just always like you should be this way, should be that way. But I just want to live authentically myself.
Outside of the structure.
Without harming anybody, whatever feels good. And if it means dressing up in drag and it's not harming anybody and that's what makes you feel free and hot and
yeah, it look like a male devil. Structure.
Sexy, who cares? And tell me where in the Bible that you can't dress up in drag. But like that
Who says in the Bible you can't dress up in drag? Do you think drag was a concept when the Bible was out? And that's again, structure. Who cares? Somebody's opinion. Somebody inquiring why you don't have any structure.
Don't hurt anybody, don't harm anybody.
If you had a man, you wouldn't be disrespecting the Bible dressing up in drag with a goofy septum piercing and saying stupid shit.
Let people live their truth.
There's a difference between you doing you and then forcing us to call you by something we know you're not.
Another thing too, when they go outside their structure, they try to force that recklessness onto other people to disturb their structure.
So that's you. I have no problem with an adult dressing the way they want to dress. What I have a problem is when you force me to use a pronoun which is not goes by my religion.
Yeah, you want to get out of structure and get somebody else to use the proper pronoun to be in your structure. I can make all of this make sense by just saying structure. War Master said, if it feels good, do it. The left's way to destroy the family. Right. And themselves too.
But didn't you stop
so
the story
because now
time?
you're forcing someone, they're saying that we're being, homophobic or whatever, because I don't want to call you a he if you're a she, because I'm told not to lie. So it is a lie to me. And so that's where I have the problem, is when you're forcing your ideology and getting mad because I won't call you, something that I know that you're not. That's where I want to draw the line.
Did you not stop the story time? It seems like you do.
Because it's my tax for children, because it's my tax money, and I have a right to say where I want my tax money to go. And to me, I think it's very evil to put this in children's heads that they're a mistake.
But that's not telling anybody there's a mistake. What is evil about that? You don't have to go to the story time.
Honey, I had Chloe Cole.
That's crazy.
What?
Yo, see? And that's where women start to argue with each other, because both of them are trying to put each other in their own different structures. Oh, don't call me honey. Don't structure me. I know what you're doing. Why did you go in there and destroy their story time while there's other kids in there listening? Why didn't you let that trans thing structure your kids? It's all about structure, y'all. Pay attention.
That's an endearment. See, that's another thing. See, you're trying to control my speech. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You're trying to structure my speech. You see that?
She say? I didn't.
I said honey.
I just said,
and she said, "Don't call me honey."
Yeah.
So again, you're controlling me. This is another
trying to frame and structure
control thing. I'm not controlling the way you, exercise your freedom of speech. I don't want to be controlled by the left. I get to speak the way honey is
going to be structured by the left.
It's an endearment. It's something I call my daughter. So you should take that as a compliment rather than
I don't want your shoulds.
Okay,
I don't
because
have to
yeah, your shoulds is implying structure.
Anyway, because you've been,
bro. Everything based on a woman is structure. But they call it power, but it's really structure. Let's go.
Taught that way, so this is brainwashing. The 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence, 54 were Christians. This is why we have the longest standing constitution, because the foundation is Judeo-Christian.
Respect that structure, man.
Values. We need to know what works and doesn't work. This works, but we have to go by it. That's why slavery was wrong, because it's not loving thy neighbor as thyself. Murder is wrong. And all of these fundamental morals is because...
Structure. Say it with me now. Structure.
Because it actually protects us all. And God does give us a choice.
It's a different type of structure protection.
We're not supposed to be, one religion country. That's what happened in other countries with Catholicism. We get to choose, and God gives that ability for us to choose. That's why he allowed Cain to live, because you can choose evil too. He's allowing it.
So our basis should be spirituality and not religion, because when you say Christian, views, what we're...
Spirituality is vague and it's structureless. Because you can be a spiritual Christian. You're just spiritual about your Christianity.
What that is implying to me is some indoctrination as to the religion you should have.
Again, structure, right? Fucking hate.
The thing is, what religion?
It's history.
What religion is a second set of rules. So if you're just
a second set of structure. I don't know how. I'm gonna make this painstakingly clear, y'all.
You're wilding out, and you don't want to. At least you believe that you have some moral connection.
Yeah, you're wilding out, and you need some moral structure.
because that's what it is. Humanity is about us connecting with each other. It doesn't matter how you praise whoever, brought you here. It becomes these core tenets of who we should be. So I know the heart of me is not wanting to harm someone else. There is, even in any Bible or anything that tells me that.
But it does matter who you worship and who you bought there. Because you can be worshiping God and this person is right on the other side of you with no structure, worshiping the devil. Fun fact. Satanic Bible was written before the actual King James version of the Bible. King James wrote Satanic Bible. Honestly, both Bibles will suffice. But Lucifer's story came before, you know what?
Killing would be okay. I would know morally that would be wrong. So it is just another set of tenets outside of the rules that, we have that are established for this land in order for us to live.
It's another structure outside
by, or at least to allow our moral code to be there. So that's what we should be listening to rather than saying, so it's not just Christians who are.
Yeah, but all your morals that you just said are in the Bible.
But it's not just in the Bible is what I'm saying. So if you're just saying you're only taking it from this one space, there lies the problem. But if we're saying that our morality is letting us, be our guide in addition to these rules, these subsets that we have, that's the important part. It doesn't have to be Christian. There's not spiritual books around here all teaching hate outside of Christianity.
Yeah,
well,
but a lot of people fall for them.
To go back to the question, so the Constitution, we're a constitutional republic. We have democratic processes, but we are a constitutional republic. The Constitution was made, in essence, for a Christian people. That is why we're having such a divide right now, because not everybody's Christian, right? So you have people, so the Constitution, it says you can keep your republic as long as you have a moral people. So, and where did we derive the morality from?
Oh God, I'm gonna say it a billion times. Structure.
It's from Scripture. So the whole Constitution is derived. So if you go through Exodus, that's where we get the executive branch, the legislative branch. All of the way that our government is constructed comes from Exodus. It comes from when Moses went up on the mountain, came down, and they basically got these constraints from the Lord. That is what the United States Constitution is based off of. So to stay in...
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's called the 10 Commandments. And guess what those commandments implied? See, I didn't say it, but you guys said it in your head. You guys said it in your head.
Concise with the question, yes, like if we want to keep a constitutional republic, it is designed...
Structure.
For a Christian and a biblical-based people. Now, when we pull away from Christianity, there's going to be a contention there. Why? Because you're trying to, it's a constitution, and we have the longest constitution in the entire world.
Can we just I haven't heard not one good excuse why they would be pulling away from Christianity if they were a devout Christian. Other than they don't want to adhere to any type of structure. That's what God is supposed to do. When your life is chaotic, right? And you have so much stuff going on, you seek out God to find structure. That's why it's called God's divine timing. See how that works? Because it's involving structure.
Though, and get rid of all these boxes, because I'm a believer, right? I'm a follower. I grew up Christian. You could say I'm the non-denominational.
What's the box that you're wanting to get rid of?
I'm gonna tell you, the box is that even as a believer, would I love for everybody to follow Jesus? Yes, absolutely. You're supposed to make disciples out of people, but that's their choice, right? God gives us free will. He wakes me up every day with His grace and glory and gives me free will. What do I look like as a human? Not extending that to someone else, but you know what I should be extending? Human decency, American values, to your point that you just summed up, already reflect Christian values. And the thing is, if you don't like the term Christian values, yes, the government should not be imposing that on anybody. That's my opinion. Period. No matter who's in office. Period. If that was done democratically, that's wrong. If that was done on the conservative side, that's wrong. Our American values, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, treat people equally, all of these things. We don't need to quantify being civilized. Don't murder people that don't agree with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not saying, let me put that disclaimer out there because I know that'll be a soundbite. I'm not saying that anybody on the left or anybody did that. I'm just saying common sense. Don't, love thy neighbor. You know what I'm saying? These are
We're
things
just
that,
to answer the question though.
I
all
know,
we're
but
saying
I just feel like the question in itself, which I understand, we get it, is innately divisive because the reality is we're all arguing the same point. Does anybody here want people to be murdered in America? No. Does anybody want to get stole from? Anybody about to leave here and go steal? No. So we just need to get back to human decency. The boxes is everything.
I don't know. The bald one look like she be stealing shit.
That separates us from what we actually do agree on. So I don't remember even how it was prefaced. American laws or liberties or what was it?
Christian
values,
yes.
right?
Christian
The
values.
I
thing
should be taking restaurant forks and spoons home.
is that, like, take the Christian label off. I'm saying this as a Christian because at the end of the day, if we want to keep it so 100, Christianity was created after Jesus. You see what I'm saying? So take that off of it, and what Jesus wants us to do is to treat each other as brother and sister. So all of these boxes, Democrat, Republican, all of that, even the race thing, like, I'm so big on it, and I have spoke relentlessly every time I felt like something was being misrepresented racially. However, even with that, our biggest thing is a class thing that is making everybody struggle and it's so divisive. And there's a very few people that are benefiting from it. And if we cannot get past that, there is no America. We need to treat each other with human decency. If I see somebody murdered, I'm going to be bothered. I don't care what their politics are because they're a human, they're God's child, and they're American.
I learned that I am capable of having a conversation with people I disagree with. I mean, even here, our stances are different, and that's something I've really been working on. And it's really hard for me to not get mad and hate the person for disagreeing, even if they don't like the same restaurant as me. I'm like, idiot, why wouldn't you like that? Olive Garden slaps or something. But yeah, I'm capable and I'm proud of myself, and I appreciate you guys participating.
Wonderful.
I totally had an amazing time. I wish we could all go out and sit and eat together. And we've learned so much of just differences of each other. And like you said, it's okay.
This shit was a waste of time. We ain't learned shit. What did y'all walk away with? Other than me showing y'all that they don't have structure and some other stuff and entertaining, what did we walk away with? We didn't learn a fucking thing. And her suit is irritating me. Mustard. Let's go.
To be different, it's okay to disagree. And we don't have to be mad at each other. But I love these shoes.
Oh, I love your voice.
Your voice is so soothing.
It's
like a Black & Decker extension cord. Let's go.
Put a bed to that,
if nobody else does, if we take away all the good things that we've learned from this.
That's true.
And take it to other people.
Absolutely.
It's okay to be different.
I mentioned this earlier. There was a gentleman, I travel a lot for work, and he said, how many lives do you think you've improved today? And I was being very
vaginal ass conversation. Didn't take nothing away from this shit. All you heard was them cackle all about how they don't want no structure, and she gonna end it on some, we can be different people. No shit. Y'all were 18 different people saying the same shit and didn't get nowhere. Nowhere. The conversation went nowhere. You probably are more dumber than when you started the conversation. I know I am.
Generous with myself. I'm like, maybe a few. And he's like, listen, once you're putting good energy into the world, imagine you saying that to someone else taking that energy and pushing it out. So I think when we continue to do that, we are affecting billions of lives just by virtue of pushing something good forward. Rather than rehearsing it, we release it, and then we say, what's next? And that is just the art of conversation. That's the art of moving things forward. We can stir about shit that has happened. What is it gonna do for us? Nothing, because you know what? There's going to be bridges that will never be met, However, the bridge forward should be, what is my responsibility as a person in this ecosystem? What is my responsibility to you? And I believe mine is to just put good energy out there.
Yes, I think, so I work in politics, and I really enjoyed this and love this because I think what it showed me is that maybe there are political issues that we're never going to agree on, but relationally and as people, we can really connect and agree or agree to disagree. And I love that. And I feel like I'm going to take that back into my work. And I really appreciate everybody's opinions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is the one that this is the one we're going to watch on the next show. White versus white liberals. This is the one that we're supposed to watch last week. Man, they didn't talk about nothing but featureism and goofball slavery and all kinds of other stupid shit. Hold on real quick before I get up out of here. Let's see. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let's see what the hell this is about. Shouts to Didi.
They have to say, also as it relates to this white privilege that a lot of people talk about, I want to hear their take on this, and I want to get your thoughts in the comments. So make sure you chime in. I want to hear what you think about this conversation. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. It is free to subscribe, share and like the video, and hit that notification bell to be notified when I upload new content. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and hop right into the video. Here we go.
You want to talk about white privilege? I was born dirt poor. Roaches in our food, mattresses on the floor, eviction notices taped to the doors, kind of poor. My parents, their side hustle was beating me and my siblings bloody. I missed more meals than I can count. When we did eat, it was ramen, canned foods, or whatever we could steal from the gas station. There were 8 of us kids, so come at me like I grew up in some quiet backwoods town either. We weren't hearing deer rifles, we were hearing 9mm and Glocks on a nightly basis. Not because we were hunting, because we were dodging stray bullets in the inner city. I had a
okay, because I was about to say, up until what you just said, other than the inner city, everything sounded like some backwoods yeehaw type shit. Okay, all right, yeah. Good for you. You wasn't in the sticks. Congratulations.
Maybe as a teenager, thought maybe I could break the cycle. Went to college, flunked out quick. Life was swinging before I even had a chance to plant my feet. Then the military came knocking. Promised me structure, a future, and a...
Oh, look at... whoa. I didn't even have to say it. Look what word he used. Structure.
Way out. What I got, another flavor of hell. Straight out of basic, they shipped me to Afghanistan. 19 years old, couldn't buy a beer back home, but I could carry a rifle, kick indoors, and watch friends die in pieces.
Now, ooh, baby, this is a lot. This is a lot. And I think a lot of times, especially as Black people, we think about our struggle and how we were raised and, coming out the projects and coming up, in hard times. A lot of times we don't think about the other side. A lot of times people attribute privilege to white folks. And a lot of times you don't understand that they outnumber us, and there are way more them than us. And a lot of them aren't, they weren't born with the silver spoon in their mouth. A lot of them come up poor, dirt poor. And so, but we often hear, oh, white people, like they got it made in the shade and that they have all the resources and they have all the money, but it's a lot of them that are dirt poor and have been dirt poor for quite some time.
Some of y'all haven't seen 8 Mile and it shows.
So I think it's interesting hearing his perspective, because some people get it twisted and they forget, and you just think, oh, just Black people that's had the poor experience, and it's not that cut and dry, and it's not true. Let's continue.
Home to a wife who had cheated on me while I deployed, ended in divorce, missed my baby's first steps, first words, first everything. I got the title Dad, but only for 2 days every other week when the courts allowed me. So I drank, I numbed it out, I drowned it in alcohol and women, hopped from job to job, security, government contracts, even worked with the feds for a minute, but it all fell apart. I ended up homeless, ashamed, alone, and broken. Now, I've been sober for 4 years, been through more therapy than most folks can stomach, read hundreds of books, and here's what I figured out. As bad as I have had it, if I was Black, I probably wouldn't have survived it. That ain't an opinion, That's truth. Black Americans make up 13% of the population, but 38%
Smart man. Nice spin. Nice spin move, sir. Nice spin move.
of the prison population. 1 in 3 black boys born today, they're expected to end up behind bars. That ain't by accident. That is policy.
By design.
That's centuries of systemic racism passed off as justice. The 13th Amendment did not abolish slavery, it rebranded it. It says slavery is legal as punishment for a crime. That's why we got corporations making billions off of prison labor.
Oh man, let me show y'all. Let me see if I can find what I let me see what I downloaded today. Hold on, y'all. Let me send this to myself real quick. This is what black people are doing with technology. Give me 1 second, guys.
While folks inside earn cents an hour if they're lucky.
This took a different turn. I wasn't expecting him to take it there. Now, out of everything that he's mentioned about his life and how he grew up, he still was able to point out what black people, the injustices of black people and what black people go through. But as black individuals, I see a lot of people, and I'm not going to say that it's all, I see a lot of black people who would not do that, who would be incapable of doing what he just did by pointing out their own atrocities or their hardships or whatever you want to call it, but still empathize with the other side. We don't see as black Americans, a lot of us, and I'm just saying it's not all, don't do that. We take we accept what we've experienced, but we also, it's like we want everybody to feel sympathy and sorrow for us, but we don't have that same grace for anybody else. And I know that there are injustices and racism exists, and yeah, black people were did dirty for sure. There's no denying it. But we got to also understand that is not everybody that committed those atrocities towards black people. That's not every white person. You can't lump everybody in one group as much as you don't want them to lump every black person in a negative stereotype. So I think as much, grace as we want, we have to extend it to some capacity. I'm not going to say to everybody, but we got to do it in some capacity, because you got to understand that everybody on that side is not the devil and is not evil and has not committed atrocities against you. And, everybody didn't have the same experiences that a lot of people, a lot of us have a lot of similar things in common, more than we like to believe. And this is where the divide comes in my opinion, y'all. It's just my opinion. Let me know yours in the comments. I think as black America and white America, we have a lot of things in common. And I think trying to separate us and divide us, it makes it worse, because on one side you assume that, white folks are this and that, and they assume black folks are this. But the things that he just mentioned as growing up, that's a lot of black individuals can relate to that. Being broke, poor, hearing gunshots, it's not very different. So I always say, listen, we have more things in common than we don't, There's an agenda, in my opinion, to keep us divided for reasons that don't really benefit us, but benefit others. So I think hearing this is something that we need to hear. I also think that on both sides, we have to have some type of accountability and recognize what's going on in the agenda that is set forth to constantly keep us separated and divided, because they know that if we unite, then it will benefit us all. But there's an agenda to keep us separated and keep racism going, because the powers that be, they want it that way. So I just think, it's important to hear these stories, because a lot of times you just assume things about folks and you don't really know. But hearing them say it brings more light to it and give you a different perspective of other folks and their struggles and their stories. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue.
Let me show you how.
Freed the slaves.
Yeah, but I made them go viral.
You had a dream.
Yeah, I did. And in it, you had better edges.
Yo, boy, that's why you got canceled by a bullet.
Yeah, I bet you can't tell me how that theater play ended.
Hold on. Let me show y'all. Y'all heard it, but y'all didn't see it. Look at what I found. Look at what I found. This is Martin Luther King and Abraham Lincoln roasting each other. This is what black people do with technology, and then tell you, Oh, but racism is holding me back and stuff like no, dudes got the tools and resources to elevate and push themselves. But look at what they do with it. Check it out.
I freed the slaves.
Yeah, but I made them go viral.
You had a dream.
Yeah, I did. And in it, you had better edges.
Yo, boy, that's why you got canceled by a bullet.
Yeah, I bet you can't tell me how that theater play ended.
Niggas abusing the Sora, y'all.
I freed the slaves.
Yeah, but I made them go viral.
You had a dream.
Yeah, I did. And in it, you had better edges.
Yo, boy, that's why you got canceled by a bullet.
Yeah, I bet you can't tell me how that theater play ended.
Anybody? Somebody? We'll play it again.
I freed the slaves.
Yeah, but I made them go viral.
You had a dream.
Yeah, I did. And in it, you had better edges.
Yo, boy, that's why you got canceled by a bullet.
Yeah, I bet you can't tell me how that theater play ended.
You know, the AI ain't got no structure. It'll create anything you put into it. That's a lot of power right there, man. That's a lot of power, sir. Anyway. Niggas gon' nig.
Written to target black Americans, and it's still doing exactly that. Now I run an organization called West Virginia Fights Back. We feed people, no strings, no red tape, no begging for scraps. We take care of our own because...
Yeah, but if niggas ain't got shit better to do, then why would you... They're complaining about white supremacy and all this other stuff, and it's like, bro, ain't nothing holding you back. Nothing. That shit ain't holding you back. Racism, it exists. Don't get me wrong, but it's covert. It's not overt. Sleight of hand. Nowadays, if you go looking for it, you can find it. But, you know.
The government won't. My dream, a Fights Back chapter in every damn state. Abolish the prison industrial complex. Burn the cage down. Build something real in its place. Fred Hampton said you can jail a revolutionary, but you cannot jail the revolution. This is not about shame. This is about responsibility. If you've had the privilege of not being targeted by the system, you've got the duty to help tear it down.
In America, there is a misconception about who is on welfare. Now, let me just say this. There is no one program in the United States that constitutes welfare. There are many social programs in the United States that are part of what the United States calls the social safety net, which is really not much of a safety net at all when you consider the meager benefits that people receive. So what I've decided to do is look quickly at the statistics from the last census. Now, this holds true going back, but actually in the last 20 years, it has increased. The number of people receiving public benefits of some sort or another has increased amongst one particular demographic, and that is amongst white people. 20 years ago, 61% of all the people receiving public benefits of some kind in the United States were white people. Today, or as of 2022, or as the last...
Come on now. Black man said this so many times and nobody listened. I'm really not trying to hear this shit again. The black man, we've said this so many times and nobody listened. Go ahead. Go get the colder ice.
Census.
Come on.
76.2% of all the people receiving some form of public benefit were white people, and the rest were people of color, 13, people of Asian extraction.
It's when the Glacier Man started losing his job to the white woman. That's when he started getting mad about it. I'd be mad too if I lost my job to some broad that looked like Tony Hawk.
Fraction 6%, give or take, and people of Hispanic, somewhere down in the middle there. So let's just talk about what constitutes public benefits. So I'm going to read this list here, and this is what makes up all of welfare, if you will, in the United States. Medicaid, SNAP, WIC, free or reduced price school meals, SSI, TAANF, energy aid, rental subsidies, unemployment compensation, and assorted other programs. So 40 million people in the United States live in poverty, and that number approximately is the number of people who receive public benefits of some kind. And of course, that varies when you include Social Security recipients, Medicare, et cetera, which is not it's an earned benefit. So I'm going to eliminate that for the moment. So of those people, the number of people receiving public benefits, welfare, if you will, some form of social program, social safety net support, as I said, 76.2%.
Now, listen, I want to just chime in on that because I remember looking at the statistics, and because, white people outnumber us. And I guess depending on how you look at it, some people look at it, the numbers differently. They look at it.
You can't get mad at them. Like, black people are sitting up here talking about black supremacy, black solidarity, and stuff like that, and looking out for black people. And you're getting mad at another race of people that won't look out for you the way you're going to look out for you. And you're mad because they look out for themselves the way they want to look out for themselves, the way that you're trying to look out for you. That's what racism is. And not necessarily racism. You can't get mad at somebody that chooses their race over yours. If you guys read Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, and for some reason she never comes up when everybody talks about great women in the black community and inventors, she talked about racism being rooted in the fear of genetic annihilation, which is true. The fear that you'll wake up one day and the people don't look like you.
As
that's the problem with black people. We want other people of other races to care about us more than we care about ourselves, which is crazy.
At the demographics of black people and say amongst the 13%, because we've been at 13% of the population for quite some time, it hasn't grown.
That part two party. Shout outs to Ray.
And that amongst the 13% of our population, a large majority of us, of black people are on some sort of public assistance or in some type of program. But when you look at the overall numbers, because other demographic, white demographic is way larger, you would think it would be clear to understand that they outnumber us in population, but also outnumber us in the amount of public assistance that they get. There are people who argue against that and say that's not true, but it's always been the truth. And to be quite honest, they were the recipients of those programs way before black people were even allowed to be on them. So they were the ones getting Section 8. Section 8 and all of that wasn't created for black people. It was created for white women. And so they were getting into these programs way before black people knew anything about.
And that should have let y'all know what feminism and what y'all was fighting for was for. That's the joke. There's not a law that black people don't have that white women don't have, because it was created for white women first. And the sisters turned on us and fumbled it, trying to throw us under the bus. And they lied too and said that, oh, well, black men did all of this stuff to get closer to the white woman. How? That was a D sentence. No pun intended. So when you sit up there and you say how, you think, why would who thinks of stuff like that? Oh, you telling on yourself. You did what you did to get closer to the white man. And that's why I'm really not mad when the white woman that sold the black woman feminism snaked them out. Because in reality, the sisters was trying to snake them out after they done snaked us out. That's the real story that people don't want to know. I remember when brothers was actually doing their history in these spaces and women got mad at them. They didn't want them to do their history because they start finding shit out. They're like, hold on. Record shows y'all done turned on us multiple times. Multiple times. And then you get the question and you're like, for what? It's some petty shit. It's some petty shit. Right now, you got idiots doing live streams and talking and making these stupid predictions, talking about should black men and black women come back to the table and negotiate? Negotiate what? You're negotiating. Surely, I hope y'all niggas ain't negotiating cooking and cleaning. Greater men have created machines to do that. You can go on Amazon right now. That was for the rich people. Now poor people not poor people, but regular people can get a hold of it now. Go get a Rhomba. Cut that bitch on before you leave for work. And it'll clean your floor. You have a whole dishwasher. But kids was trying to swallow Tide Pods instead of learning how to actually wash the damn dish. Niggas got bored doing chores in their kitchen and started doing a Tide Pod challenge. I ain't forget. But let's go.
About it or could even be it. So they were the ones who were getting it. They still outnumber us when it comes to being on food stamps, Medicaid, all of the programs that he mentioned. They outnumber us, and there's a lot of them on those benefits. But
it's to the point women will look at you stupid. Now, if you argue with cooking and cleaning, because guess what? That woman was smart. She would just order the shit off of Amazon herself and just go hang around the house. Man, we got to smarten up.
People tend to say that is not the truth, and that somehow black people get the majority of that. And I never just saw the numbers add up. That it just didn't make sense that people would argue against that to think that, black people outnumbered white folks when it comes to all of this public aid. But
how could they not think that? When they wake up, they're around black people. When they go to school, there's black people. Where they're that's the illusion. You got black people that think black people outnumber white people.
We learned something when COVID happened.
They don't think we're being contained. But that's the world you live in. A black world.
In 2020, when the government was shut down, they realized, even if people didn't believe that, they realized it then when I don't know if it was Donald Trump, when they were looking to close cut off a lot of these programs and stop a lot of these programs, when we saw a lot of these white individuals coming out the woodworks complaining about losing their Section 8 and losing their government benefits, that they were going to be homeless and that they weren't going to have money to feed their families if they followed through or whatever they was trying to do to stop these programs or cut the programs. They came out of the woodworks. They came out complaining. And then when they looked at the numbers, they realized, oh, that this, and I don't know if it was Donald Trump or whoever it was. Y'all let me know if y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't know whoever it was, but they were looking to either stop these benefits or do something. But then they realized that the majority of the people who were receiving these benefits were not black people. That this was not going to drastically hurt black people, but it was going to drastically hurt white people because they are the majority who get these benefits. In the same way now, you know, when they talk about DEI and they talk about a lot of these programs and people losing their jobs now and all of these different programs, they realize that it's a lot of white individuals who benefited from these programs.
This is why I said black people were dumb as hell getting fired from their job over Charlie Kirk. Because if you had sat back and would have been like, dang, they losing their jobs. Let me hurry up and apply. Could have got a new job. Nope. You chose to turn the camera on and look at the screen. You're not even a content creator. Fire up your little rusty TikTok and lose your job. That's crazy.
This wasn't the majority of black people. It was only a small percentage, like it always is, of black people who actually benefited from the programs, that it was the majority of them who actually got the programs. The same way we look at a lot of the farmers, the white farmers who are struggling now because they're not getting these farmer subsidies. And this was how they were running their farms and able to stay afloat. That the small few black farmers that didn't get the subsidies, they're still able to run their farms because they were paying for what they needed all along. They weren't getting the subsidies. The subsidies were given to the white farmers, and now that they don't have them, a lot of them are falling short. They're not able to run their farms. They're struggling financially. So, you know, it's not about shaming or guilting and all of that. It's about just calling a spade, looking at it for what it really is, because a lot of times people fight against their own interests, thinking that it's going to affect blacks, when in actuality it affects themselves. And I think with Donald Trump getting in office and doing everything that he's doing, this is another moment that we see all of this actually taking place. We see it in real time. That a lot of the things people voted against their own interests because they thought that it wasn't going to affect them negatively, that it was going to only affect black people, when it really affected them in a major way. Let's continue.
About white folks on food stamps. And one thing I kept seeing was that welfare was created for white people. I knew that it was created during the New Deal, so I did some more research because I didn't really know the whole story, and I thank you guys for responding and helping me learn stuff. So during the Great Depression is when we saw the beginning of things like Social Security, unemployment insurance. But here's the kicker. When Franklin Roosevelt built those programs, he had to make deals with Southern Democrats in Congress. I'm
going to tell you the truth, bro. They didn't want to talk about this shit until they start losing this. I don't know what makes you think these Negroes think this white woman went her whole life and didn't know this shit. And y'all calling for this shit in the name of Congress. They know this shit. They just don't see. I learned a lot watching Alex Jones, Rush Limbaugh, Howard Stern, and a couple of the other guys' names I forgot. They don't have this honest conversation until they're losing their shit. And black people don't pick up on that shit. You want a friend so bad. First fired and the last hired, man.
Folks who were big fans of Jim Crow to get the support of these racist white Southern politicians, the programs were designed to exclude farm workers, domestic workers, jobs held overwhelmingly by Black, Latino, and Indigenous people. So right from the start, Black and brown families were pushed out of benefits so that white people could get them. Then we move forward to the 1960s, and there's this war on poverty. It finally opened up welfare programs more broadly.
Some of those benefits were there too, because some of those white people, I wouldn't say wasn't treated poorly, but what they don't tell you is that some of those white people had to work for other colors. Some of those white people had to work for Black women that were slaves before. They had to work for them. When the slaves were freed, the slaves had all the knowledge and the know-how and the the work ethic and resources. This is where you start to see unions, local unions formed in the South. So you had a bunch of white people getting treated bad and talked to, however, by their by the people that they were working for, whether it's a slave or somebody that was a slave or whoever, slave pusher. So yeah, they gave them benefits because they didn't want it to go to the person that they they felt that was oppressing them or working them hard. That's how that works. That's literally the definition of a union.
And that's when food stamps became permanent. Well, permanent, we don't know what Trump's going to do to them, but they lasted a long time. And guess what? The minute more Black and brown families started accessing this help, the politics shifted. Welfare got a new image and a new target. By the 1980s and 90s, with Ronald Reagan and his gang, they pushed the welfare queen myth. That's a racist dog whistle meant to turn public opinion against safety nets by blaming Black women for poverty.
And also, when they used to go visit the white woman can have men in her house. That symbolizes that she was trying to get a job and blah blah blah. The social worker didn't care if that white woman had a man. But when they came to the sister's house, they made sure she didn't have a man in the house. This was another reason and way to force Black men about the house. And she chose loyalty to the welfare system over you, because she didn't believe in your ability to protect and provide.
White policies created. That's the truth, you guys. So yes, welfare was built for white people. And when others finally got in the door, they tried to burn the house down. If you want to blame the right people, you got to get curious.
Can we talk about how miserable white people are for a second? Like, that white people are miserable, right? Like, have you ever looked a white person in the eye, even if they're like a big mental health person?
I mean, right now we got the internet. It's 2025. They can't even hide it. White people used to be better at being covert with this shit. They can't even hide it.
And you just look deep down and you're like, brother, you are not happy at all. And truly, it breaks my heart. But one reason, I think, one of the main reasons, is that a lot of white people, a lot of us are really unhappy and miserable is because we lack internal congruence. Now, congruence is a concept we learned early in grad school to help people heal. And congruence is basically internal alignment. Values and actions are on the same page, right? Like, we accept every part of ourselves. We feel peace, security in who we are, congruence. And no matter how hard you try, you can never find internal congruence.
Structure.
If you're not congruent with the world around you, if you're not understanding what's real and seeing reality and affirming what's true. So like white people who deny patriarchy and capitalism's negative effect and oppression of the world and genocide that's happening around the world, like that's incongruent with reality. That is going to have an effect on us internally, because to deny what's happening in real time, we have to deny certain parts of us, certain emotions, certain thoughts,
cognitive dissonance
that come up. And the more we run for that, the more incongruent and separate we feel, the more dissonance that comes, the more miserable we are. And a lot of times we're not actually dealing with our own pain and our own reality because we're all suffering under capitalism and white supremacy. Like, it affects us different ways in intersectionality, but like, it affects us white people too. You don't think a stormtrooper in the fucking Star Wars movies hates his life? You don't think he hates being bossed around all the time? You don't think poor white people living in the Empire, like in a city walls, like in a Game of Thrones, like, you don't think that they're miserable under it, even though they're not miserable the most? To be congruent inside, to not be miserable anymore, it takes accepting the realities of the world, seeing how those toxic systems affect us, and then moving to actually be congruent. Because deep down, humanity has goodness at its center. So yeah, white people, we're miserable because we're not congruent, because we're denying the realities of the world.
You know what? He has a point there. You know, and you know, it would be senseless to think that because somebody is white that they're just so happy all the time and they don't have issues. You know, a lot of everything is just not just black and white. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you, if they talk about this in the history books, if you guys check out a couple of them and just do a little bit more history, and you'll see why black men, especially the sisters, you'll see why they're fascinated with hearing stuff like this, because you hear stuff like this and you think it's an apology, and it's not an apology. It's not even a confession. It's just them talking about what happened. Your resources isn't getting handed back over and handed back to you or investigated or any of that other shit. Your shit that's stowed away in the damn Vatican, that's not coming back to you. This is yeah. Let me give you a little bit of butter biscuit, pat you on the head, make some money off of some content, and go on about my day. These niggas can get out here and tell you basic history, and you like, oh wow, because you're still learning. It's an epiphany to you. It's not like Captain Obvious. Just like, and they get on here and sound the same. Us white people, you know, we got karma coming back, you know, because we did something bad. Fuck out of here, man. It's all trauma.
There's layers to this.
And this is actually bad psychologically. Another thing you guys should study, and I've studied it and actually really became great with it, pretty proficient with it. Because I know what a psychologist knows, to tell you the truth. It's called you know, you can re-traumatize people by doing stuff like this and don't even realize it. But most people that's doing it, they realize it. You can re-traumatize people by doing stuff like this, by going over it and reframing it. It's restructuring it. You didn't do your research. So when they come on here with their apology, then they kind of tell a different story. And it's like, no, the story didn't quite go like that. What they do is they restructure the story. So you know, it's like the Mandela effect. Yosemite Sam didn't say what in tarnations, you know, so they restructure it. Degenerate says, all I heard is a white guy in a hoodie say typical far left leaning anti-capitalist talking about, yeah, like how is this new to you when we've heard this before? And like I said, what it does, it just re-traumatizes you. And they think this is an apology.
I know there are a lot of white people who are, you know, it's like people separated. Like, oh, it's sort of like, you know, I remember being young and thinking, oh, if I had $100, I would be rich. I was young, probably 8 or 9, and I thought having $100, I would be rich at the time. And, you know, and the idea of thinking that if I was rich and if I had all this money, my life would be so great and I would be so happy, when that is so far from the truth. Money is only one aspect of it. And I think when you don't have money, you think that's the only thing that will make you happy until you get it and you realize, oh dang, I'm still not happy. You know what I mean? There's other parts to play that play into that. And so it's kind of like growing up, you thinking, oh, white people have it made in the shade. Like, you know, if you grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood and then you think that, oh, white people, they have it good, they're privileged and they don't have issues. And that's so far from the truth. And you realize that there are white people who are getting their asses beat and they got issues and their family don't like them and they don't like each other and they're struggling with this, they're being bullied. Like, there are issues as well. It's not just because you have a different skin tone that everything is going great in your life. No, it doesn't work like that. Now
Actually, it does work like that. Shout outs to Chris G. I was waiting for it. I wish I was white. Party said they might need to take a page out of the Luigi playbook. That's funny as hell. And Dee, yes, there is a such thing as you not going through certain things because you're white or you have a certain type of skin tone and stuff like that. They actually have a saying for it. Are you ready? Y'all ready to hear the saying that they actually have for it? Hold on. Here it comes. It's called complexion for protection. Yes. There's already a whole theory behind it. It's called complexion for the protection. If you're of a certain complexion, you will receive protection. The more you know.
You may think, oh, they have some privileges that you don't. Maybe the police won't mess with them as much as they mess with you, but they still get messed with as well. So you know what I mean? It's like that frame of thinking. And once again, I think thinking like that is what divides us, because one side is thinking, oh, the other side is privileged in this way, and the other side is thinking, oh, they're privileged in this way. When you don't see that, like I said, a lot of the things that y'all are experiencing are more similar than you're more alike than different, you know. And so once again, I think that these are the conversations that we need to be having, because it kind of bridges the gap a little bit. It makes you understand each other more, and when you can understand each other more, you can work together better. But as long as there's this assumption that this one is like this and they're like this, then it just completely continues to divide you, and that just makes it worse, in my opinion. But let's continue.
Welfare is for citizens, and citizens have always been white. Between 1775 and 1855, the United States government issued over 500,000 land bounty grants. These grants went to people who served in the military. But here's the thing, they were transferable. So you could sell them. And that's what soldiers did. White soldiers. Because even though there were black soldiers serving in every war since the Revolutionary War, only white soldiers were eligible for land bounty grant. You can't own property if you are property. Ugh. So the pale privates and Caucasian colonels were eligible to get these land bounty grants, and they would get them from the government, and then they would sell them to somebody else. Oh, did I forget to mention these were big ass plots? So they could definitely sell like 80 acres and live on the other 20, or 60 acres and live on the other 40.
Yeah, so they realized who their neighbors were.
Never. Welfare is for y'all. It's always been for y'all. Because what?
Hey TikTok, I'm just on here wondering if anybody's feeling the same way I'm feeling. I'm from Illinois, and I feel like the gas prices and the electric bills and the prices of food is just so overwhelming anymore. Like, I'm wondering if anybody else is feeling like they're drowning and they can't get out. I work overtime and I cannot get above water. I mean, I literally have no gas for next week. It was either that or get a few groceries to get by. I hit my local food pantries. I'm just wondering if anybody else feels like they're drowning.
Yeah, it's rough. You know what I mean? And a lot of people are feeling it. And it's not just a racial thing, it's everybody. You know, so a lot of people are feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, Americans in general are going through the crunch. I was gonna say debt don't have no color, but it absolutely does. Debt absolutely has color. I was gonna say debt don't have no color, debt don't discriminate, but it absolutely does. It has a color, and it definitely does discriminate.
In some way, shape, or form. So, once again, like I said, it's an issue, and hopefully there's something that could be done to lower prices and hopefully get more people back working, and so that the economy can grow and get to a better.
And that's the problem. And this has always been the problem during COVID. Get the people back working. For some reason, and there's a lot of them that will. Cool, right? Granted. And I said this during COVID, I'm gonna say this now. Why do you think the American people want to go back working? These people tired. You think that woman that just was sitting up here crying, the one that was just talking in her car, do you think she wants to work anymore? She said she's tired. Americans are actually tired. They're not trying to get back to work. Like, no, they want to go sit down for a little bit. Tired. That's what Kamala tried to do. Try to dupe people back into work. It's called being tired. Overworked. Stressed out. And y'all wonder why you gotta replace people so fast. You work them into oblivion. But anyway, it's all trauma, man. Work them into oblivion, man. It's all trauma. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. I appreciate y'all. You said, as they send the taxes out. Yeah. Yep. And then what was we talking about earlier? Shout outs to War Master. How inflation is a secret tax. You gotta keep that dollar moving. It gotta be stimulated. Black folks are good. Not black folks. People in general are gonna turn into a commodity because they're always working. Thank you everybody for hitting the like button and supporting the show. It's Player Talk Radio.